Welcome to Fanfiction Uploads, your ultimate destination for immersive anime audiobooks. Are you a fan of anime and love diving deep into captivating stories? You've come to the right place. Here on Fanfiction Uploads, we bring you high-quality audiobooks based on your favorite anime series. Whether you're commuting, relaxing at home, or just need a break, our audiobooks will transport you into the world of anime like never before. At Fanfiction Uploads, we offer professionally narrated and carefully selected audiobooks that cover a wide range of genres and series, from action-packed adventures to heartfelt romances. With new episodes and stories uploaded frequently, there's always something fresh to enjoy. Join our community. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss an update. Connect with fellow anime enthusiasts in the comments section. Share your thoughts, and let us know which stories you want to hear next. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey. Sit back, relax, and let the stories unfold. Welcome to Fanfiction Uploads, where anime comes to life. The sea breeze blew gently, and the naval flag of Seagull Libra fluttered in the square of Marineford. In the highest attic of the Navy headquarters fortress, this is the office of the Navy Admiral. At this time, the senior officials of the Navy headquarters were sitting inside, including Marshal Sengoku, the legendary Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy Chief of Staff Tsuru, and the three admirals, the highest combat power of the Navy. They opened the windows, felt the sea breeze, drank hot tea and discussed. Blackbeard. Well, an unknown guy in the Whitebeard Pirates killed the captain of the Whitebeard 4th Division and defected. What's his name? Marshal D. Teach. Kizaru scratched his nails, thought for a while and said. This Blackbeard Teach is really bold. He even betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates so thoroughly and dared to commit a crime against his companions. The admirals Akainu and Aokiji beside him frowned. They didn't have a good impression of Blackbeard after seeing the photo. Whitebeard didn't know what his attitude was, so he just asked the captain of the 2nd Division, Ace, to get off the Moby Dick and capture Blackbeard. Lieutenant General Tsuru had white hair, his hands resting on the table, his eyes revealing a thoughtful look. This made Garp, who was drinking tea beside him, pause. There are still many things we haven't understood clearly. The sea is not calm. For example, the meeting between the two emperors a few days ago. Why did red-haired Shanks come to talk to Whitebeard in person? What did they talk about? Marshal Sengoku, who was wearing a pair of frog glasses and had a long beard tied into a braid, said with a blank expression but a serious look in his eyes. No matter which of the four emperors, they are all terrifying pirates on the sea with huge power. The meeting between Red Hair and Whitebeard is really afraid of a big mess. Kaido is not at peace in the New World either, and seems to be secretly trading a lot of arms. There is another one, the Big Mom pirates are fighting everywhere. At this time, Akainu Sakazuki also said solemnly. So many things happened in a row, making everyone in the marshal's office sigh. The whole New World is not peaceful, which puts some pressure on the Navy headquarters. It's not just the New World that is not peaceful, there are also many newcomers emerging in the ocean nowadays. Speaking of this, Sengoku glanced at Garp, who was drinking tea leisurely and didn't care about these things at all. Why are you blaming me? Garp said carelessly. Zhanguo ignored him and continued. The key is that a remarkable little guy appeared, even more ruthless than those supernovas. When Zhanguo said this, his stern face actually showed a hint of smile, as if, admiration? Oh? How cruel can it be? Kizaru Borsalino said with his legs crossed. Akainu Sakazuki and Aokiji Kyuzen, who was still asleep, did not react. A ruthless supernova who has not even entered the New World? The admiral with the highest combat power expressed no interest. On the contrary, Garp, who was drinking tea on the sofa, looked interested. Supernova? Luffy. Straw Hat Boy is also a supernova, how does he compare? Garp chuckled, it's better not to call Luffy Luffy in this situation. Everyone present was obviously used to it. Sengoku glanced at Garp again, a little helpless. Then he introduced this little guy to everyone like a treasure. He's not a pirate. A year ago, he debuted in the North Sea and accepted a guard mission from a certain kingdom, killing a pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries. Even outside the Grand Line, 30 million berries is not a small amount, and such pirates have some tricks. Another supernova in the North Sea? It turns out that my hometown is prone to producing talents. Kizaru Borsalino said with some ridicule, which immediately made Aokiji, Garp, and others speechless. What are you talking about? Self-praise. Sengoku coughed lightly and continued to introduce. Later, this little guy took on some more missions. Generally speaking, he was just like a bounty hunter. In 1 year, from the North Sea to the Grand Line, pirates were constantly cleared out, and up to 300 million pirates were killed. At this point, the three generals looked at the warring states. 300 million? These pirates must be very powerful in the Grand Line. The fact that they can kill them shows that they are quite powerful. But we should have heard of this kind of person, right? Aokiji thought about it and realized that he had spent more time in the Grand Line and had indeed never heard of him. Sakazuki and Kizaru also nodded. This bounty is not simple. He must be either powerful or fierce and brutal. This guy killed this kind of pirate before entering the New World. It's not simple. Because this guy hid his identity, it caused a misjudgment. You should have an impression, thinking that it was done by a ruthless person under the command of the 4 emperors. It was not until recently that Momosegi went to the North Sea and saw the true face of this guy, which was indeed surprising. Zengakuo explained, and Akainu and the other 2 also remembered it. It was indeed done, and they even thought that it was done by Ace of the Fire Fist. But Akainu, Sakazuki, Kizaru, and Aokiji still disagreed in their hearts. If it was not a pirate, it would not have much to do with them. Although it was amazing to kill 300 million pirates in the North Sea, it was actually nothing. It can only be said that there was some strength. Mr. Sengoku, it's just defeating 300 million pirates, how great can that be? Aokiji yawned and said a little bored. Marshal Sengoku looked at the 3 admirals who didn't care, and then looked at Vice Admiral Garp who looked interested. On the other hand, Staff Officer Tsuru, who also knew about this matter, looked calm. Killing 300 million pirates may not seem like a big deal to you. But this ruthless man is only 8 years old. While speaking, Marshal Zhangguo picked up the teacup and drank. Obviously, everyone's surprise was expected. 8 years old. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other in surprise. The same was true for Akainu and Vice Admiral Garp. A teenager might be normal, but 8 years old was a bit shocking, as their bodies hadn't even grown up yet. What were they doing at 8? They hadn't even joined the Navy yet. It's amazing, these kids are so strong at the age of 8. Come to think of it, I also have a younger brother, who is only 8 years old. Yizuru Borsalino said in amazement, and couldn't help but think of his family. Suddenly, everyone was speechless. You, Yizuru, don't you have any sense? Others are amazing when they are 8 years old, but you also say that your 8-year-old brother is bluffing. You are 56 years old, and you still have an 8-year-old brother. Garp was even more surprised than before. His mouth opened wide, and he looked stunned. Facing the speechless eyes of everyone, Kizaru shrugged. There really is an 8-year-old brother. Who made the old man and the old woman still have fighting power back then? Akainu, Aokiji, Garp, Sengoku, and even Staff Officer Crane looked at Borsalino's eyes with a strange look of pampering. But in their hearts, they also believed what Kizaru Borsalino said. It seems that from a physiological point of view, it is not impossible, but it can only be said that the old man and the old woman are really fierce. My brother, he got a son in his old age, everyone knows, he treasures this little guy very much, and he has never let him leave. The corners of Kizaru's mouth under the sunglasses rose, and everyone was even more speechless. And he said, "You are the same." Cough cough. Seeing that the topic was going off the track, Marshal Zhangguo coughed and drew everyone's attention back. The human Peach Rabbit has been found and intends to let him join the Navy. This is a portrait that was just sent back not long ago, and the person should be here soon. Back to the topic, Marshal Sengoku said as he flipped through a few portraits on the desk and handed them to everyone. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji realized that today was not just a tea party to discuss, but Marshal Sengoku also wanted everyone to see this genius kid. So, Garp, Aokiji and others took the portrait to see what this little genius who killed a pirate with a bounty of 300 million at the age of 8 looked like. At first glance, everyone's brows furrowed. This guy doesn't look ugly, but he looks pretty cute in terms of his face shape. I just don't know why, this kid doesn't look like Kizaru at all. He wears a pair of round sunglasses, the color is the same as Kizaru's, but this little boy is handsome? Wait, Kizaru. Aokiji, Akainu, Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru looked at the handsome 8-year-old boy, and then looked at Kizaru. Are they brothers? One is handsome and the other is wretched? Is it an illusion, because of the age issue? Kizaru Borsalino, who didn't care much at first, felt the strange gazes of the crowd, and his attention was freed from his fingernails, and then he lazily supervised. Borsalino's eyes widened immediately after the first glance. Isn't this my brother? Kizaru was a little dazed now and screamed. Then he held the portrait with both hands and looked at it carefully. Although he hadn't seen his brother for a long time, even if he grew a little taller, his appearance hadn't changed. Especially this pair of glasses, which he gave to him by himself. Borsalino. Your brother? Is he really your brother? Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji and others were all shocked. What a coincidence, these two 8-year-old children are actually the same person. The younger brother of Admiral Kizaru? Report. At this time, the marshal's office, which was filled with booze, suddenly became quiet. This voice was from Daotu. She came back with the 8-year-old genius? Well, please come in. Everyone in the room immediately put away their surprised expressions, and their faces were casual, as if nothing had happened. The door of the office was also opened. The heroic Daotu, with her hair tied up and a long knife in her hand, stood at the door with seriousness in her peach eyes. Next to her was a man, wearing a neat little suit and round sunglasses similar to Kizaru's, with one hand resting on the spider tattoo on Daotu's thigh. That enjoyable expression, in one word, wretched. Fuck. This expression is exactly the same as Kizaru's. Aokiji Kyuzan secretly said in his heart, his eyes widened. Garp and Sengoku looked at the little guy's hands on his snow-white thighs, gnashing their teeth. This little boy looks handsome, but he did Kizaru's job? What the hell, what's going on? He's really my brother. Borsalino was even more dazed. For a moment, everyone was a little confused. This is the brother of Kizaru who killed a pirate with a bounty of 300 million at the age of 8? They are exactly the same. Hello, Marshal Zhangguo. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Aokiji, Brother Kizaru. Wow, this is Vice Admiral Garp. Oh, and the beloved Ms. Crane. The 8-year-old kid wearing round sunglasses actually bowed and greeted everyone present. It seemed that he knew everyone present. And when the little dirty hand bowed, he touched the white thigh of Daotu next to him. Marshal Sengoku and the others were silent at this moment. Even Kizaru looked at Aokiji and Akainu beside him. The eyes of Akainu and Aokiji seemed to say, although it doesn't look like it, it's confirmed that he is really your brother. Hello, little friend. Finally, Ms. He responded with a smile. Then, Marshal Zhangguo looked at Daotu. Peach Rabbit. Let me report first. Yes, Mr. Zhangguo, this is what happened. Mamatsuji-jun didn't mind the little action of this child. After all, he was just a cute child. After I arrived in the North Sea and completed my mission, I passed by a small island on my way back and heard some fighting. When I rushed over, I saw a small figure dealing with a group of pirates. It was this guy next to me. He punched the pirate captains away, and even smashed several mountains on the island, and died on the spot. Mamoto Sashi-jun was still a little surprised when he recalled it. When he walked in, he saw clearly that it was this 8-year-old child. Suddenly, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Akainu and others looked at the small figure in amazement, a little unbelievable. Just this little kid punched people and smashed several mountains? It seems that this little guy is really strong to defeat 300 million pirates. Soon, Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji Akainu, and Vice Admiral Tsuru all looked at Kizuru, who was stunned. Everyone is looking at me. I don't know what's going on. When did my brother become so strong? Kizuru was stunned and shocked in his heart. The 8-year-old boy looked normal with that wretched face. These people all know each other. Xiaotian, the younger brother of Kizuru Borsellino, was originally called Borsellino. Never mind, it doesn't matter, now he is just called Xiaotian. Xiaotian, an authentic earthling who traveled to the world of One Piece. When he came to this world, he started from scratch. Unfortunately, he is only 8 years old now. Because his brother is Admiral Kizuru, one of the highest combat forces in the Navy, Xiaotian also grew up healthily. Until the system that all travelers have the opportunity to obtain was activated. A system that can become infinitely stronger by Krypton Gold and fighting. When Xiaotian activated it, the random template was turned on, and an ability was randomly selected from the 3-color domineering and various devil fruit abilities. So the final result is to obtain the infinitely enhanced template, the armed color domineering. It's easy after getting the template. Xiaotian only needs to keep spending money and fighting with pirates to upgrade his armament haki without limit. In this world of pirates, getting unlimited enhancement of armament haki is so tempting for the fans who travel through it. So with a strong desire to become stronger, Xiaotian left home, left his new family that doted on him, and kept hunting pirates on the sea to get bounties. For an 8-year-old child, getting bounties is the most effective way to strengthen at the beginning. Soon, starting from the North Sea, starting from a simple little pirate, relying on the initial armament haki, Xiaotian fought all the way and strengthened it with Krypton Gold. So in just 1 year, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and now he has accumulated a strong strength. Even Xiaotian himself doesn't know how strong he is. He can solve the 300 million pirates with one punch. Is he comparable to the general? The strength of armament haki is unimaginable. And so far, Xiaotian has consumed nearly 1 billion Baileys, and will soon be able to open a new template. Because of his strong strength, in the North Sea, the bounties from small to large have been almost cleared by Xiaotian. Until now, only some small pirates who don't believe in evil come here to die, and those pirates who are like smart people stay away from Xiaotian when they hear his reputation. If you want to become stronger and obtain new ability templates, you need more money to support it. Hunting pirates in the North Sea is far from enough. So, after meeting Mamatsuji-jun, Xiaotian simply accepted the invitation and followed him to the Navy headquarters. Xiaotian, why are you here? Are your parents willing to let you go? Yellow Monkey Borsellino was surprised. The first thing he cared about was not Xiaotian's strength, but how did this kid get out of the old man and the old lady's love and worry? Borsellino, brother. Of course, my parents were unwilling at first, and they refused to do so no matter what. Until one day I killed all the pirates in front of them, then it was all right. Xiaotian waved his hand casually, and said with an old-fashioned look. Kizuru was speechless, but according to the character of his parents, when it was time for him to go out and see the world, they would not stop him even if they loved him. A man should go out and see the sea, of course, the premise is that he has enough strength to survive. No. How come you are so strong? I remember I taught you the basic Navy combat skills during the new year. At this time, Kizaru finally came to his senses from the surprise of seeing Xia Tian. The one who killed 300 million pirates, sent pirates flying with one punch, and smashed several mountains was my brother? As soon as he said this, Marshal Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Aokiji and others all looked at him curiously. Taught you during the new year? It's been less than a year. Brother, you don't know that I'm very talented. I'm very strong. Xia Tian directly attributed all this to his so-called talent. Other reasons don't work on an 8-year-old child. Even Whitebeard wasn't that strong at his age. How to explain it? Let talent explain it all. Yellow Monkey Borsalino was speechless. Good fellow, what can I say? You are my younger brother with extraordinary talent, so my talent should not be any worse. However, Yellow Monkey still recognized this. After all, Xia Tian's talent seemed very strong to him at that time, and he could perform the moves by himself after watching them once. The armed colors of children in summer are really strong. It is undeniable that the extreme armament haki can already compete with Vice Admiral Garp's strength. Mamoto Jijun didn't mind that Xia Tian was present, and Kizaru was listening, and gave his own evaluation directly. Although, he had never seen Vice Admiral Garp's full strength, but judging from the strength he showed, this kid Xia Tian definitely has it. This kind of armament haki is impossible to achieve without extreme training. This is an 8-year-old child. Who would dare to believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? When everyone heard it, including Kizaru Borsalino, they were all surprised and their expressions became even weirder. Armament haki? Vice Admiral Garp's level? Such a small body actually hides such great spirit and strength. You know, even though Big Mom was young and strong, she was big enough. And looking at Kizaru's reaction, it seems that he seldom goes home, and even if he goes back, he doesn't stay for long, and he doesn't know his brother's strength. This is normal, there are only 3 admirals, and each of them is very busy, and they don't even have much time to go home. Of course, according to Momosaka's words, everyone also knows that Momosaki, as a candidate for admiral, would never make such a joke. This 8-year-old Xiao Ziashan is definitely very strong in armed color domineering. Anyway, this is a good thing, Xia Tian is also one of us. Although he is young, he can join the Navy. Serving the Navy is the right path. Marshal Sengoku was smiling at this time, with a kind smile on his face. This is a genius, and he is also the younger brother of Kizaru Borsalino. At this age, there is no problem with his background. People are here, so why should he stay in the Navy? That's right. He is so strong at the age of 8. What will he be like when he grows up? Even Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, might not be so strong back then. Garp was even more smiling. As for the little action and little vulgarity that he just saw, what does it matter? Marshal Zhangguo wants me to join, that's fine, but I have to pay. I need to make money, a lot of money. Xia Tian expected this to happen, and he didn't hesitate to say what he wanted. The reason for joining the Navy is to make more money. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade, and the richest one is the world government. When Marshal Zhangguo heard this, he immediately waved his hand. No problem. Give Major General, monthly salary of 500,000 baileys. Marshal Zhangguo said proudly. This salary is already very high. You want money, right? I believe this child will be attracted. Too little. It just didn't make everyone think of it. Xia Tian didn't think much about it and just shook his head. The way he wore sunglasses made Marshal Zhangguo and everyone else stunned. Too little? Then 600,000. Without much consideration, Marshal Zhangguo increased the price directly. Is this okay? I don't know where this kid learned to be so obsessed with money. Still not enough. Xia Tian sighed in his heart and shook his head again. This marshal really still treats me like a child. Oh? Little guy, how much do you want? Akainu Sakaski narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Tian's little face, exuding the majesty of the general. I want to be an admiral, and I will get 100 million berries every month, and every time I make a move, I need to pay extra, and it must not be less than 100 million each time. Xia Tian, the little boy, had a serious face, and while speaking, he stretched out a finger on his left hand. Suddenly, everyone present suspected that they had misheard and was shocked. Kizaru's eyes almost popped out, and he was a little at a loss. His 8-year-old brother came to the Navy headquarters and asked for the position of admiral in front of all the admirals, staff officers, and marshals? And he asked for a salary of 100 million? This is simply, little brother, do you have to be so fierce? Garp was stunned for a moment, holding a teacup and laughing there. Marshal Sengoku, Aokiji, Ms. Crane, and Mamoda Sajai all looked stunned and surprised. You want to be an admiral? A salary of 100 million, and you have to pay extra for each move. Garp thought it was a childish remark, but Xia Tian nodded seriously. Sengoku thought so too. What does being an admiral mean? To deter the vicious pirates on the sea and all evil. Moreover, the tradition of the Navy is to have 3 fixed seats, and the strength requirements are higher. Just look at the strength of the 3 admirals, and you will know that each one can cause powerful destruction like a natural disaster. You are just a little brat, and you want to be an admiral. Akainu Sakaski saw Xia Tian's serious look, and couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous. A young boy, brazenly said here that he wanted to be an admiral. As he said that, Sakaski didn't forget to glance at Kizaru's dull look. Your brother is too naughty. Xia Tian was not in a hurry. As a time traveler, he was more than 8 years old mentally, and naturally knew that it was not so easy to become an admiral. Then, Admiral Akainu, you block it. As soon as the voice fell, a powerful momentum burst out. Xia Tian, who was originally beside Daotou, moved incredibly fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Akainu Sakaski. Hey! Before Sakaski understood what it meant, a fist shadow had already appeared in front of him. This small black fist shadow was covered with armed color domineering. Akainu's reaction was also very fast, and it was too late for him to fight back with his fist. His hands were glowing red with magma, and they crossed in front of him in an instant. Bang! The small fist collided firmly with Akainu Sakaski's elemental arm. With an incredible look in his eyes, Sakaski was overturned by the huge force and flew out. He passed through the open window, and his whole body turned into magma in mid-air, and he smashed into the oak square of Marineford like a meteor. From Xia Tian's words to block it, to Akainu Sakaski being knocked away, it happened in a flash. Too fast. In the marshal's office, Sengoku, Garp, Ms. Crane, Aokiji, Kizaru and others were shocked on the spot. Especially Kizaru Borsellino, looking at his younger brother, he looked like he had seen a ghost. This kid is really strong. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, communicating with each other. The one who was knocked away was the Admiral of the Navy, Akainu Sakaski. Even if he was unprepared, it was not an easy task to knock Sakaski away like this, not to mention that he had just been reminded. He flew out of the window with his arms raised for defense. Moreover, with the 3 admirals' control over their own natural elements, the weak armed color domineering could not cause such a great impact on them. Is this kid Xia Tian really, as Daotou Zaiwan said, that his domineering power can compete with Garp? In shock, Sengoku looked at Daotou. Daotou also knew that Xia Tian was very strong. Unexpectedly, he directly fought back against Admiral Akainu and flew him away. In the square in the harbor, a burnt red pit appeared there, with flames burning and black smoke billowing. It immediately attracted many Navy soldiers in the square. General Sakaski. Everyone in the square was surprised and confused. Enemy attack? Impossible, that was from the Marshal's office. With Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp and others, how could there be an enemy invading the Marshal's office on the top floor of the fortress? The huge movement immediately attracted many people, and they all looked up at the attic. And Zifa with purple hair also noticed it, frowned and took a look, and rushed directly to the Marshal's office. What's going on? At the door of the Marshal's office, Zifa looked inside. Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru were all there, as well as Granny Crane, Mamoto Rabbit. Little doll. What happened? Why did Sakaski smash a fire pit in the square? Zifa was a little surprised. The child looked only 7 or 8 years old. He was standing on the table and retracting his fist. Zifa, you are here. You tell me, Peach Rabbit. Marshal Zhangguo was a little confused and surprised. So, after Dao Tu's description, Zifa knew that this little boy who wanted money and the position of general was. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. What's the use of age? As long as you have the ability, it's fine. Zhangguo, I'm very optimistic about this kid. Zifa laughed and was about to pat Xiaotian on the shoulder to express his high praise. At this time, Sakaski's shout came from below. Good boy. Come down and fight again. Xiaotian walked to the window and looked down, and smiled. Sakaski had already walked out of the pit, looking unconvinced. Just now, he threw a punch, and in the brief fight with Akainu, he obtained Akainu's physical skills template. The Taijutsu combat template of Admiral Akainu has been obtained, as follows. The system prompt appeared in Xiaotian's mind, which meant that he had learned all the fighting skills that Akainu knew. This was one of the abnormalities of the system. With this function, no matter who Xiaotian fought with, he could learn the opponent's fighting moves and skills in the battle, and the template would be strengthened. Akainu. Yellow Monkey Borsellino was just trying to persuade him not to take his 8-year-old brother seriously. The next second, Xiaotian had already jumped out of the window. This fight is exactly what I want. This kid is really tough. Garp ran out of the attic railing with an appearance of watching the fun. Sengoku, Zephyr, Aokiji and others followed him and looked down in amazement. Xiaotian jumped down, and you can see that his hands were covered in black, with his fists clenched. And Akainu's body was full of magma and flames. He used the power of the magma fruit. His fist turned into lava, and with the force of a volcanic eruption, he punched Xiaotian. The power of this punch was not small. The surrounding Navy soldiers were even more surprised when they saw the Admiral taking action, and the target was still a small figure. Xiaotian, who fell, directly activated Akainu's physical template, integrating the power and skills in it. With the general's physical skills, this move can finally be combined into one move. One move, Mountain Control. Xiaotian thought, and burst out with momentum from above. The little fist covered in black directly faced the lava fist shot by Akainu Sakaski. With a bang, the lava splashed everywhere. It kept pressing down. Its powerful force and extreme strength of armed color domineering, it was like the power that an 8-year-old child could use. Akainu was shocked, his ordinary lava fist could not stop it. Big fire breath. The magma surging from the body made the extended part of the arm surge, with the powerful explosive force of the volcano. The power of the punch from Akainu suddenly increased greatly. But what surprised Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and others in the attic was that Akainu Sakaski had used the big fire breath, but it was still broken by Xiaotian's fist. Then, Xiaotian deviated and landed steadily on the ground, and was not able to attack Akainu directly. Akainu also looked at Xiaotian with a big change in his eyes. He didn't expect that his big fire breath had not overturned Xiaotian. This kid, his strength should not be underestimated, it's not like the power that an 8-year-old child can burst out. Next, Xia Tian showed a cute smile of a little boy, jumped up, covered with domineering, not afraid of Akainu's scorching magma, and fought with Akainu fist to flesh. So scary, brother, what did you eat? So fierce. Kizaru Borsellino's heart tightened, and the image of his cute brother was completely overturned in his mind. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and others became more and more solemn as they watched. Xia Tian and Sakaski's moves below collided easily. Especially the powerful domineering, not afraid of the ability of the natural system at all. It's not easy. Is this the armament haki in the Ryasakura state? Aokiji Kyuzan was amazed. Even though Sakaski also used armament haki with the power of magma fruit, it was obvious that Xia Tian's haki was stronger. There was even flowing red haki on the black fist and arm. Isn't this a high-level technique of using armament haki? Good. Sengoku and the other two nodded affirmatively. Seeing Xia Tian fighting with Akainu, who was inseparable, it was like seeing a treasure. In fact, Garp and others could see that in such a fight, Xia Tian actually had a slight advantage. In close combat, Akainu Sakaski couldn't beat an 8-year-old child. The more they watched, the more incredible it was. Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp, Crane, Daotu and others were all stunned. Ryua was domineering, and his combat skills were as proficient as Akainu's. His powerful strength could fight against the huge explosive power of the magma fruit. This was a child. 8 years old. The floor of the square was broken, magma splashed, and flames were scattered around and burned. The figures of the two were extremely fast. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. Suppress the mountain. Akainu finally pulled away, and immediately a dog head made of magma pounced over. Such a big dog head, one bite can bite off two Xia Tian's bodies. But Xia Qing punched the mountain again. The air formed ripples, because of the powerful force with the exposed armed color domineering caused by the impact pressure. It collided with the canine tooth red lotus in the air, and the dog head exploded directly. This kind of explosive power can't withstand Xia Tian's punch to suppress the mountain. Holy shit! Is this a child? Who is he? Why can he fight with Admiral Akainu like this? It's too scary. It was brought back by Vice Admiral Daotu today. The Navy officers and soldiers who were watching the battle around the square were all stunned. The shocked marshals, admirals and others in the attic kept calling him a little monster. No, it's even more weird than a monster. Borsellino, what's wrong with you? You didn't even know your brother was gifted. Garp couldn't help but exclaimed, and even turned back to spray Kizaru. Kizaru's shock and surprise were no less than others. And Xia Tian below was really getting more and more excited. How can those pirates compare to the admirals of the Navy? It's so cool. Fighting can get enhanced rewards. Improved proficiency of armament haki template. Increased physical strength. Strength limit increased. Akainu's Taijutsu template proficiency improvement. The system's upgrades continued to sound, and Xia Tian could clearly feel his own progress. The more he fought, the easier it became. This was a bigger improvement than killing 300 million pirates. After fighting with the Admiral, Xia Tian now estimated that his overall strength was at least 10%. You know, this was just a fight, not a life-and-death battle. Akainu Sakaski was also surprised by Xia Tian's strength. This little guy's level is actually at the level of an admiral. Akainu was a little shocked and couldn't believe that this was a child who was half a body younger than him. But as the battle became more and more intense, Akainu found that he couldn't gain the upper hand, and his strength was increasingly exerted. Gradually, Akainu, who was being suppressed and beaten, began to change his mentality. This is not a child. Akainu's anger was suppressed and he was about to go berserk. No. We can't fight anymore, Sakaski is going to use all his strength. Sengoku's eyes changed, and he clearly noticed the difference between Akainu's attacks. Just now, they were still fighting at the same level, but now his attacks were much more ruthless, and the temperature in the air was constantly rising. "Don't make any trouble." Zeph, Garp, and others also noticed it and exchanged glances. They were ready to stop the two. "Stop it, that's enough!" Sengoku yelled. Kizaru, Garp, and Zephyr jumped into the field and forcibly separated the two. Akainu Sakazuki also stopped when he saw Garp standing in the field. A light gathered in front of Xiaotian, and Kizaru stretched out his two palms. Okay, brother, we're almost done." At this time, the two of them finally stopped fighting and put away all their strength. Little Xiaotian is really a genius. He has the strength of an admiral at such a young age. Marshal Sengoku, Zifa's eyes changed when he looked at Xiaotian, as if he was looking at a treasure. What else is there to consider? Clean background, strong strength, and endless potential. Such a guy must be brought to the navy no matter what. Akainu Sakazuki looked at Xiaotian seriously, and then walked back to the fortress without saying a word. With his back to the crowd, Akainu's eyes revealed appreciation. This is indeed a good seedling. It is not impossible for him to be an admiral with this strength in killing pirates in the North Sea, although it is a little early. Garp, Sengoku, and others were a little surprised. Sakazuki's performance clearly showed that he did not object. So soon, everyone returned to the marshal's office. "Do you have any objections to Xiaotian's request to take the position of admiral?" Marshal Sengoku started to speak first, and took a look at everyone's expressions. Garp was a bit careless, and didn't care at all, and even seemed very happy. The same was true for Aokiji Kyuzan. Ms. Crane never cared about these positions. Zephyr was still appreciative. After seeing Xiaotian's strength, Sakazuki didn't say a word. Not to mention Kizaru, if his brother became an admiral, two brothers in the same family would sit on the position of admiral of the navy, which was a good thing, and he was smiling. Obviously, the decision-making power lies with Marshal Sengoku. "Xiaotian, the navy is the face of the world government and the army that maintains order and justice in the sea. As an admiral, you have to obey the orders of the celestial dragons. Have you thought about it? There are some interests involved, and Marshal Sengoku has to say what he wants to say. In fact, he hopes that Xiaotian can start as a candidate admiral. Well, I want to be an admiral, and I can't miss the salary." Xiaotian sat next to Kizaru and said with a smile. He had already demonstrated his amazing talent and inestimable value, and the navy would choose to accept him. This was expected. Xiaotian knew everything about the pirate world. The sea was already becoming restless, and even if he didn't agree now, he would need his high-end combat power in the future when he faced the war against Whitebeard. "Admiral, it's not too much. At your age, if you add a seat to be a general, you won't have enough subordinates to assign." "That's no problem, as long as my brother has it, I just need the money." General, I don't have the power to make direct appointments, so let's go to Marijoa." Saying this, Marshal Zhangguo stood up. "Our navy accepted it unilaterally, but as the highest combat power, it needs the decision of the 5 elders. In this case, let's go." Zhangguo smiled and took the lead to walk out. For such a talent, it's okay to make an exception for him. This is definitely worth it. The 3 admirals, Garp, and others were stunned, and then followed them out. Xiaotian followed Kizaru and walked out together. Holy Land Marijoa. Between the powers of the world government. 5 old men, 4 in suits and 1 in a white robe, sat on the sofa. They each held some documents and looked at them, and did not speak. Just now, the navy called, and Zhangguo, the 3 admirals, and the old guy Garp came to see them. Soon, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Zhangguo, Garp, Zephyr, the 3 admirals, even Chief of Staff Crane, and Dao To came in. "And? A child?" Zhangguo, why are there so many people from your navy here? Is there something important? The old man with straight silver hair put down the documents in his hand and looked up. The other four also looked up. 5 elders, there is something about the general that needs your decision. Zhangguo knew that the 5 elders were usually very busy, so he went straight to the point and said, General. The 5 elders looked at the 3 generals and asked with some doubt. It's this. Xia Tian, this is what happened. Zhangguo introduced the situation to the 5 elders and reported everything that had just happened. Borsellino, your brother. Extremely strong armament hacky? Good at fists? Want to be an admiral? Even the 5 elders, who are in high positions, were a little surprised to hear that this handsome boy in front of them was so strong. The admiral of the navy would not make fun of them, not to mention that so many people came together, which means that this boy is indeed very powerful. Yes, yes. Xia Tian knew what kind of person the 5 elders were, and said with a smile. But based on one-sided words, how could the 5 elders so easily open the position of the 4th general? Besides, the 5 elders were still a little bit skeptical. At the age of 8, the main parts of the body have not grown, how could he be so strong? At this time, the 5 elders exchanged glances, and then the 4th elder stood up. It just so happens that I am also good at fists. How about I give it a try? The golden-haired, golden-bearded 5 elders, also the 4th elder, also used fists. Suddenly, except for Sengoku and others, Momosegi, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu were all a little surprised. The 4th elder among the 5 elders, using fists? Those who were not as old as Sengoku and others basically did not know the fighting power of the 5 elders. Okay. Xia Tian didn't have any objection, and rolled up his sleeves with a smile. If the 5 elders said they had no personal strength, no one would believe it. Xia Tian also knew that these 5 people must be extraordinary. Seeing this posture, the surroundings immediately made room for the 2. Xia Tian didn't say much nonsense, the armed color domineering wrapped around his arm, and swung a punch. Luiying. The 5 elders narrowed their eyes when they saw it. On the sea, it was not strange for young people or people from the old times. But this level of domineering power was different for an 8-year-old boy. This kid has something. The 4th elder's eyes condensed, and he immediately took a defensive posture, just wanting to test how strong Xia Tian's fist strength and domineering power were. But the next moment, with a bang, the dull domineering power collided. The 4th elder felt a huge force surging from the colliding fists. He was actually knocked back by Xia Tian's punch. Although he was still standing in a defensive posture, his feet kept sliding back on the ground, and his arms were numb for a while. So strong! Shocked in his heart, the 4th elder just stabilized his body and reacted, and a small figure appeared in front of him, and attacked again with punches. Strong power, high domineering, and fast speed. Just like Steel Bone Kong back then. So, the 4th elder was attacked by Xia Tian fiercely, with no room to fight back, and was beaten back all the way, and the expensive floor between the power was broken. The powerful power and momentum made the other 4-5 elders look at him in amazement. This little guy, is really that strong? It's not an exaggeration at all. The eyes of the great elder lit up. The strength of the 4th elder is no less than that of the general. Even if he lost the initiative and was suppressed like this, it also shows Xia Tian's excellence. Armament Haki Template Proficiency Improvement. Increased physical strength. Strength limit increased. Obtain the 4 elders' physical skills template. System prompts appeared in Xia Tian's mind one by one. This is the terrifying thing about the system. As long as he fights, Xia Tian will continue to get stronger. Now, after just a few punches, the template of the 4th elder has been acquired by the system, and the proficiency of various indicators and abilities is constantly improving in the battle. I feel worse than Sakazuki. But the fourth elder's physical skills template is not as good as Akainu's. Xia Tian didn't forget to mutter while fighting. The sound was not loud, but everyone in the power room heard it. Zhang Guo and a group of navy looked a little strange. The five elders smiled slightly. At this time, Xia Qing's armed color domineering on the body of the continuous battle changed. Congratulations to the host, the armament haki template has been upgraded to the top level. The improvement of armament haki brought Xia Tian's strength to a sudden increase. This made Xia Tian very happy. After almost a year of grinding, armament haki finally reached the top level. Of course, all this happened in Xia Tian's body, and it was only a moment outside. The fight with the fourth elder was still going on. Hearing Xia Tian's words, the fourth elder thought he was muttering that his strength was not as good as Akainu. He was immediately furious. The whole body was full of majestic momentum, and all the armament haki in the body burst out. The whole power was shaken, and the airflow accelerated to form a strong wind. The floor was originally just cracked, and now it directly formed a large gap. The sofa and the counter were all lifted up. Overturned. The other four elders of the five elders did not care and retreated calmly. Sengoku, Garp and others also took a few steps back to make more space. Xia Tian's attack was also paused for a short moment, allowing the four elders to break free from the passive defense. Seeing the four elders whose momentum reached the extreme, no one present came to stop them. Even Kizaru Borsellino did not move. He was not afraid of Xia Tian getting hurt, at least he would not let his brother lose his life here. Like everyone else, he also wanted to see where Xia Tian's full strength limit was and what such a young boy could do. Starting from the four elders, they took it seriously, and the powerful momentum was magnificent and surging. The five elders. There really isn't a simple character among them. This is simply the power of armament haki. Xia Tian's little face also became serious. Now the fourth elder's momentum is more than twice as strong. Bang! The fourth elder punched out, directly crushing the fist wind and air, and came with a mighty force. This punch made the pupils of Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr shrink. The power is really not small. Can Xia Tian's small body handle it? Kizaru Borsellino couldn't help but keep his ability ready to be launched at any time, worried that Xia Tian would not be able to catch it and something unexpected would happen. However, Xia Tian did not dodge or avoid, but also clenched his fist, and was the first to arrive. Second style. Shattered Sea. The two fists collided with each other. Both of them were at the advanced level of Touti Lu Ying, and a wave of power spread. Strong air pressure erupted from the two of them, blowing the objects between the powers all over the room. But the next second, the power of Xia Tian's fist began to really explode. Where the fists collided, the shaking fist force completely erupted. The floor under the feet of the two people shattered and sank. All the glass was shattered, and even the door and windows between the powers were shattered and flew. Vibration. The fourth elder's eyes changed. This punch was actually very similar to the vibration power of Whitebeard's fruit. Even if he used all his armed color domineering, he couldn't hold it. Pa! He took a step back and stepped directly on the floor fragments on the edge of the sinking. Xia Tian, on the other hand, was still standing firmly in place. The winner was immediately determined. The other 4-5 elders, Sengoku, Garp, the 3 admirals and others were all shocked. They never thought that Xia Tian would have the upper hand. How could such a small child's body contain such powerful power? This was a direct repulsion of the powerful fourth elder. Xia Tian smiled and did not continue to attack. This move of shattering the sea was a fusion of the fourth elder's physical combat template and the previous moves and techniques. That's right. The fourth elder was still a little shocked. Although he was not injured, his blood was boiling. There was no exaggeration in Zhang Guo's report just now. At the age of 8, Xia Tian undoubtedly had the combat power of a general. A genius, a real gifted person. At this age, wouldn't he be invincible just in terms of armed color domineering? Good, very good, wonderful. We have promised you the position of Admiral, and we have agreed to all your requests. You can take office immediately. The elder clapped his hands at this time, full of praise. Xia Tian was immediately happy. Kizaru, Sengoku, Garp and others all smiled. The fourth admiral of the navy, and the youngest admiral in the world? It's decided. Well, I want to ask for an advance of 100 million, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Thinking that he was about to unlock a new ability template, Xia Tian asked with his bright eyes. Ha 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 ha, of course no problem. The five elders readily agreed. Xia Tian's appointment as the general was approved by the five elders, and it was completed smoothly. He only needed to go back and wait. Holding the box containing 100 million berries, Xia Tian happily returned to Marineford with Kizaru and others. In the distance, the five elders looked at their backs, thinking. Yellow Monkey's family doesn't have any special bloodline, right? It is unlikely. According to CP's current information, Borsellino's family is not one of the D clans. This summer, it was confirmed that they are biological children. Then his talent is a bit terrifying. He is only 8 years old. He can have armament haki that is extremely powerful at the age of 8. His punching power is also very strong, with a special punching force. Where does he get his physique from? Then let CP0 check again. In short, any problem is under our eyes. It's just a general position. I wonder what the monsters on the sea will look like when they know an 8-year-old general. The five elders stood on the balcony of the castle, looking at Xia Tian's back, and said one sentence at a time. Marineford. Inside the meeting room. Congratulations to the host, you have reached 1 billion Krypton gold. A new template will be opened soon. Xia Tian, a boy in a small suit, was drinking a drink when the system prompt flashed in his mind. After returning to Marineford, Xia Tian directly consumed 100 million Baileys in the box and achieved the goal. Naturally, the main second ability template was opened. Randomly selecting. In my mind, 3 templates are being selected automatically. One of the observation haki, conqueror haki, and various fruit ability templates is randomly selected. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the conqueror's haki template. The next stage of opening the ability template requires 10 billion. Finally, the opening of the second template was fixed on the conqueror's haki. Host, Xia Tian. Ability template, armament haki, top level, conqueror haki, intermediate level. Combat template, Akainu Taijutsu, 4 elders Taijutsu. The main panel was very simple, just the various templates that Xia Tian had opened. When Xia Tian saw the random Overlord haki template, he was delighted. He opened the Overlord haki. His strength immediately increased. Conqueror's haki, the haki that top masters must have. But this 10 billion, the bounty of the 4 emperors combined. Xia Tian thought to himself. He was not surprised by the consumption of the third template. He was even more excited when he thought of the domineering color domineering entangled with Roger and Whitebeard's top combat power. The domineering color domineering plus the armed color domineering, the addition of the 3 colors of domineering, the strength growth is not a little bit. After working hard to debut from the North Sea, it took nearly a year to finally open the second template. As for the money, 10 billion is not difficult, and his body is only 8 years old, so it takes some time. As the template was determined, a force that seemed to have been hidden in the body emerged. Fortunately, the system will not let your aura be exposed when you activate the ability template, otherwise it would be fun. Xia Tian was in the meeting room of the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Old Garp and the 3 admirals were sitting in front of him. If he suddenly awakened his conqueror's haki, they would be shocked. I say, brother, you are now on equal footing with me. I will tell the old man and the old lady about this later. Yellow Monkey Borsellino was smiling all the way. Seeing Xia Tian seemed to be secretly happy, he came over and said, "Brother, let's not talk about that, shall we?" Speaking of which, Xia Tian still didn't want to make the two old people worry. "Even if you don't tell me, the news of the 4th Admiral taking office will spread all over the sea, and your photo will be published, and you can't hide it." Kizaru chuckled, crossed his legs and looked very happy. Today is a good day. He didn't expect that his genius brother would actually sit on the position of Admiral of the Navy. It's not a replacement between the 3 admirals, but the world government directly made an exception and opened the position of the 4th Admiral. Including hundreds of millions of wages, and the minimum salary of 100 million, the 5 elders agreed directly, which shows that they still value Xia Tian very much. When Xia Tian heard what Kizaru said, it was indeed the case. When he was about to say something, Marshal Sengoku came, and even a group of vice admirals came in behind him. Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, Peach Rabbit, and more than a dozen vice admirals who could come came. In the conference room, the seats of the original 3 admirals were also added with one more. "Everyone is here, let me introduce you. This is Xia Tian, who was sparring with Sakazuki in the square today. He is also the protagonist of the announcement meeting today, and the 4th Admiral of our Navy, Child Emperor." Marshal Sengoku said straight to the point. He pointed at Xia Tian, who was sitting next to Kizaru and drinking a glass of orange juice quietly. The expressions of the vice admirals can be imagined. Their expressions froze instantly and they were dumbfounded. Especially the alternate admiral, Vice Admiral Shaitan, whose eyes almost popped out. "I was cut in line by an 8-year-old kid." Then Marshal Sengoku began to describe the process of Xia Tian taking office. From killing pirates in the North Sea, to fighting with Akainu, which all the vice admirals knew about, to meeting the 5 elders and getting their approval. The soldiers present were now shocked after hearing the whole story. Then there was the inauguration document sent by the world government, and the custom-made general uniform. Well, 8 years old, more than 1 meter tall, tailor-made. Soon after Xia Tian refused the inauguration ceremony, the newspapers on the sea also spread out in an overwhelming manner. In a short period of time, the 4th Admiral of the Navy, an 8-year-old boy, codenamed Child Emperor, especially the young appearance of Mu wearing a coat of justice, quickly spread all over the world. New World. In the sea controlled by the 4 emperors of pirates. Somewhere on the calm ocean, there is a pirate ship crawling on the sea like a huge whale. This is the ship of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard. Moby Dick. Under the huge mast with the sails retracted, there is a big chair. Known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, has an injection in his body, his arm resting on his head, and he looks a little irritable. There are also his sons on the deck of the ship, who are also famous pirates on the sea. "Marco, take a sip of the wine, just 1 sip." Whitebeard said helplessly. "No. Dad, you are on 4 drip, and your body won't allow you to drink alcohol these days." Marco, who had a pineapple head, refused without hesitation. "It's been a long time. Is there any news about Ace?" Whitebeard Newgate put on a reluctant and helpless look. He muttered something at first, and then asked. "Not yet. I didn't receive any news the last time I sent a message." Marco said to Whitebeard with some worry. "Dad, why don't I go out and look for Ace? I'm really worried." Jaws, Vista, and others all stood up and made suggestions. The longer they didn't hear from Ace, the more worried they became. "No. Let's wait and see." Whitebeard thought for a while and shook his head. At this time, a bird chirped. A seagull came from the sky and dropped a newspaper. Marco went up to catch it, opened it, and was shocked. He looked as if he had seen something extraordinary. Dad, look! The Navy is crazy. They let an 8-year-old kid be the 4th Admiral, hey? Top-notch armament hacky. There was an uproar on the Moby Dick. Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard and everyone gathered around Whitebeard. Looking at the photo of the little boy Xia Tian, he had a smile on his face and was wearing a miniature version of the general's uniform. Gulao. Zhang Guo, what are you doing? An 8-year-old boy. Whitebeard Newgate narrowed his eyes, then laughed. He was very confused. Buddha's Zhang Guo, an old rival, naturally knew that this wise general was not a confused marshal. There might be something strange here. Dad, look at the Navy's notice, this kid has no abilities, his main ability is armed color domineering. How much power does a child have to cultivate the top-level armament haki? It seems impossible no matter how you look at it, right? Could it be a celestial dragon? Vista and other squad leaders were all amazed and talked about it. Everyone actually thought the Navy was just making a gimmick this time. No, the style of the Warring States period would not be so careless. Don't pay attention to these things for now. The sea seems to be getting more and more turbulent. Let's see if the people outside can find Ace first. Whitebeard took the newspaper away and said to everyone. On the other side, the same thing happened on Red Hair Shank's ship. Lucky Lu, Jesus Bulletin, and others couldn't help laughing. Boss, are the Navy serious? The 8-year-old Admiral, Child Emperor. Beckman, how about you try the 4th Admiral's armament haki next time you meet him? On the deck, most people didn't take the Navy's announcement seriously. It was obvious that the Navy was making a joke. Red-haired Shanks and Beckman didn't say much, but saw that they were thinking about something. Especially Shanks. He knew that the 5 elders had to appoint the new admiral personally. The 8-year-old child emperor must not be underestimated for being able to sit on the position of admiral. Okay, you guys, not all Navy men are fools, everyone, pay attention. Beckman lit a cigarette and looked at the laughing crowd helplessly. New World, Wano Country. On Onigashima. Quinn and Jack laughed so hard that they covered their stomachs, as if they had heard a big joke. Humph! An 8-year-old boy is appointed as an admiral. Is there no one left in the Navy? Gulping his wine, Kaido was a little annoyed. The next second, he burst into laughter again. In that case, I will personally beat your General Child Emperor to death next time. Kaido was a little moody, but his subordinates beside him laughed out loud. Similarly, the last of the 4 emperors in the New World, the Queen of the 10,000 Nation Sea, Big Mom also had the same scene. Mom, isn't this a little unusual? According to the intelligence, this child emperor is Kizaru's younger brother. Katakuri walked into the castle of Cake Island and said to Big Mom, who was laughing. Well. He is able to be promoted to the position of admiral by Sengoku, so he has the strength, but so what? Big Mom didn't care what was special about this admiral, and Kizaru's brother was not something the 4 emperors could fear. Katakuri also nodded. Indeed, what if the Navy had one more admiral-level combat force? It was still the same as before. Only those below the 4 emperors were shocked. And there was a force that had actually received the news after the Navy held the meeting. That was the underground middleman, the king of Dressrosa, the captain of the Donquixote family, Amayasha, Doflamingo. In the hall of the royal palace, all the family cotters burst into laughter, even Doflamingo himself was laughing. 5 elders, Sengoku, what are you doing? Are you really letting an 8-year-old kid take the throne of admiral? Doflamingo seemed to be tired of laughing, so he picked up the bottle and started drinking. Others didn't know, but Doflamingo knew that the tradition of the Navy was that there were 3 admirals. Power, strength, etc. were divided into 3. By adding a 4th admiral seat, the 5 elders made a special exception to let this 8-year-old kid named Xia Tian take the throne. Yellow Monkey Borsellino's younger brother, who is strong enough to fight against Akainu. Doflamingo, who seemed indifferent, actually had a plan for the world government and the Navy. But he couldn't care less about the young child emperor. Even the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea were like this, so you can imagine how other forces would react. Blackbeard and his gang were also laughing on a small island. "Captain Ace, did you see that? How can a navy like this stop pirates in the future?" With a mocking smile, Teach approached the bound Ace with a newspaper and showed it to him. 8-year-old Admiral, the navy is really getting more and more incompetent, thief, ha 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 ha. Ace was gagged, handcuffed with sea stone, and his eyes were filled with anger. Of course, not all forces were laughing at the navy's behavior. For example, Hawkeye my hawk was in his dilapidated castle, looking seriously at the photo of Xia in the newspaper. Even when taking photos, child emperor's eyes are not those of an 8-year-old child. The ultimate armament haki, the navy only revealed this ability. It's not simple. If there is a chance, we must spar with each other. Shaking the red wine glass, my hawk drank the wine. Xia Tian was at his brother Kizaru's residence at this time. He didn't know what kind of reaction the news that he became an admiral in just one day would cause in the world. He didn't care at all. Those who underestimated his age would pay the price for it. Templates, abilities have been improved, physical skills templates have been simulated, the power of the first and second styles will be more stable and powerful. Xia Tian looked at his own attributes and then stood up. After taking office, there were no tasks for a while, and he didn't have his own villa, so Xia Tian directly lived in Kizaru's villa in Marineford. There was no other way, because many people lived in the small bungalow, and there were only 3 villas for the admirals. At this time, the sound of Den Den Mushi rang out in the villa. Xia Tian followed the sound and found the Den Den Mushi forgotten under the cabinet. No need to think about it, it must be the problem of the wretched Kizaru brother, and it was also the reason why he often couldn't find the Den Den Mushi. When he answered the phone, it turned out that he had to go to the conference room for a meeting. Xia Tian's first task after taking office is here. At this time, Ace should have gone to find Blackbeard. I wonder if he has been caught. Xia Tian put on the general's clothes and went out to the fortress. If Ace was caught, then the war at the top would not be far away. Taking advantage of the chaos, he could make a fortune. There are many things to do this time, and we need 4 generals to go out together. In the conference room, Marshal Zhang Guo looked at the 4 generals sitting in front of him and said with a serious expression, "Whitebeard and Red Hair are in contact again. This time, we need to send a general over just in case. Marshal D. Teach, who defected from Whitebeard's ship, wants to make a deal. This matter is also very important. According to reliable information, there is a secret deal between Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and Kaido, the 4 emperors. It is an artificial devil fruit. And the great pirate who escaped from Impel Down more than a decade ago, Shiki the Golden Lion, was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates. Now he is captured by us again, and we need the Admiral to personally support and escort him back." Marshal Sengoku introduced the situation to Xia Tian and others in one breath. It really is 4 things. Xia Tian thought to himself, Blackbeard Teach was so serious that he asked the Admiral to come out, so he must have known that the bargaining chip for the deal was the Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates. "Sakazuki, you go to Doflamingo and stop this deal. It would be best if you can catch Doflamingo with something he can hold against him. Borsellino will go to Whitebeard to guard against it, Kuzan will go to bring back the Golden Lion Shiki. Xia Tian, you go to Blackbeard to complete the deal." Sengoku made this series of arrangements. It was very reasonable. Akainu Sakazuki was prone to fighting, so it was not suitable for him to go to Whitebeard, nor was it easy to pick up the Golden Lion. Going to Doflamingo would just be a good way to intimidate him. Kizaru was fast enough, so he would not have any accidents. Aokiji Kuzan was the best person to escort the Golden Lion, and it would be safe to freeze him. As the newly appointed admiral, Xia Tian was assigned the easiest task, which was the simplest. But Xia Tian thought it was too simple. "Mr. Zhang Guo, this mission is too easy. As a new general, shouldn't I have a chance to prove myself? Xia Tian raised his hand and said with a smile. If he went to Blackbeard, the salary would not be high. The next stage of the system will cost a full 10 billion. Everyone looked at Xia Tian's raised hand and felt a little strange. They couldn't adapt to having a child colleague all of a sudden. I'll go to Whitebeard and exchange with my brother. Xia Tian directly proposed. If you just want money, it's not a bad idea to go to Blackbeard, there's a chance to get Bailey. But Xia Tian's system will also make great progress in fighting with strong people. And the difficulty is high, the money is high, killing two birds with one stone. Brother, are you okay with this? Kizaru was not very willing for his brother to go to Whitebeard's place. That was a meeting between the world's strongest man and the four emperors' red hair. Four emperors. Obviously, Sengoku also had this consideration. My strength, my brother, and you have all seen it, I have confidence, I guarantee to complete the task. Xia Tian grinned, stretched out his fist, indicating that I am very strong. I think it's feasible for Child Emperor to go. Akainu Sakas glanced at Xia Tian and agreed with Xia Tian's proposal. Xia Tian was indeed very strong, and he needed this opportunity to prove the strength and majesty of the Admiral to the world. Among them, it also concerns the face of the Navy, and the secret ridicule of the major forces cannot be hidden. Even some voices within the Navy. Well, that's fine, but you must pay attention to safety. Zhang Guo looked at Akainu and understood this meaning. Kizaru shrugged and said nothing more. A good man should go to the sea. His brother has the ability, so he should also let the world shut up. That's settled. Zhang Guo saw that Kizaru Borsellino didn't object, so he agreed. After seeing Xia Tian's ability to fight against the four elders, he didn't say anything more and immediately appointed Xia Tian to go. That, the reward for the action. Xia Tian coughed and hinted in his childish voice. Zhang Guo was stunned, then smiled. He almost forgot that this little guy wanted money for his action. How much do you want? 2 of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard is the strongest man. 5 billion berries, mission accomplished. Xia Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he mentioned the money. When this price was proposed, Aokiji and Kizaru couldn't help choking on their tea. It's a huge price. 5 billion. I thought you went to capture Whitebeard. The bounty of the 4 emperors is only about 5 billion, which is too high. 10 billion, about right. I don't know what kind of mental preparation the warring states marshal made, but he bargained calmly. Those are 2 of the 4 emperors. I will be very tired if they fight me. What if 2 of them fight me alone? 4 billion, that's reasonable. Good fellow, Xia Tian is not like a kid at all. He starts bargaining like a shrewd businessman. The 3 generals all looked strange when they heard this. The 4 emperors are too embarrassed to fight you in a group because of your small body. One price, 2.5 billion. This time we are only going there to prevent accidents and avoid direct contact between them. I am not asking you to go up and start fighting. How about this? This price is very reasonable, Xia Tian. Marshal Zhang Guo said with a smile. Deal. At this point, Xia Tian did not bargain any more and agreed immediately. 2.5 billion is already a quarter. It would be inappropriate to talk about it further. After all, it was his request to go to Whitebeard's place. Well, the warship is ready. The journey is long, so you can set off immediately. Zhang Guo smiled and nodded, ending the mission meeting. The sea breeze blew, and the calm sea surface began to have some waves. The Moby Dick lay on the sea without moving forward, and the skull flag of Whitebeard fluttered in the wind. Still no sign of Ace. I have a bad feeling. Whitebeard Newgate was no longer receiving N4 drip, but he still had some medical equipment attached to him. At this time, Whitebeard seemed a little uneasy. Dad, I have been spreading the news of looking for Ace these days, but there is no response yet. Marco frowned and was also worried. Report. Suddenly, the lookout subordinates ran over shouting. Dad! The red-haired ship has appeared again. It's approaching. They are signaling that Red Hair is the only one who can get on our ship. When Marco, Bista, Jaws, and the others heard this, their expressions changed. Red-haired Shanks wants to board the ship. The officers looked at each other. The last time they met, they went directly to the ship to meet. Why did red-haired Shanks do this time? Red-haired Shanks looked at the big ship not far away, picked up the griffin longsword, and prepared to board the ship alone. Don't worry, Whitebeard will be fine. Red-haired Shanks stood at the bow and said to Jesus Bulletin and others who were worried behind him. Suddenly, when the two sides were approaching. Oh no, boss, a warship is approaching. It's the candidate Admiral, Momosegi, and a little brat, the new Admiral, Child Emperor. Jesus said in surprise while holding the telescope. This surprised red-haired Shanks, who was about to approach and board Whitebeard's ship. Navy Admiral, Child Emperor, and Peach Rabbit. It just appeared like this. You know, this is when two pirates of the four emperors meet, aren't they afraid of being attacked and sunk? The Red Force slowly stopped. Whitebeard pirates also found that the warship did not keep a distance at all, but came directly over. Dad, it's the Admiral of the Navy, the 8-year-old boy, Child Emperor. Marco took a telescope and looked carefully, frowning and said. They didn't even slow down, do they want to start a war? The other captains were also surprised, they must know that the two major four emperors' pirate groups are here, right? Gulala, Child Emperor? Interesting. Whitebeard looked interested, but did not stand up, still sitting on the big chair. The general who made the world laugh for a while appeared at the warship. Dao Tu and the navy behind him looked at Xia Tian in surprise. Admiral Child Emperor, are you really going to sail over? These are not ordinary pirates. A navy soldier said with some fear. Although the Child Admiral showed terrible strength along the way, whenever he encountered a pirate, he would attack directly and sink it with one punch. But this is no joke. There are two pirate ships ahead, one is Whitebeard and the other is Red Hair. Of course, our mission is to prevent Whitebeard and Red Hair from meeting. Now that they are close to each other, of course we should stop them directly. Xia Tian wore round sunglasses, a neat suit and a coat of justice, and stood handsomely at the bow. Compared with the worried Mamatsuji Jun and the somewhat frightened navy soldiers, Xia Tian looked relaxed, and his heart was eager to try. Even without a strong observation haki, he could feel that there was an incredible monster on the ship ahead just by relying on his physical body. Fighting with such a strong man will definitely make him stronger. Moreover, red-haired Shanks is a master of swordsmanship, and Whitebeard is a strong group even without the ability of the fruit. Xia Tian has long wanted their physical combat templates. So, under the somewhat surprised gaze of the two Four Emperors pirate group, the warship sailed over and stood directly between the two Four Emperors. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Xia Tian, Admiral of the Navy. Xia Tian stood on the bow of the warship and politely greeted the pirates on both sides. Marco, Vista, Jaws, and others as well as Red Hair Shanks, Beckman, Jesus Bulletin and others all looked at him strangely. What's going on? Is this handsome boy serious? What the hell is this guy who looks so polite and sensible? Oh, by the way, to avoid any accidents, you two must not come into contact. Xia Tian said hello and stated his purpose without waiting for the two sides to speak. Can't touch. Red-haired Shanks laughed. This kid is really interesting. How did Marshal Sengoku let him and Dao Tu come over to stop him? Kid, this is not the time to joke around. I need to talk to Whitebeard face to face. How about you give way to your brother? Red-haired Shanks looked at Xia Tian in front of him, still very friendly. No way. Xia Tian refused directly, showing his attitude. This made the navy soldiers behind him swallow their throats. Hey, who is not afraid of facing two emperor-level pirate groups? Red-haired Shanks was also choked and looked helplessly. Boss, we can only attack the navy first. Jesus Bulletin and the others shrugged their shoulders and said. Indeed, when faced with such childish behavior, the only thing they could do was to give General Child Emperor some pain. Jaws, get that brat out of the way. Whitebeard Newgate stood up and walked to the side of the ship step by step, with an arrogant look that looked down on the world. He glanced at Xia Tian, and then looked straight at red-hair Shanks. Xia Tian looked up. This giant, who was more than 8 meters tall, had battle scars left on his body over the years, and his domineering aura was revealed invisibly. Whitebeard. Xia Tian's eyes sparkled. He had always admired this man in his previous life. Now that he saw him in person and could fight him, he couldn't help but get excited. But Whitebeard really didn't take Xia Tian seriously at this time. He looked at the red-haired Shanks wearing a black cloak opposite him. You also go and ask Child Emperor to leave. When Whitebeard appeared, red-haired Shanks began to show his domineering aura. A natural king-like aura began to spread, and he compared himself with Whitebeard Newgate in the air. Yes, Dad. Yes, Boss. Josie and Lucky Lu on the opposite side obeyed the order and walked forward to look at Xia Tian. Hey, kid, did you hear that? You should leave now. You, a general, can't stop the two emperors from meeting each other. The two said one by one, and jumped directly towards the warship in the middle. The Navy soldiers and Dao Tu immediately prepared to attack. What if I don't leave? Xia Tian looked at the two men standing on the fence of the warship, one on the left and one on the right, and waved his hands to stop his men from shooting. If you don't leave, we will have to fight. Jaws shook his head helplessly. He thought that this kid is just a kid, why is he so ignorant? Pirates will not show mercy to the Navy. Hearing this, Xia Tian grinned. If he doesn't show a little strength, these guys will not face up to their children's bodies. Bang! Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came. Xia Tian was too lazy to talk, and came directly in front of Lucky Lu at a very fast speed, and punched out with a small fist with red flowing cherry. The air formed a visible white airflow on the small fist, and it came at a very fast speed. Lucky Lu was still biting the meat in his hand, completely treating Xia Tian as a child, and was a little lax. When he reacted, his hand when he used his armament haki to defend, he was directly knocked away by Xia Tian's enormous force. It was like standing in the middle of a pendulum clock and being hit by a heavy hammer. There was a dull sound. The meat in Lakeru's hand flew directly, and the irresistible force spread from his arm to his whole body. The whole person flew back the same way he came. It was a very sudden scene, and everyone was shocked. The people from the two major pirate groups and the soldiers on the warships did not expect Xia Tian to take action directly. Seeing Lakeru's fat body flying backwards quickly, unable to control his body shape. This is Lakeru, one of the top codders of the Red Hair Pirates. He was knocked away just like that. Jaws gritted his teeth in the other direction. Is it a sneak attack? No, it is not. Lucky Lu did not react because Child Emperor's speed was too fast. You. The next moment, Jaws, with his eyes wide open, saw Xia Tian turn around and rush towards him at an incredible angle without slowing down. A small fist in front of him kept getting bigger. He had already reacted and his body quickly began to turn into diamond. Shine. Charge. But when Xia Tian smashed over with his black fist of armed color domineering, more than half of the body of this usually angry man turned into diamond. He exerted force on his feet, and the fence of the warship exploded instantly. The whole man rushed towards Xia Tian with his shoulder without dodging. When Xia Tian's small fist collided with Jiao Ziyi, the terrifying force exploded instantly. The deck exploded, shattered, and overturned piece by piece. The collision of power caused a dull sound that spread with the vibrating air. Some naval soldiers who were close to them were knocked back and fell by the impact of the collision between the two. Fortunately, this is a specially made warship with an extremely strong structure. It did not disintegrate directly, but the deck was broken into a big hole. Diamond Jaws, his reputation is well deserved. Xia Tian did not expect Jaws' strength to be so great. No wonder he could throw huge ice blocks in one piece and make Aokiji bleed. This punch was actually blocked. Compared to Xia Tian's surprise, Jaws himself was even more surprised. He knew clearly how strong his impact was. One of the strongest kings in the Whitebeard pirates. He couldn't push away the small fist after using the shining impact? Xia Tian did not continue to wrestle with him. After all, this was not on land, and in order to intimidate the people of the two emperor-level pirate groups, he must win with an overwhelming advantage. One move, suppressing the mountain. Instantly, the small fist that was pressed against the diamond changed. The force changed. Waves of power spread out from the fist, and the surging fist force like a wave burst out. Bang! This is the second burst of power without any action. Even the eyes of Red Hair and Whitebeard were fixed. This is not a fighting skill that an 8-year-old child can learn, right? Suddenly, Jaws, like Lucky Lu, couldn't even control his body shape and was directly hit back by the Zhenshan fist force. Red Hair Shanks, Whitebeard Newgate, and the cotters on their respective ships all changed their eyes. What a strong power! However, all this happened very quickly, in just a few seconds. Even Lakeru, who was knocked away at the beginning, has not been found yet. Seeing that the two people who were knocked away had flown far, Marco and Beckman took action to catch Jaws and Lakeru. But when they felt the power in them, their faces became serious. Xia Tian is not as simple as they imagined. The powerful strength and the skills to control the strength all indicate that this child emperor is not simple. These two punches completely shocked the people on both sides of Whitebeard and Red Hair. At this time, everyone has put away their contempt, and looked solemnly at the young figure on the warship with a lot of broken decks. This is not a child, this is the 4th Admiral of the Navy. Child Emperor. Gulao. Whitebeard Newgate seemed to be very interested in Xia Tian. Red-haired Shanks also looked at Xia Tian solemnly. As expected of the 4th Admiral, it seems we underestimated him. He can't be treated as a child at all, red-haired Shanks can see that. The armament haki that Xia Tian covered his hands with was obviously too strong. Even Diamond Jaws couldn't withstand the force of the punch, and Lakeru's body couldn't resist it. He is very strong in physical skills. Increased power limit. Gain a boost in physical strength. One punch after another, Xia Tian's body system immediately prompted. In the short process, he did not gain any physical skills templates, and these upper limits only improved Xia Tian a little bit. But there is no doubt that fighting with a strong guy, the upper limit prompts are much higher. Come again. Diamond Jaws and Lakey Luo were obviously not convinced that they were knocked away by a punch from an 8-year-old. They took a deep breath and were about to jump over again. Both of them gritted their teeth and wanted to fight again. But they were stopped. It was Marco on Whitebeard's ship, and Beckman on Red Hair Shank's ship. Hey, Jaws, this guy is not simple, let me try. Marco walked forward solemnly, jumped directly on the boat, blue flames burned on his body, and the form of a phoenix appeared. He pounced on Xia Tian. The claws of the half-beast phoenix were covered with strong-armed color domineering, and he grabbed Xia Tian. On the side of Red Hair Shanks, Beckman stopped Lucky Luo with a cigarette in his mouth, and jumped over without saying a word. You really, isn't this enough? Xia Tian said helplessly when he saw that the 4 emperors didn't move. Dao Tue beside him thought that Xia Tian said that the strength they showed was not enough for them to stop, but in fact, Xia Tian said. Why didn't the 4 emperors take action? One move, Zhenshan. His figure disappeared directly on the deck. Xia Tian jumped up, clenched his fist, and his armed color domineering flowed through his arms like flowing cherry blossoms. Zhen Shan was used again. And it was not just a simple fist burst, it was a complete Zhen Shan. At this moment, the powerful might burst out directly, causing Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks to change their expressions and become a little dignified. After fusing Zhen Shan, this was not the first time Xia Tian used it. With the action to mobilize the power of the body, its power was even stronger. Phoenix, hey! The fist was thrown directly at Marco in the air, and when it was fully extended, it just happened to attack Marco's body with blue flames. Marco was shocked, he never thought that Xia Tian's speed was so fast. It was not until the fist continued to expand in front of him that the sound of sonic boom reached Marco's ears. Xia Tian did not want to continue fighting, his target was the four emperors, Whitebeard and Red Hair. Only by fighting with them can he make the maximum progress, and he cannot take the initiative to attack, otherwise these cadres and captains will definitely block him in front. So, Marco was unlucky, and was attacked by Xia Tian at a very fast speed, and the world in his eyes seemed to slow down incomparably. Xia Qing had a smiling expression, and the fist he threw out formed a huge pressure in the air until it hit his shoulder firmly. Boom! The powerful waves shook it open, forming a strong airflow to blow it away. The blue flames on Marco's shoulders were all beaten out by the armed color domineering with a punch, and his body flew back like a cannonball. Marco! Vista was shocked, he jumped out and hugged Marco, he used a huge strength to catch him, he fell on the deck and rolled a few times. Marco had a painful expression on his face, the bones on his shoulders were a little dislocated, and with the power of the Phoenix, he couldn't recover for the time being. You know, with Marco's ability, it's not something that can be done by simply covering it with armed color domineering. Even Whitebeard's pupils shrank when he saw this scene, he turned his head solemnly and looked at Xia Tian who was about to attack Beckman. Others, including the cadres on the side of Red Hair Shanks, were all shocked. What a strong power, what a strong armament haki! Red-haired Shanks saw Xia Tian's terrifying power at a glance. Especially the haki technique, which was not at the level that an 8-year-old child could achieve. This was a penetrating attack, and even a temporary suppression ability after the attack. Obtain the Phoenix Marco Combat Taijutsu template. Gain physical strength limit. Gain strength limit. Gain short-term suspension and rapid healing ability. Xia Tian used his own moves in this punch, and Marco used the power of the Phoenix, so Xia Qing gained a lot with one punch. As expected of the captain of the first squadron, he will be able to improve his strength if he continues to fight. Having gained all this, Xia Tian smiled secretly in his heart. Marco's strength is not as strong as Jaws, but his overall strength is higher. Moreover, fighting can gain more than just physical skills templates. Special people like Marco can also gain this kind of small ability. So in a flash, Xia Tian stepped on his feet and turned around, and used the small ability he had just gained to stay in the air for a short time. He rushed directly towards Beckman who had just jumped over. Ben Beckman, the closest person to the four emperors, with great power. Xia Tian looked at Beckman leaping in the air, knowing that Beckman was powerful, and without hesitation, he punched the mountain again. Seeing the armament haki flowing on the attacking fist, Beckman's pupil shrank. With a strong observation haki and strength close to that of the four emperors, he turned his body and barely avoided Xia Tian's punch. But this was almost the outer layer of armament haki brushing against Beckman's body. Beckman was also shocked. He didn't expect Xia Tian to be able to burst out so fast in the air. After turning, Beckman didn't even think about it. He pulled out the pistol on his waist while turning around and fired at Xia Tian. Fire burst out from the muzzle. The full-strength shot with the bullet of armament haki and domineering haki broke through the original destructive power and shot past while rotating. This thrilling fight in the air made everyone exclaim. Knocked Ma Erko away, twisted in the air to speed up, punched him, and then Beckman dodged and drew his gun to shoot. It is understandable that Beckman has such a combat awareness. The 8-year-old child emperor is actually like a combat veteran. However, Xia Tian did not expect Beckman to be so powerful. Although his speed was not as close to the speed of sound as when he beat Marco, it was not slow. Moreover, the two rushed towards each other, and Beckman twisted his body to avoid the punch. He is indeed the strongest vice-emperor, and his strength is infinitely close to that of the 4 emperors. But the next moment, Xia Tian's fisted hand reached out in front of him. The terrifying gripping strength plus the top-notch armament haki blessing directly crushed the Qi Gang on the bullet and caught the bullet in his palm. For a moment, the bullet collided with the armament haki in Xia Tian's hand, bringing out sparks, and the bullet under the blessing of Beckman's Conqueror haki had a powerful impact. But Xia Tian still caught it in his hand without changing his expression. Holy shit! Is this true? Jesus Bulletin, Lakilu and other members of the Red Hair Pirates were stunned. Everyone knows how strong Beckman's bullets are. Just caught by Child Emperor's small palm? Red Hair Shanks was even more solemn, his pupil shrank. Even if he fought with Beckman like this, he didn't dare to catch it with his hands. The domineering aura attached to it is not enough to penetrate me. Xia Tian smiled proudly, held the bullet in his small palm firmly, and then threw it. Seeing Xia Tian throwing the bullet away, Beckman was also shocked and shocked. What a joke! The domineering aura above is not enough to penetrate? This. Beckman didn't know how to react. The shock did not affect Beckman's combat awareness. He immediately adjusted the angle and aimed at Xia Tian and shot at lightning speed. Bang bang bang! He fired several shots in a row and directly used up all the bullets in the gun. Xia Tian's eyes condensed. His observation color was not activated, nor was he self-awakened, but relying on his body's own reaction, he used his ability to stay in the air for a short time to approach Beckman while dodging in the sky. The sound of stepping on the air was accompanied by gunshots. With the moon step and a short period of air suspension, Xia Tian was very flexible. But in the end, ding, a bullet still hit Xia Tian's body. This kind of bullet will create a big hole when it hits the body of a natural type, and it directly hits Xia Tian's body and creates sparks. The round bullet flattened directly and did not break Xia Tian's armed color defense. Its impact force was also not small, making Xia Tian feel a slight pain. Although his body stagnated, he was already close to Beckman at this time. Beckman also reacted very quickly, and was about to use a body method similar to the Navy's 6-style moon step to step on the air to increase the distance. But it was completely too late at this time. Second style. Shattering the sea. Xia Tian attacked directly with his right fist. Ryuhu Sakura armament haki seemed to explode, and a vertical red light appeared on his fist. Beckman's pupils shrank in pain, knowing that he had no time to dodge. Under the prediction of observation haki, his right fist was also directly covered with armament haki and conqueror haki, trying to counter with attack. The strength of the vice president is not just about using guns. However, at the moment of contact with Xia Tian's fist, Beckman's eyes revealed incomparable horror. Shattering the Sea's fist was accompanied by a strong vibration, like a circular air. Waves and air waves rolled, unlike the last time when there was a 1-second delay. Everyone looked up and saw visible white gas waves bursting out, accompanied by a roar. This time, the second style was even more powerful. After a loud bang, Beckman's arm went numb, and the domineering aura on his fist actually collapsed, and the whole person was knocked out. He smashed straight into the sea, and the entire sea surface was lifted up. The huge waves that spread in a circular shape were vibrated by the power of the broken sea fist and decomposed into small water droplets suspended one by one. This is the embodiment of the fist power of Xia Tian's broken sea fist. Get physical strength. Get a strength boost. Gain precise control. Get the Beckman gun template. The system's prompts rang in Xia Tian's mind, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth, which slowly fell. Everyone was shocked by the strong wind from the two people's fists. Oh my god! What did I see? Beckman was punched away. On the warship, Momotosaka's eyes flashed with excitement, and the other soldiers were shocked beyond imagination. The 8-year-old Admiral Child Emperor. He is really that powerful. Marco, it's already surprising enough. That's Beckman, whose strength is infinitely close to that of the 4 emperors. It is rumored that his observation haki is even more terrifying, and he was just punched away into the sea. The 4 emperors' pirates were even more shocked, and they looked at each other. The position of Admiral of the Navy is not taken lightly. This child emperor is stronger in physical skills than the other 3 admirals, right? Vista and others were extremely solemn, thinking of the laughter of everyone at that time, and they were completely slapped in the face. On the opposite side, Lakilu, Jesus Buletin, and others looked at Beckman, who came out of the water after a long time and fell into shocked silence, and looked at red-haired Shanks one by one. Boss, what do you say we should do? This guy is not a child. A monster in the appearance of a child. Red-haired Shanks' solemnity has not been concealed at all, and he is even more certain of his judgment at that time. The 5 elders will never be so bored as to find a child to scare people. This summer, Admiral Child Emperor is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Gulala, boy, you have good skills and strength. Whitebeard Newgate narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Xia Tian and praising him. This is the first time such a person has appeared on the sea, right? 8 years old, whether it was himself at the age of 8 or Charlotte Linlin at the age of 8, they were completely inferior to this Xia Tian. Even among the known geniuses on the sea, no one can reach this level at this age. The future is limitless, and the strength in the future is even more unpredictable. Xia Tian showed a strong strength, and everyone saw it. Now the 4 emperors not only looked at him seriously, but even treated him solemnly. Child Emperor, please give me some face. We won't fight. I do have something important to say to Whitebeard today. Even Beckman lost. Red-haired Shanks asked Xia Tian to give him some face. After all, 2 of the 4 emperors were here. With so many people, they couldn't be scared away by Xia Tian. Xia Tian stood behind the bow with his hands behind his back. His small body was trying to show his maturity by doing this. Hearing what red-haired Shanks said, Xia Tian curled his lips. Big deal? It's just the link of the Rampage era, Blackbeard teach. It's useless. Whitebeard won't listen to your advice. Don't bother. It's more dangerous to let the 4 emperors come into contact with each other. What if they secretly join forces and plot something? Xia Tian revealed the important thing that red-haired Shanks wanted to tell Whitebeard. Suddenly, red-haired Shanks and Beckman, who had just climbed up the boat from the sea in a somewhat embarrassed manner, looked at Xia Tian in surprise, wondering how he could know. The other members of the red-haired pirates were even more surprised. This was also the speculation of the boss and Beckman, and it was not necessarily true. Could he read minds? The members of the Whitebeard pirates were also surprised when they saw this scene. This little admiral actually knew something? He even mentioned the traitor Teach. But Whitebeard Newgate kept looking at Xia Tian. Alas, there is no other way, I have to give it a try. Red-haired Shanks sighed, a group fight? As one of the 4 emperors, he couldn't bring himself to do that. Originally, he didn't plan to attack a child, but it was obvious that this was not a child, but an admiral of the navy, so he would do it himself. A crisp sound of unsheathing was heard. Red-haired Shanks pulled out the griffin from his waist, and the entire blade turned black as the domineering aura wrapped around it. The 4 emperors with the strongest domineering aura showed their violent side at this moment. Even the air was full of oppression, and ordinary people would probably faint if they stood within a certain range of red-haired Shanks. The 4 emperors have taken action. Xia Tian suddenly became excited. After a brief fight with Marco, Beckman, and the other 4, he had obviously gained a higher efficiency than before in killing pirates. If Xia Tian had not been worried that he would not be able to deal with so many people physically, he would have fought them one by one. And now, the 4 emperors are finally going to fight him. Red-haired Shanks burst out with momentum, and his figure disappeared directly from the spot, and he slashed at Xia Tian with a knife. Red Hair, one of the 4 emperors, took the initiative to attack. The sword with the domineering color domineering burst with power, and the lightning of the domineering color domineering fell down. This made Dao Tu and the soldiers on the warship look tense and shocked. This is the emperor that the headquarters of the navy fears, and this is the pirate that even Marshal Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals are unwilling to fight easily. This is the 4 emperors, and the momentum of his attack is completely different from those in front. Xia Tian was delighted by this. The 4 emperors are the 4 emperors, and the pressure alone is different. It's good that you can make a move, I'm just afraid that you won't. He thought to himself, and his hands were not panicked at all. The powerful armed color domineering flowed on his fist, and what made Whitebeard's eyes change was the red and black domineering lightning on Xia Tian's hand. His fist was also blessed with the domineering color domineering. Red-haired Shanks dragged the thunder with one arm and slashed it with a knife with overwhelming force. Xia Tian jumped up from the warship, and the huge impact force burst out with a huge sound. He also punched with an invincible momentum. A punch, a knife, directly collided with each other. Zzz. The blade and the fist collided in the air. The terrifying oppressive momentum was like a real thunder and lightning explosion, densely packed, sweeping the whole audience. Looking at the collision of the red and black domineering color domineering, everyone present widened their eyes in surprise. The navy surged up a huge wave, and the thick clouds in the sky seemed to be torn apart by someone. Even the light dimmed, and this large area of the sea was caught in a strange phenomenon. Is this a clash of domineering and overlord colors? How is it possible? An 8-year-old boy, and a navy admiral. He. The qualifications of a king. How could an 8-year-old admiral in the navy awaken the domineering haki? The 4th admiral of the navy actually has Conqueror's haki. And he can use it. They. Whitebeard pirates, the red hair pirates, even Momosegi-jun and the navy officers and soldiers were stunned. Especially Momosegi, who was shocked. Such a terrifying explosion of power. Such a terrifying pressure of deterrence. What else could this be but a confrontation of Conqueror's haki? And can the admirals of the navy also awaken Conqueror's haki? In the entire navy, except for Marshal Sengoku, who stood at the top of the navy, there was no way that the admiral could awaken the Conqueror's haki. As a navy, did he want to become a king? Innate ability. Even a warrior of Whitebeard's height had a serious look in his eyes. An 8-year-old boy who could use Conqueror's haki and armament haki was a top general. This was beyond imagination. Although nothing was impossible on the sea, this was really shocking when combined with Xia Tian's performance at this moment. It had to be said that Xia Tian had risen to a higher level in Whitebeard's mind. With Conqueror's haki, Child Emperor had already stepped into the ranks of the top warriors. Red-haired Shanks, who was wrestling with Xia Tian with a knife in one arm, was filled with disbelief. Who are you? An 8-year-old general who can use Conqueror's haki, the meaning is really too terrifying. Could it be, he is really a celestial dragon? Not Kizaru's brother? Xia Tian saw Shanks' incredible expression and had nothing to say. Gain increased physical strength. Gain strength increase. Gain increased agility. Gain the mastery of Conqueror's haki. Get the red-haired Shanks sword fighting template. In just one collision, Xia Tian's system prompts popped up like crazy. And the so-called improvement feels higher than everyone else's improvement before. As expected of one of the 4 emperors. Unfortunately, there is no specific data to show this. Xia Tian's strength has improved, and he is pleasantly surprised. Red-haired Shanks, who is pressing down with a knife, can clearly feel that Xia Tian's resistance is getting stronger. He is making progress. Red-haired Shank's eyes were filled with shock. What the hell was this obvious strength? He immediately decided not to continue the confrontation. With a flip, the two of them retreated a little in the air. Both of them used leg techniques similar to the moon step to gain leverage in the air. In fact, there was no foothold below except the ship. And it was not difficult for a strong man to step on the air as a fulcrum for leverage, and red-haired Shanks did the same. As soon as he stepped on the air, the compressed air exploded with a sound, and Shanks adjusted his position and swung his sword to attack again. Griffin moved, and the huge sword light directly cut across half the sky. The Navy soldiers below and the newcomers and young people of the two major pirate groups were all stunned by the exaggerated scene. Xia Tian has a small ability to stay in the air for a short time. Facing the sword lights coming from all directions, he turned around and punched out again. The surging fist force was like a shock wave, confronting the sword light with the force of shock. In the silent offset of the fist force and the sword light, the fist and the long sword continued to advance. Bang! The blade and the fist collided. The crisp sound of metal intersecting was heard. Then, the terrible aftermath broke out completely, sweeping the entire battlefield. Both sides were carrying the domineering aura of the Overlord, which made those young people dizzy and fainted one by one. The battle at the level of the four emperors is not something that ordinary people can watch live. Tao be it Rabbit Jun and the Navy soldiers, or the Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone was shocked. The 8-year-old child emperor could actually fight against the four emperors' red hair who had been famous for several years in such an evenly matched and powerful battle. And as the two sides quickly carried out shocking moves, Xia Tian, who had Akainu's Taijutsu, the four elders' Taijutsu, and even the template of Red Hair's swordsmanship, was not inferior in skills at all, and fought fiercely with Red Hair Shanks in various postures and moves. This made Red Hair Shanks, who rarely fought after becoming one of the four emperors, feel the joy of fighting. It's just that his opponent is a little kid who was a little over 1 meter tall looked very strange. Just like that, either on the warship or in the air above the warship, the two fought for a long time, with the sound explosion, the sound of swords, the dull sound of power confrontation, the sound of thunder and lightning of violent collision of domineering. Xia Tian punched out and shattered the sea. Shanks used the blade to deflect, and the sea surface behind him was directly blown up by Xia Tian's fist. The water droplets in the sky seemed to float in the air without gravity. The scene was extremely shocking. The second style of shattering the sea after blessing the domineering was really like smashing the ocean with a punch. And Shanks turned sideways, also a sword slashed out, and the huge sword light with terrifying slashing power split the sea in two, forming a huge, bottomless ravine. The terrifying fighting power of the two people was simply beyond human power. Their fists or sword lights almost attacked the Moby Dick and the Voss on both sides. This made Marco and others and cotters such as Beckman block them from time to time. The warships below were even more difficult to hold on. Dao Tu occasionally resisted the aftermath, and the others were a little shaky and helpless in shock. This battle was really terrible. Fortunately, Xia Tian and Red Hair still managed to avoid the ships. Child Emperor, this monster, is getting stronger and stronger as the battle goes on. Ben Beckman said in shock. Jesus Bulletin, Lakilu and other people on the red-haired ship were stunned. There are not many people who can fight with the boss like this. How many are there in total, including the four emperors of the sea, Hawkeye my Hawk, Navy Garp, etc.? Now this child emperor actually has this kind of fighting power. Sengoku, where did you find this precious genius? No, monster. Whitebeard Newgate also showed a little shock on his face. Dad, with this kind of strength, is he really only 8 years old? Marco covered his shoulder, his eyes revealing disbelief. Didn't Child Emperor's punch just now use all his strength to beat him like this? Red-haired boy, if you keep fighting, you will not be a match for Child Emperor. Although the Red the Conqueror's haki is much stronger, but his armament haki is not as strong. Child Emperor is getting stronger and stronger in the battle. Whitebeard Newgate said very confidently in front of Marco and others. If he hadn't lost his arm that year, red-haired Shanks might have caught up with him by now. Marco, Vista, Jaws and other captains of the squad were dumbfounded and extremely surprised when they heard Whitebeard Newgate's words. The strongest man in the world actually commented on Child Emperor like this? If the fight goes on, will Red Hair lose? He is only 8 years old. He is already so fierce. Where can the Navy find such a person? In a few years, won't it be? Everyone didn't dare to think about it, it was too scary. And on the versus of red-haired Shanks, Beckman watched the battle become more and more intense, and Xia Tian continued to get stronger. Boss! Let's attack together! Beckman put down his guns, matches and cigarettes, and with an ugly face, he was about to join hands with red-haired Shanks to knock Xia Tian down. He also saw Xia Tian's terrible talent and was worried. No. Beckman. This is a duel between men. No one is allowed to interfere. Red-haired Shanks' eyes were filled with domineering aura. His sword collided with Xia Tian's iron fist, and he suddenly turned back to stop him. The sea breeze echoed violently in the area of the battle. The sea was raging, the ship was swaying, the sky was grey, and the clouds were broken. Shanks was so shocked that he couldn't describe it in his heart, and his attitude towards Xia Tian had changed. Speaking of the word duel, Beckman was stunned and silently withdrew his hand. Boom! At this time, the power of the two people's collision completely broke out and dissipated, and another huge wave surged, and the warship was swaying. Dao Tu and many naval officers and soldiers stabilized their bodies one by one to avoid being blown away by the strong airflow, resisting the deterrence of the hegemony of both sides, with horrified expressions. This is the fight between General Child Emperor and the 4 emperors. The soldiers held onto the fixed objects on the warship one by one, and were a little panicked. When will this fight end? The warship is about to fall apart. At this time, Xia Tian returned to the bow of the warship and looked at Shanks holding the griffin longsword in the air with a fanatical look in his eyes. It's so cool. Fighting the 4 emperors is even faster than the hunting skills I've learned in the past year. Xia Tian was delighted as he watched the system prompts keep popping up. Not only did he gain a lot of physical strength, but he also gained Shanks' powerful swordsmanship that rivaled Hawkeye's. Template fusion. The third move, it's time to come out. In his mind, with the swordsmanship template of red-haired Shanks, various techniques are being optimized and integrated, choosing the best and discarding the inferior. Red-haired Shanks looked at Xia Tian below, his eyes becoming more and more solemn. Third style. Slash the clouds. A whirlwind appeared around Xia Tian's body, and the powerful domineering formed domineering thunder and the armed domineering flow of cherry blossoms on his body appeared on his arms. Raise your arm and strike. The action is done in one go, just like Shanks' swordsmanship, the move is clean and neat. Although it is a fist, the moment of the move is like a famous sword slashing. The fist force is like a knife light, with the meaning of slashing. The bow of the warship was pressed down by the backward thrust when Xia Tian punched, and the hull tilted. Everyone looked at this move in horror. Before it was completely struck, the cracked clouds in the sky were about to shatter. Shanks' pupils condensed, and then the flow of cherry blossoms and domineering were entangled on the sword. Slashed down fiercely. It was also clean and neat, and almost all the strength was used. Zzz. The knife light and the fist shadow collided violently. The aftermath surged in all directions, and the clouds above the sky were really pieces. It cracked, and it looked extremely terrifying. The sea surface rolled up huge waves, slapping towards the distance, thunder rumbled. Except for Whitebeard Newgate, everyone looked at this shocking scene with their mouths wide open, and cold sweat broke out. Especially the Navy soldiers under the warship, their backs were chilled, and their souls were about to come out. If red-haired Shanks' slash fell, they would all be gone. But they would never have thought. Shanks held the knife with one arm, and his arm began to tremble. The domineering aura on his body continued to surge, and continued to stalemate with Xia Tian's fist shadow, but Xia Tian's three-style cloud cutting had surpassed the power of red-haired Shanks. Finally, after just a few seconds, red-haired Shanks' arm was numb, and the whole person was repelled by Xia Tian's third style of cloud cutting. He retreated several meters before his feet were empty, and the strength completely disappeared. Red-haired Shanks put away the knife, fell naturally, and shook his head with a sigh. I won't fight anymore. What the hell, this little monster. It's not a life and death battle. Red-haired Shanks didn't want to fight anymore. He was shocked. The terrifying might finally dissipated as the two fought. The deck where Xia Tian stood was already cracked into pieces, completely damaged. Child Emperor, this strength is too scary. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the officers of the Red Hair pirates were all amazed. The boss was defeated. Lucky Lu, Jesus Bulletin, and others were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. After fighting for so long, their boss was defeated in the end. This child emperor actually has the combat power of the four emperors. This is incredible. And beside Whitebeard, Vista was even muttering to himself. Dad, his moves contain Red Hair's swordsmanship. As a swordsman, Vista could see it. This was too incredible for him. When did he learn Red Hair's swordsmanship? It could only be just now, and it was contained in the strength of his fists. This was extremely difficult. His talent was amazing. What a monstrous talent this is! After Vista finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head to look at Whitebeard Newgate. At this time, Whitebeard didn't know when he was leaning on Kusukomoki. His eyes were full of strong curiosity. No need to think. Even Dad wants to make a move. No, not wanting, but already made a move. Just as Vista was thinking and thinking, he saw Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, he made a move. The breath that was more fierce than that of a beast instantly made Xia Tian turn his head and look over. Holding the end of the naginata, Whitebeard, whose eyes were glowing red because of the domineering aura, jumped over. My boat can't withstand your sword. Xia Tian was breathing heavily, and his eyes became fanatical when he saw Whitebeard. Whitebeard, it's Whitebeard. How many people want to defeat him, the strongest in the world of fear? With a bang, the deck under his feet collapsed completely, and Xia Tian's entire young body burst out with an extremely powerful force, and he jumped towards Whitebeard Newgate. With one punch, he burst out with all his strength. All the armed color, the domineering color domineering. Kusugawa Kiri was covered with domineering, and he slashed down with a whistle. In an instant, the two sides collided in the air. The domineering color domineering formed a thunder arc after the powerful forces of the two sides collided fiercely, radiating the whole field and with a terrifying oppressive force. Fortunately, the pirates and the navy below were a little distance apart, and they were all elites, so they did not faint under the domineering collision of the two. The sky cracked again, and the sea that had just stopped for less than a few seconds was boiling again. The wind rose. Xia Tian's 8-year-old body clenched his fists and fought against the huge Whitebeard. The big and the small seemed very unreal. Red-haired Shanks, who retreated back to the ship, looked at it seriously and was also amazed. Child Emperor, what is his origin? Looking at the scene in front of him, and thinking of the terrifying force that had just attacked him, Shanks was more and more confused. An 8-year-old with Emperor-level combat power? Telling it to others would be terrifying. But red-haired Shanks was not the only one who was amazed. Everyone was looking at the two people at the center of the explosion of Conqueror's haki. He is the strongest man in the world. Child Emperor could fight for so long, what kind of monster did I bring back then? Even Dao Tu didn't expect that the 8-year-old Summer first fought against Red Hair, and now he can fight against Whitebeard Newgate to this extent. This is the battle between the top powers. The strong wind swept through, and with the roaring sea, many people could not stand steadily. If the three ships were not ordinary ships, they would have been reduced to debris within the battle range. Whitebeard Newgate pressed Kurogiri with both hands, with his signature smile on his face, and his domineering aura burst out from his eyes. It was obviously very relaxed. Although Xia Tian was struggling a little, his expression was extremely enthusiastic. The strongest man in the world. He really looks down on the world. Whitebeard was a strong man in the era of Pirate King Roger, and he is now the strongest man in the world. Even if his organs are weak and his old injuries are affected, he is still much stronger than the other four emperors. Xia Tian gritted his teeth and persisted. The longer he persisted in this confrontation, the more terrifying the progress he would make. Get a strength boost. Gain a stamina boost. Obtain Whitebeard's Taijutsu template. Gain an increase in armament haki. Gain an increase in the domineering color domineering. Obtain Whitebeard swordsmanship template. The data kept jumping, and there were also 2 battle templates of Whitebeard. Xia Tian's strength was also constantly increasing crazily. Whitebeard Newgate also clearly felt the changes in Xia Tian. Very good, you have a great talent. Whitebeard Newgate finally increased his strength and pressed, causing Xia Tian to be the first to disperse the punch and retreat a few steps. But this scene did not surprise everyone. This was Whitebeard Newgate, so it would not be surprising if Xia Tian was knocked into the sea, let alone retreat. But the most surprising thing was that Xia Tian not only fought against Whitebeard for so long, but also only retreated a few steps. This time I really came at the right time. Xia Tian activated the fusion of the system templates again in his mind. He added Whitebeard Newgate's battle template again and started the optimal fusion. The 4th form is taking shape. You are truly a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. Whitebeard Newgate had such a sharp eye that he could see at a glance the ever-improving strength of Xia Tian and the hidden changes in his body. He was like an ancient war dragon. He experienced fierce battles again and again, and was constantly awakening. Next, I will use the power of the fruit. Whitebeard Newgate stepped on the air, and the air pressure exploded and he rose again, reminding Xia Tian. A white halo enveloped the blade of the Kusukum slicing knife in his hand. Xia Tian was not afraid at all, but became even more excited. The ability to destroy the world, the tremor fruit. When Dao Tu on the warship below saw the white halo, her heart was immediately pounding. This was what Marshal Sengoku had said, Whitebeard's unique ability. The navy around him and the newcomers on red-haired Shank's ship obviously didn't know Whitebeard's ability, and their eyes widened. Xia Tian's eyes were extremely solemn at this time. There is a big difference between Whitebeard who uses his ability and Whitebeard who doesn't. Adding wings to a tiger. Whitebeard, who was already a top-level warrior, now has the more terrifying ability of the tremor fruit on top of the original one. He slashed at Xia Tian, who was also jumping in the air, with the shock knife. Xia Tian's eyes also showed the red light of Conqueror's Haki. His Conqueror's Haki template had just broken through to the advanced stage. So, with the addition of Whitebeard's template, the optimal fusion of the system began. In a short period of time, Xia Tian created the latest move. 4th style. Collapse Star. Xia Tian was completely surrounded by domineering aura. With his body as the center, the whirlwind spread out with a roar, and the people below the wind could hardly open their eyes. The domineering color and the armed color intertwined and merged with each other, and the entire battlefield was instantly filled with a huge oppressive force. The oppression from Xia Tian's might. Seeing the vertical slash of the shaking knife, it seemed ordinary, but its heart-pounding feeling made Xia Tian use up all his strength and punched out. Crack! The moment of the fight. The atmosphere exploded. Air cracks spread out. The knife and the fist, there was no separation, but they collided with each other in real life. In an instant, the entire range of the battle was swept by the force of vibration, and the air wave of the power confrontation exploded. The clouds cracked and twisted, the lightning flashed, and even the sea set off a more terrifying tsunami. The entire battlefield looked like the end of the world. Everyone was shocked. He was speechless. Whitebeard Newgate did not hold back. This was an extremely powerful blow. And with Xia Tian saying collapse star, the cracks in the atmosphere spread and he directly fought against the vibration blade. Everyone below opened their mouths wide, watching this scene in shock while shaking. It seemed that Xia Tian, who was about the same size as Kusunakiri, collided with the blade in the cracks in the atmosphere. The surging aftermath of the power completely erupted. The power of the vibration fruit formed a certain connection with Xia Tian's vibration fist power of collapse star. In the entire battle space, the water on the sea surface floated up, divided into fine water droplets and suspended. Thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, and the originally thick clouds were torn and twisted, and now they were broken into pieces and retreated. The horrible aftermath came one after another, shocking all the people from the three parties of red-haired Shanks, Beckman, Mako, and Daotu. Retreat quickly! Red-haired Shanks suddenly shouted as he watched Xia Tian and Whitebeard Newgate continue to fight. The three parties made their ships retreat with difficulty, not daring to stay below them. Sure enough, the water droplets floating in the large area below them burst, and a huge tsunami formed from there and broke out. After avoiding the tsunami, red-haired Shanks and a group of officers and crew members, as well as a group of people from the Whitebeard pirates, including the Navy Momokazu and his group, all looked at the two people fighting fiercely in the sky again. Child Emperor Xia Tian and Whitebeard Newgate had been fighting for so long. He was able to fight Whitebeard to such an extent. Too exaggerated. Red-haired Shanks was extremely shocked. He had followed the pirate king Roger, experienced a lot, and formed his own pirate group, growing up all the way to the present. But in all his experiences, he had never seen someone like Xia Tian who was even more monstrous than a monster. The only person who could fight with Whitebeard like this was Captain Roger when he fought with Whitebeard. No, it's not an even match. It seems Child Emperor still has a slight advantage. Beckman's face was extremely solemn, and he said incredulously. Perhaps, Whitebeard Newgate did not use all his strength to deal with a child who looked 8 years old and was only as tall as his knees. But now it seems that this monster Xia Tian will never be exhausted, and most importantly, he is still slowly getting stronger. Red-haired Shanks narrowed his eyes, sighed, and nodded in approval. This little boy, doesn't he have any physical energy consumption? Jesus Bulletin, Lakilu, and others were even more shocked when they heard the conversation between the boss and Beckman. It suddenly occurred to them that Child Emperor had been fighting for a long time. From Lakilu, Jaws, Marco, Beckman to the fiercely fighting red-haired Shanks, and then to Whitebeard. Although the first 4 were over in a short time, it also required physical energy consumption. This is no wonder. Even normal admirals would have been tired a long time ago, and Xia Tian was actually a little out of breath. But the continuous fighting is still improving these basic templates, forming a delicate balance. If Xia Tian wants to fight to physical exhaustion, then at least he must be much stronger than him, a suppressive battle, or a number of people who can't make him improve, so that he is physically exhausted. But obviously, the Whitebeard Newgate in this state can't do it for Xia Tian who has grown to where he is now. And Marco, Vista, and others looked at their always invincible father and didn't completely suppress Xia Tian, their eyes were filled with horror. Impossible! What happened to Dad? Why is this happening? That summer, was it an ancient humanoid weapon? Vista and the others were all in great shock. Marco looked at Whitebeard with concern. On the warship below. Vice Admiral Momosaki. Did you really bring Admiral Child Emperor back from the North Sea? A major general asked with a stunned look in his eyes. It was too scary. Not to mention the waves caused by the battle, just the fact that he could fight Whitebeard for so long was scary enough. Do you think it is possible that General Child Emperor is stronger than Whitebeard? I don't know who said that. Mimoto Sajai. Jun, who had been concentrating on the top, trembled. He is a world-renowned strongman. Xia Tian has just taken office. He won't really. Close combat has begun. At this time, the Major General shouted again in shock. Dao Tu's thoughts were instantly pulled back. Xia Tian and Whitebeard were now at a distance. The scattered domineering aura suddenly dispersed like a gust of wind. After the two of them finished, their figures fell a little, and then they stepped on the moon step again, and jumped up steadily again. Gula. As expected, your power has become stronger. Without the power of a devil fruit, can you still become stronger when facing a stronger opponent? Whitebeard swung his naginata flexibly in his hand, moved his feet, and rushed forward with a fierce aura. No, I have a talent. Xia Tian was in a good mood. He was a little tired from using his high-intensity control power, but he was also extremely excited. Come again. The white halo on Whitebeard Newgate's naginata reappeared, and with one slash, the atmosphere shattered layer by layer. The entire space seemed to have lost its up and down, left and right, the sea water poured back, and the clouds turned upside down. The powerful power of the tremor fruit filled the surroundings with his domineering aura. The blade that chopped towards Xia Tian was even more ferocious. Shit! I've never seen this move before. Xia Tian's pupil shrank, and the space around him seemed to be locked. All he could see was Whitebeard's shattered atmosphere. Not to mention the high and low, completely overturned sea below. Collapse of the star. Without hesitation, Xia Tian decisively used this move again. The red and black double-color domineering entangled and merged, and a circular whirlwind appeared around the body, and the extremely powerful collapse of the star surged again. The power of Kusanakiri was too strong, and other moves might not be able to withstand it. So, the fist and Kusanakiri collided again. The whole sea was surging endlessly. The people below had already grasped the hull tightly, and even red-haired Shanks had to hold on to the mast tightly. Because, the world is upside down. The ship is still on the sea, but, it is on a vertical sea. Daddy! Marco's face changed drastically, with a look of anxiety on his face. He didn't expect that Whitebeard would use such a powerful move against Xia Tian. But what's more terrifying is that with the surging power, Xia Tian's small body once again withstood Daddy's attack with the collapsing star fist. This will mean that the fight will continue. Whitebeard's body. Everyone had no time to continue paying attention to their fight. And the fierce burst of domineering aura between the two was scary enough. In a struggle, Whitebeard Newgate found that he still couldn't suppress Xia Tian directly, and his eyes revealed a strong sense of disbelief. This kind of move, the little kid still blocked it. Of course, all moves have an end, and the two ended the collision again with equal strength. The next moment, Whitebeard Newgate no longer attacked with a top-down momentum. Instead, he held Kusanagi and fought with Xia Tian. The two of them started fighting in the celestial body technique. Xia Tian's eyes lit up, and the fighting skills integrated in his mind began to be launched frantically. The two actually started a close combat. Both sides have top-notch armed color domineering and powerful domineering color domineering. Whitebeard Newgate punched out with a backhand punch, or slashed with a knife. The air was shattered when he fought with Xia Tian. The vibration force carried a violent force, and directly blasted the restored sea into huge waves. Xia Tian relied on his powerful armed color domineering to fight hard, relying on special fist strength to compete with Whitebeard, and became stronger and stronger. Every time Whitebeard attacked, Xia Tian did not dodge or avoid, but took the initiative to meet it. The clouds in the sky were scattered by the impact, and it was extremely powerful. Bursts of air explosions, or rolling air waves, domineering, fist strength, knife light. The aftermath of the attack continued to affect the people below. The fight between the two became more intense. All the people below were on the sea, gasping for air and moving away from the battlefield between the two. This is so scary. This is the strongest battle in the world. The speed of the fight was so fast that I was a little dizzy. The sea has recovered, but why do I feel that the battlefield affected now is even more terrifying? The only ones who can still focus on the battle between Whitebeard and Xia Tian are red-haired Shanks, Beckman, Marco, Daotou, and others. Everyone else only sees the two people in the sky who are fighting with gas explosions and distorting the air. What a pleasure! Whitebeard Newgate's eyes were full of the pleasure of fighting. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a passionate battle. It was not that Whitebeard did not want to fight, but that his opponents were not without scruples. For example, Garp, Sengoku, and the other four emperors, each of them was a move that affected the whole body. But today's fight with Xia Tian here was different. Me too. Whitebeard was fighting with great enthusiasm, and Xia Tian was fighting even more excitedly. The system's prompts made Xia Tian's strength continue to rise. Gain a boost in physical strength. Gain strength limit increase. Obtain Whitebeard's Taijutsu template. The fifth style is still not enough. Xia Tian really wanted to completely open the fifth style through Whitebeard's template, but obviously, he couldn't get more rewards from one person. Only basic attributes such as physical strength and strength continued to rise, that is to say, the improvement of ability templates and the like from a person's continuous fighting was limited. But that's it, so what does it matter? Are you distracted? Whitebeard Newgate's dissatisfied voice suddenly came over. He saw that Xia Tian had just been dazed for a moment, as if thinking about something. Dare to think about other things while fighting with himself? Kanjai Unkai whistled and spun in Whitebeard Newgate's hand, and another shock knife broke through the air with powerful force. The whole air around Xia Tian's body was shaken. But the Naginata with the ability of the shock fruit was blocked 20 centimeters in front of Xia Tian's side. The air waves caused by the fruit ability and power vibrated rapidly, and the sea below the two people exploded again. Whitebeard Newgate was also shocked by this. Armament Haki. It's like wearing an invisible armor. At the beginning, Armament Haki was also used for defense, and later it was developed to entangle and cover. And it is obvious that Xia Tian's Armament Haki is very strong, even stronger than himself. The ability fruit is completely unable to break through Xia Tian's Armament Haki. Even the Armament Haki that penetrates the body can only make Xia Tian's blood and chi roll for a while. How dare I be distracted when fighting with you? After punching the side of Naginata Kusukami, Xia Tian laughed and jumped over directly. The two continued to fight hard. The huge tsunamis below surged one after another. But before they could get out of the range of the battle between the two, they were crushed again by the impact. The people below were amazed. Xia Tian became more and more courageous in the battle, and his strength continued to rise. It seemed that he would never be exhausted. He punched with both fists, and each punch was carried with the power of the collapsed star fist, which was extremely violent. And Whitebeard Newgate was fighting with his blood boiling, constantly releasing his fighting power, completely ignoring his injured body. He waved the knife in his right hand, coordinated with the explosive ability of his left fist, and his two legs kept attacking. The power of the two close combat was unstoppable. It is an exaggeration to say that this is a medium-sized island, and the island has been completely sunk. But for a proud person like Whitebeard, it is totally unacceptable to fight with an 8-year-old kid like Xia Tian to this extent. So, Whitebeard Newgate is going to use all his strength. But suddenly, the strength of Whitebeard's hand swinging the sword changed. The white halo and domineering aura on the blade of Kusukumkiri actually dissipated directly. Even Xia Tian was stunned, and casually blocked the Naginata that Whitebeard swung down but lost its power. Looking at Whitebeard again, he was actually sweating profusely for a while. His left hand suddenly covered his chest, and his body could not keep stepping on the air, and fell down. Old injuries? Internal organs? Xia Tian looked at Whitebeard's sudden attack of pain and sighed helplessly. Whitebeard is old, whether it is old injuries or pain, now unless he is fighting a life and death battle, he can't fight with all his strength under normal circumstances, otherwise it will involve his own problems. His body can't bear the burst of power. Daddy. The captains and crew members of the Whitebeard pirates all looked very different. Marco even turned into a phoenix, not caring whether Xia Tian was still there and would try to stop him. He flew over and grabbed Whitebeard Newgate, who was falling into the sea, and flew back to the Moby Dick. This battle cannot continue. Dad, take the medicine quickly. Marco took the various pills handed over by Jaws, turned his head and spoke to Xia Tian first. Whitebeard coughed violently, and there was faint blood flowing out, but he still looked up at Xia Tian, and his fighting spirit did not subside at all. Marco. I'll finish this fight first. As he said this, Whitebeard Newgate tried to stand up again with his Naginata. It was hard to find an opponent, and Whitebeard Newgate even wanted to fight until his death. No. Dad, your body. Marco was so anxious that his face turned red, but he didn't know how to persuade Whitebeard to end the day. Forget it, I won't bully the old man, and I won't take advantage of him, so let's leave it at that. If you are sick, take good care of yourself. We will leave our victory to the next time. I hope you can still be alive. Xia Tian looked at the stunned Whitebeard pirates and fell back down. No more fight. Whitebeard Newgate didn't expect Xia Tian to turn around and leave so easily. You know, whether it's killing him or defeating his title of the world's strongest, it won't hurt Xia Tian. But he didn't fight anymore, which was unexpected. Dad. Take the medicine first. Marco and the others saw this and advised Whitebeard to take medicine first. Red-haired Shanks and his gang had already gone to Peach Rabbit Jun, and a group of Navy soldiers were all shocked. Xia Tian could have been the first person to capture Whitebeard. He was let go just like that. The waves of the ocean slowly calmed down, and the split clouds in the sky formed a special scenery, with grey clouds drifting away. Xia Tian panted and landed on the warship with a broken deck, and put on the coat of justice again. The battle with Whitebeard Newgate, plus the previous battle, had consumed his physical and mental strength. But after this battle, the progress he made was immeasurable. Although there is no clear data, Xia Tian can feel that his physical strength and the upper limit of his power have been greatly improved. The proficiency of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki is also the same, and Conqueror's Haki has been upgraded to an advanced stage. A series of combat templates, and the ability to stay in the air for a short time. Whitebeard Newgate was sick, and after taking the medicine, he had no intention to fight anymore. He, Whitebeard, fought an 8-year-old child. Even if he was a general and an emperor-level fighter, he could not continue to attack after taking the medicine. But it must be said that Xia Tian was very surprised. At that time, there were only 2 of them in the mid-air battle. If Xia Tian took the opportunity to hijack me when I was sick, with his strength, he could definitely take me away. Gulal. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. This is a very interesting little guy. After seeing that Whitebeard Newgate was fine, Marco, Vista, Jaws and others turned their heads and looked at Xia Tian solemnly. Red-haired Shanks had a blank expression on his face, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. Beckman, Jesus Bulletin and other cotters and crew members looked at Xia Tian, who had fallen on the warship, with fear. Red-haired, that's enough. Xia Tian said to the red-haired man on the fourth with his hands behind his back, looking satisfied after a fight. Shanks was also a little helpless. If he fought, he couldn't win. If he didn't fight, the Navy wouldn't let him pass. But today, he also conveyed some information to Whitebeard, and also witnessed the terrifying power of the new 4th Admiral of the Navy. Let's go back. Without saying anything more, Shanks directly ordered. Just let it go? Boss. L'Quilou said unwillingly. Although Xia Tian was terrible, he was out of breath, and he didn't bring many Navy with him. If he continued to fight, he might not lose. There is no need for that. Admiral Child Emperor is very strong. It is not the time to have a complete conflict with the Navy. Beckman also shook his head. If the whole group goes together, it will cost a lot to take down Child Emperor. He is too strong. Now it is just a sparring match. The Whitebeard pirates may not join forces. Things are not that simple. It will not be worth the loss. So soon, red-haired Shanks and his group did not say anything else and decisively returned to the ship. On the Moby Dick. "Dad, your body." Marco and the others were extremely worried. From the battle just now, it was clear that Whitebeard could not sustain such a high-intensity battle. What was even more terrifying and shocking was the strength of Child Emperor Xia Tian. He could use Conqueror Haki and his combat power was at the top level of the four emperors. No one would believe it if they told him about it. He was only 8 years old. "We leave too." Whitebeard Newgate glanced at the warship below, and looked deeply at Xia Tian's small figure. It was shocking that the 4th Admiral of the Navy had such a powerful strength. This was something no one had expected. Moreover, red-haired Shanks actually wanted to come to see him, and it seemed that he wanted to talk about Blackbeard. For no reason, Whitebeard became more worried about Ace's whereabouts. Xia Tian watched red-haired Shanks and his group leave and grinned. They Whitebeard pirates soon set off and headed in another direction. Before leaving, Whitebeard's voice came down. "Next time I have a chance, I'll fight with you again. There will be a chance soon." Xia Tian gave Whitebeard on the Moby Dick a meaningful smile. Blackbeard Teach had come to trade, which meant that Ace was captured. According to the timeline, the public execution and the war on Marineford are not far away. Behind Xia Tian, a group of Navy officers were still in a daze. The shock they received today was too strong. Only Dao Tuziwan was a little better. After all, he had some understanding of Xia Tian's strength. At this moment, after Xia Tian restrained his aura, he looked like a handsome, well-behaved, and obedient little boy. He walked to Dao Tuziwan's side, and his hands naturally rested on Dao Tu's thighs. Finally done, tired. Xia Tian looked relaxed and satisfied. This made the surrounding Navy soldiers stunned. "What are you all doing? Fix the deck. Prepare to return immediately." Mamoto Jijun shouted and immediately gave orders. As for Xia Tian's behavior, she had long been accustomed to it and was not disgusted. Who would refuse such a cute and handsome little boy? And Mamotoji was pleasantly surprised. The mission was really successfully completed, preventing the two sides from meeting. Xia Tian's display of strength also completely shocked the two four emperors' pirate groups. After today, when the forces on the sea hear this news, who dares to laugh at the Navy? Thinking of this, the two of them went into the main cabin, and Mamotoji took out the Den Mushi and prepared to report to Sengoku. "Mr. Zhangguo, I am Daotu. Mamoto Suji, how is it going?" Sengoku answered the phone and said with some worry. According to the time, they should have already arrived. "You know, the Navy spent a lot of time to receive the specific meeting place of Whitebeard and Red Hair. Mission, completed successfully." Dao Tu's voice sounded very impressive. "Successfully completed?" "Yes, after we arrived." Dao Tu reported everything in one go. The warship stood directly between the two major pirate groups, Whitebeard and Red Hair. Then Xia Tian took action directly, first knocking away Lake Lu and Diamond Jaws. Then he injured Phoenix Marco with one punch, caught Beckman's domineering bullet with one hand, and punched Beckman into the sea. After that, he had a fierce sword and fist fight with Red Hair Shanks. The sea was split, the sky was cracked, and finally even Red Hair Shanks was repelled. Speaking of this, Marshal Sengoku was already surprised. Xia Tian's combat power is far beyond expectations. Finally, even Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help but take action. What Zhangguo didn't expect was that it was so exciting, and he fought the old guy Whitebeard Newgate on equal terms, and it was hard to tell who was better. In the end, Whitebeard's illness broke out and ended the game. "Good, very good. We'll tell you the details when you come back. Marshal Zhang Guo's surprised voice came over, asking Dao Tu and Xia Tian to come back quickly. Yes. Dao Tu smiled, hung up the Den Den Mushi, and glanced at Xia Tian who had fallen asleep with his head resting on his thighs. Marin Ford. Marshal's office. After War Drum Country hung up the Den Den Mushi, his face was full of smiles. Sitting on the sofa was Kizaru, who was escorting Golden Lion back, Vice Admiral Garp, and Chief Instructor Zephyr, who were all stunned. Although it cost money, the gains were huge. Zhang Guo looked at the astonished expressions of the three people and couldn't help but sighed. Even the old guy Whitebeard couldn't suppress him? Child Emperor's strength is far beyond our imagination. This little guy is only 8 years old. Garp almost crushed the water cup he was holding. This is too scary. This is my brother, isn't he awesome, Mr. Garp? Kizaru was even more surprised. He never thought that his brother would be so powerful. He fought with 2 of the 4 emperors at once. Sengoku, have you overlooked something? He will. Domineering Haki. Zifa calmed down a lot, looking thoughtful, and glanced at Borsellino. Teacher Zifa, what does your expression mean? Kizaru Borsellino suddenly felt unhappy. It doesn't make any sense. It is well known that Conqueror's Haki is innate. You, Kizaru, haven't awakened it yet. Your brother is the Admiral, how can he have Conqueror's Haki? What kind of king does he want to be? Zeph's eyes were very solemn. Although he didn't get along with Kizaru, this was the fact. Maybe he is the rich king. Kizaru said indifferently. Garp laughed and said nothing. Even so, there are exceptions. For example, he is an exception. Of course I noticed this. No matter what kind of king he wants to be, this domineering aura is something he is born with. Zhang Guo has a different idea. The domineering aura may not be a bad thing. It shows that Child Emperor will be a qualified leader. The position of the future Marine Marshal may be handed over to him. However, the red-haired boy's meeting with Whitebeard revealed some information. Blackbeard teach. Garp took the initiative to change the subject and said. At this point, Sengoku and Zephyr narrowed their eyes. It just so happened that Blackbeard Teach had captured the Whitebeard pirates Fire Fist Ace for a trade. What's the problem? Just a few days later, Xia Tian and Dao Tu were still on their way back. The news that Xia Tian defeated the 4 emperors spread like wildfire. The new 4th Admiral of the Navy, the 8-year-old Child Emperor, defeated the Whitebeard pirates and the Red Hair pirates alone and prevented them from meeting. Even Whitebeard Newgate was injured. After hearing the news, the forces on the sea were shocked again. In the Wano Sea, in the castle on Cake Island. Sitting on the throne, drinking chocolate cocoa, Big Mom was stunned when she heard the news from Katakuri. Are you kidding me? This is too outrageous. After being stunned for a while, Big Mom screamed. An 8-year-old child actually defeated red-haired Shanks and injured the old man Whitebeard? This is impossible. The news is indeed like this, and the Whitebeard pirates and the red-hair pirates both revealed similar things. Mom, no matter how outrageous it is, I think we should be careful about the actions of the Navy. The 4th Admiral may not be simple, otherwise why didn't Whitebeard and Red Hair make any noise? Katakuri was also shocked. Who is Whitebeard Newgate, who is Red Hair Shanks? He himself didn't believe it at first. Be more restrained recently. Big Mom's expression changed for a while, and then she took the cup and drank. In fact, she was extremely surprised. What Katakuri said did make sense, but how did the 8-year-old Child Emperor do it? In this era, is there really anyone who can hurt Whitebeard Newgate? Could it be? The rumor that Whitebeard's body is about to fail is true. Similarly, after hearing this, the 4 emperors, Kaido, the 100 beasts, smashed a big hole in Onigashima. The news may be exaggerated. But Child Emperor is definitely not simple. Kaido threw away the wine flask in his hand, his eyes were extremely fierce. Quinn, Jin, and the flying six of the three calamities stood there, digesting the news, silent. We must find an opportunity to have a good fight with this outrageous child emperor. Kaido laughed loudly. He didn't believe it or not. Since there was such news, the easiest thing to do was to fight it himself. At this time, a pirate minion ran over. Governor Kaido. Something happened. The little minion looked at the broken wine jug and the big hole on his head and was a little scared, but he still said it with a brave face. What's the matter? Kaido calmed down instantly and said. It's Dressrosa. The navy is coming over to the boss Jack. The one leading the way is Akainu. Navy. Kaido, Quinn, Jin, and others all stared at each other. In the dark castle, Hawkeye my hawk, holding a small piece of paper, read the contents of the paper and fell into deep thought. Sure enough. Not simple, red hair, can't you defeat him? At the age of 8, not only is his strength not simple, he is even strong enough to fight against Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. As for injured, Mihawk did not believe this word and ignored it directly. And the same. See Night Jinbei in Fishman Island, Pirate Queen Hancock of Snake Island, Gecko Mariah of Terror Bark and others all got the news one by one. They were shocked and half believing and half doubting. Injuring Whitebeard and repelling Red Hair Shanks, these achievements are really too amazing. Is the 8-year-old general really that amazing? Doflamingo, who was receiving Drought Jack, also received this news. He and Jack laughed so hard that they were out of breath. Is the navy really getting worse and worse? Jack said disapprovingly. Doflamingo did not comment on it, but after laughing, he seemed to be thinking about something. Master. Admiral Akainu has landed. At this time, Diamante came in and reported. Treat me to delicious food and drinks. I'll be there in a moment. Doflamingo looked calm, as if he didn't take the Admiral seriously. At the critical moment of trading a large number of artificial devil fruits with Kaido, Akainu came. Was he just passing by? Impossible. But Doflamingo knew that the deal with Kaido could not fail, so he planned to secretly complete the deal and send Jack away directly. On the other side. In the first half of the Grand Line. A warship was heading towards Marineford. On the ship were Aokiji, who was sleeping in the sun with an eye mask, and Blackbeard Teach and his gang. Admiral Aokiji. A message came that Admiral Child Emperor defeated Red Hair Shanks and Whitebeard. Lol. It's really scary, Child Emperor. Aokiji took off his eye patch with a look of astonishment. Xiaotian defeated Red Hair? And injured Whitebeard Newgate? It's possible. This little guy's strength can challenge the 4 elders. I just didn't expect that he has such a deep strength. Impossible. At this time, Blackbeard's shout came from the deck. Old. How could Whitebeard be injured by an 8-year-old child? Aokiji, are you Navy deliberately leaking this ridiculous news to scare me? Obviously, Blackbeard and his gang also heard the Navy's report, especially Blackbeard Teach, who was immediately blown up. Unbelievable. That's right. Whitebeard is a monster who led this era, how could he be injured by your little kid Admiral? Bejas retorted in disbelief. Not only the famous pirates, but also the older people in the world, who doesn't know the name of Whitebeard? That's related to Pirates, the great pirate that Roger fought against. Even though he is one of the 4 emperors, he is also a higher ranking one than the 4 emperors. This news was just received. You can find out by just asking Den Den Mushi. Why would I scare you? Aokiji Kyuzan yawned lazily, looking at Blackbeard and his gang like idiots. But it was understandable that Blackbeard Teach's reaction was normal. No one believed it at first. Really? Blackbeard Teach looked at Aokiji's expression and believed that the news was true. But, he is only 8 years old. Aokiji. Blackbeard Teach's heart tightened, and he said in disbelief. It must be a rumor. Dad is the strongest man in the world. There are people who can hurt my father directly, but it is definitely not the 8-year-old child emperor. Ace was tied to the side, and he sneered from the beginning. What is there to consider? It must be a rumor. I understand. Dad has been ill for a long time, and his old injuries have relapsed. Even if the news is true, there must be some water in it. Blackbeard Teach seemed to have figured something out, and said with a grin. Just like his own betrayal, he used to worship and respect Whitebeard, but later, Dad gradually got old, and before he got off the ship, he had to inject drugs every day to maintain his physical condition. But Child Emperor is only 8 years old. This guy doesn't have the ability of the fruit. And he said he could repel red hair? If this is all true, who can fight him when he grows up in the future? This is really bad luck for you pirates. Child Emperor is very strong. Aokiji smiled meaningfully, and Blackbeard and his crew on the ship were all stunned. Very strong? Even Aokiji said so? Hey! Captain, there is a warship approaching. At this moment, Fan-Oka's super long-range observation haki seemed to sense something, and he picked up the telescope and looked at the distant sea. This is a Navy-only ocean current, and ordinary ships cannot sail in. It can only be a warship. Is it, Momo Rabbit and Child Emperor? Fan-Oka held a telescope and watched the small black dot in the distance slowly approaching. Finally, he could see the people on the warship clearly. On the bow was a child holding a telescope and Momo Rabbit Jun holding a long sword. They also saw Aokiji's warship in front of them. General, it's General Child Emperor. At this time, the signalman also came over and reported to Aokiji. Alalalal, what you say really comes true. Slow down and wait for Xiaotian to join you. Aokiji Kyuzan glanced at Blackbeard Teach and his group and smiled. Perfect. We met by chance. I want to see this 8-year-old strong man in person. Blackbeard Teach laughed, but not so loudly. Aokiji and Ace were also curious about the credibility of the news. Ace thought that even if the news was true, it was not so exaggerated. There must be something unknown. Aokiji wanted to know how Xiaotian defeated Red Hair and injured the legendary man. So he deliberately slowed down. Xiaotian leaned on Daotu and looked at the approaching warship with a comfortable face. It's Aokiji. Didn't he go to the East China Sea to capture the Golden Lion Shiki? The mission has changed. Your brother Kizaru went to escort Shiki the Golden Lion, and Aokiji Kyuzan went to meet Blackbeard Teach. Mamoto Jun explained while holding the hilt of the knife. As a candidate admiral, he is qualified to know this news. So that's how it is. So, Blackbeard Teach is probably on the warship. From this angle, you can't see Blackbeard and his gang on the ship, you can only see the back of the warship. It wasn't until the two sides kept getting closer that Xiaotian and Daotu Zaiwan boarded Aokiji's warship and found Blackbeard Teach and his crew members, Badgers, Fan-Oka, Poison Q, and others sitting on the deck. There was also Ace who was tied up, and Aokiji Kyuzan who stood up with a smile on his face. Well. Xiaotian and Daotu jumped over directly. General Child Emperor. Vice Admiral Daotu. Although he looked like a handsome little boy, the Navy soldiers on the warship saluted solemnly. Whether the news is true or not, Child Emperor is an admiral, a strong man who can fight against Akainu Sakazuki. Hello. Xiaotian politely responded to the Navy soldiers. You have done something remarkable. Aokiji was amazed as soon as they met and praised Xiaotian's achievements. Mission accomplished. Xiaotian grinned and found a chair to sit down. Aokiji Kyuzan and Blackbeard Teach were actually on the same ship. The gang chatted freely on the deck. Could it be that Blackbeard Teach hooked up with Blackbeard's gang at this time? So after Aokiji quit the navy, he soon joined the Blackbeard pirates. A mission is a mission. How did you come up with the idea of starting a fight directly? Is this shocking news true? Injured Whitebeard. Aokiji Kyuzan asked lazily. Blackbeard Teach and Ace's eyes changed. Xia Tian did not answer, but Dao Tu shrugged. Exaggerated. Whitebeard's injury recurred, not because of a beating. But, it's true that he defeated red-haired Shanks, and as for Whitebeard, they fought fiercely, but there was no winner, and he died unexpectedly due to illness. Dao Tu said calmly, but in fact he was thinking, you're so shocked, Aokiji, and you're still pretending to be casual. Did he really defeat red-haired Shanks? And he even fought Whitebeard fiercely and the result was inconclusive? Aokiji Kyuzan was shocked for a moment, then burst into laughter. Blackbeard Teach, Van Oka, Badgers, Lafitte, Ace and others all stared with their eyes wide open. Impossible. Ace couldn't help but yelled. It would be normal if Dad didn't fight because of his illness, but since he had already started fighting, how could he be on par with an 8-year-old Marine? What kind of personality does Dad have? Even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Blackbeard Teach didn't believe it at all, his eyes were wide open, and even his pupils were trembling. Who is red-haired Shanks? Such a domineering man, even a child can't be repelled. Moreover, who is Dad? The strongest man in the world. Even if he is sick, his majestic body is chilling. It must be Dad who told him to do that. Tikai gritted his teeth and gave a comforting laugh to Xia Tian to explain. Xia Tian's face was dark. You just say it, why are you looking at me like that? It's impossible. The sky cracked and the entire sea was turned upside down. Whitebeard was just about to use his ultimate move. Every move was earth-shattering and could even crack the sky. Moreover, whether you believe it or not, you can verify it with red-haired Shanks and his group, and the people on our warship can also testify. Momotobu said unhappily, looking at their deceitful look. What's the matter? Our navy is so bored that they want to trap you bunch of trash? Momotobu-jun swore solemnly, and showed such an unhappy look that Blackbeard Teach, Ace and others had to believe it. The sky cracked and the sea turned upside down. This was caused by the domineering confrontation between the top strong men. The sea turned upside down, isn't this exactly the scene that Whitebeard's ability can create? And this lie is unnecessary, as Momotobu said, as long as it is verified, it will be broken by itself, and then the navy will be discredited. At this moment, looking at Xia Tian who was sitting there with a small body, everyone was extremely shocked. Is he really that strong? He can reach such a strong level at the age of 8? Hey, I'm out of orange juice on the boat, give me a glass. Xia Tian was a little pleased with themselves for talking about their achievements. It was quite interesting to see how shocked they were, but they were short of a glass of orange juice. Yes. Admiral. The Navy soldier who was pointed out was very excited and immediately ran into the cabin. Aokiji was very surprised after hearing this. He is really an incredible guy. It's a pity that the old man is too old and sick, otherwise we could have had a good fight. Xia Tian met Aokiji's eyes and said very arrogantly. Suddenly, Aokiji Kyuzan's eyes were a little strange. He almost forgot that this guy was Kizaru's biological brother, and he inherited some of his height. The others looked ashamed. Blackbeard Teach had cold sweat on his forehead. Red-haired Shanks? He had left scratches on him because he caught him by surprise. If they were to start a real head-on confrontation, he would most likely be defeated directly. Whitebeard Dad. That's not to mention. To be able to use the power of the tremor fruit, Dad must have fought seriously to create such a scene. Blackbeard Teach understood instantly that if he wanted to implement his plan well, in this link of the Navy, Admiral Child Emperor was a hurdle that he couldn't avoid. But there was also something to be thankful for, that is, the more seriously Whitebeard's dad was injured, the better. This is more beneficial to the plan than having another Xia Tian. But what Blackbeard Teach didn't expect was that the scene of him planning things in his head was all seen by Xia Tian who was sitting next to Aokiji. Is this guy thinking about his plan? Xia Tian laughed in his heart. Blackbeard Teach, a capable man who plays the pig and eats the tiger, a hero. With his current strength, even Dao Tu may not be able to beat him. He is only one step away from the admiral level. Even against the admiral of the ability user, he may not lose at all. This is why Blackbeard Teach dared to take ace directly on the warship. Xia Tian's smile was a little playful. After Dao Tu saw Blackbeard Teach and his group, he also asked. This guy can be said to have replaced Crocodile and become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I traded it with Ace of the Fire Fist. Aokiji Kyuzan pointed at Ace, who was gritting his teeth and tied up with sea stone. Shishibukai, you look like a 4 emperor. Xia Tian had already had his orange juice and was staring at Blackbeard with a playful look. Feeling Xia Tian's gaze, Blackbeard Teach felt a chill down his spine. Bulu bulu, bulu bulu. A small den den mushi rang on Aokiji's body. Mr. Waring states. It's me, Kyuzan. You still need to calm the ocean currents. Don't return yet. Go to Dressrosa for support as soon as possible. Marshal Sengoku's somewhat anxious voice came from the den den mushi. It seems, something bad is going to happen. Xia Tian, Dao Tu, Blackbeard Teach and his gang all heard it and turned their heads to look. Aokiji Kyuzan's pupils shrank when he heard Marshal Sengoku's voice. Yes, go now. Mr. Sengoku, what happened? Aokiji asked as he signaled the Navy soldiers to return. After Sakazuki went there, he originally wanted to investigate carefully, but his temper became too bad. After seeing Jack the Drought making a deal with Doflamingo, he had a direct confrontation with him. Not only did they destroy all the artificial devil fruit factories, they also took away all the devil fruits. Of course, this was enough for Akainu to complete his mission and come back, but Kaido the Beast actually rushed over directly. No need to say anything more, Aokiji Kyuzan immediately understood. There was only one general, Sakazuki, and the others, facing Kaido the Beast, Jack the Drought, Doflamingo, and others, a battle at a disadvantage. The Beast's pirates who received the news also went to support. Kaido values these artificial devil fruits very much. So we have to hurry up to support him. Marshal Sengoku said, and some anger came out. The 4 emperors, even the 4 emperors. This time we have to suppress them thoroughly, otherwise where is the prestige of the navy? When everyone heard it, they were also shocked. Blackbeard Teach and Bugles and others looked at each other. No one expected that at this time, Kaido would have such a big conflict with the navy headquarters. But, isn't it true that the navy can't suppress Kaido? As expected of Akainu, this temper. Xia Tian also bit the straw and smiled, sighing. I see, Mr. Zhangguo, by the way, Xia Tian is also on the same road with me, and is here with me now. When Aokiji heard Xia Tian's voice, he remembered the little monster on the boat and hurriedly said. Summer. Hello, Mr. Zhangguo. Xia Tian also greeted him from the side. That's perfect. Zhangguo was delighted when he heard Xia Tian's voice. He had been planning to contact Xia Tian, so now he was going to set off with Aokiji. Xia Tian, you also go to support, with you here, Kaido won't be able to cause any big trouble. Hit him hard, after all, this guy is more brutal than Whitebeard and Red Hair. Zhangguo immediately asked Xia Tian to take action. Ahem, Mr. Zhangguo, of course it's no problem for me to take action, but what about the reward? With so many tough guys, it must be at least 10 billion. Xia Tian said, thinking that it would be no problem to sell it, the more and the harder it is, the better. He directly quoted a price. My goodness, Aokiji was stunned with Den Den Mushi. The lion opened his mouth. Blackbeard Teach, Van Oka, Lafitte and others looked at Xia Tian in surprise. There is such a move? The general asked the marshal for money. Dao Tu looked calm, turned around and went to another warship to return to Dressrosa. Your mission is just to stop them, but you have to fight them hard. If it's really hard to fight, just take Akainu away. 3 billion. Marshal Sengoku couldn't help but hold his forehead when he said Den Den Mushi. He almost forgot that Xia Tian's salary is very high. Alas, this is a mission that risks one's life, but the situation is urgent, and I won't take advantage of the situation. 5 billion, I guarantee that the mission will be completed beautifully. Xia Tian sighed and offered a price of 5 billion. Of course, Xia Tian's actual psychological price was also this, but the beast's pirates, Marshal Sengoku, could not agree to the price of 10 billion Baileys. Deal. Be sure to go there as quickly as possible. Without much consideration, Marshal Zhangguo agreed immediately. Okay, got it. Having money, Xia Tian immediately became very motivated. Marshal Zhangguo was about to hang up the phone, and Blackbeard Teach hurried over and shouted. Marshal Zhangguo, don't forget my 2 billion. Marshal. Zhangguo paused, and when he said 2 billion, he recognized that it was Blackbeard Teach. He hung up the phone without saying anything. Aokiji Kyuzan glanced at Blackbeard and said nothing. Xia Tian was stunned. 2 billion? What 2 billion? Xia Tian is a money grubber who is very sensitive about money. It seems that Blackbeard Teach has some important information about Fire Fist Ace, and he wants to trade it for 2 billion, and he wants to talk to Marshal Sengoku in person. Aokiji glanced at Blackbeard Teach who sat back, and explained. Only then did Xia Tian suddenly understand. Information about Fire Fist Ace? It turned out to be this, Ace's life experience. Then, Xia Tian looked at Blackbeard Teach and smiled again, which made him shudder. Blackbeard Teach didn't understand, why did Xia Tian's smile, such a handsome little boy, make him feel this way? Then, the two warships turned around and headed for Dressrosa in the New World, and Blackbeard Teach was taken directly there. This is too slow. After walking for a while, Aokiji was already a little anxious. Although it would take less than a day for them to advance in the ocean current, the situation could change at any time. I'll go over there to provide support in advance. Aokiji directly brought out a bicycle and said to Xia Tian. Suddenly, everyone around except Doubta was stunned. After Aokiji jumped off the boat, an ice road formed on the sea surface and extended out. As soon as Aokiji pedaled the bicycle, he ran out at a speed far exceeding that of the warship. Just this scene, even Xia Tian was stunned. So cool! I thought he was riding his bike to enjoy the scenery, how could he be so fast? Xia Tian's eyes were full of stars. Is it possible that he could also open a frozen fruit template? And now, Doubta was the only one left on the warship. On another warship, he could negotiate a deal with Blackbeard. Xia Tian drank his favorite orange juice and asked the soldiers on the bow to leave first. He and Blackbeard Teach got some important information. Gathering intelligence. Blackbeard Teach looked at the empty deck, a little confused. Fortunately, his subordinates did not leave, otherwise Blackbeard Teach would be a little panicked when facing Xia Tian who could fight against Whitebeard. Come on, come closer, I want to tell you something. Why, are you afraid of an 8-year-old kid like me? Xia Tian smiled and waved his hand, and Blackbeard Teach walked forward with a grin. General Child Emperor, what do you want to talk to me about in such a mysterious way? Blackbeard Teach slowly stepped forward and gestured behind him, asking Bugs and others to come closer. Give me the secret of your deal. 1.5 billion. Xia Tian said this with a mysterious look on his face. Blackbeard Teach was stunned on the spot, unable to digest it all at once. Are you crazy? Tikai really thought Xia Tian was crazy. Why should he give up 1.5 billion? Do you think I look like that? Get the money and give it to me in private. Besides, the secret is that Ace is Roger's biological blood. If you don't want to get nothing, just do what I say. Xia Tian spoke in a low voice, and he was not afraid of being heard on the windy and rough sea. When Blackbeard Teach heard it, he immediately looked like he saw a ghost. Xia Tian, he is only 8 years old? He just joined the navy, how did he know the secret that even the headquarters didn't know? Suddenly, a trace of fear appeared in the bottom of Blackbeard Teach's heart, and he felt vaguely that this child emperor was very scary. No, I only have 500 million. Split in half, I want 1 billion. After a long pause, Blackbeard Teach lowered his voice and began to bargain. Even so, only 2 people knew this secret. But Xia Tian's eyes were indifferent. Teach, I won't bargain, 1.5 billion. Xia Tian's attitude was very tough, and Blackbeard Teach choked. But he was a little angry in his heart. Isn't this cutting off my source of income? To develop, money is very important. Are you sure, General Child Emperor? You should know that Aokiji is not here now. What can a general like you do? Blackbeard Teach laughed and stepped back. Ace, who was tied up in front of the cabin, didn't hear what they said. Suddenly, the situation became like this. He looked at them with a strange expression. As soon as Blackbeard Teach attacked, Badgers, Van Oka, Lafitte and Poison Q behind him immediately took up a fighting stance. Captain, we are going to take action against the Admiral. He is not an ordinary general. Even if they can't win, Blackbeard Teach doesn't think they will be killed in seconds. Besides, can they fight against Whitebeard? Blackbeard Teach also wants to test Xia Tian's strength, mainly to show his attitude to Xia Tian. This money is not acceptable. Alas, it's really a case of not accepting a toast and then drinking a forfeit. Xia Tian shook his head regretfully. Blackbeard's behavior was really not a wise choice. So, as soon as he finished speaking, Xia Tian's small body completely changed in front of Blackbeard Teach. Powerful. Fierce. A powerful aura was displayed in front of Blackbeard Teach. You. Blackbeard was shocked. He had only seen this feeling in Whitebeard, who was preparing for a fight. And the next second, a small fist kept getting bigger in front of Blackbeard Teach's eyes. Badges and others around him were all stunned by Xia Tian's momentum. They had no time to react. They didn't expect Xia Tian to be so fast. So, Blackbeard Teach only had time to use the armed color domineering to hit his face. There was a sound of his face hitting, and Blackbeard didn't use much effort, but he still hit the wall of the cabin, and the wall cracked. Blackbeard covered his face in pain and rolled on the ground. The user of the Dark Fruit ability, Double the Pain, and Xia Tian knocked out a few of Blackbeard Teach's teeth with a solid punch. Captain! It happened too quickly. Just as Fan Oka and the others reacted, Blackbeard Teach fell to the ground and rolled around. Take action! Fan Oka, Lafitte, and the others immediately looked grim and had no choice but to take action. Looking at Xia Tian, who was not far away, Fan Oka didn't even need to aim, he just started shooting with a bang of his gun. Badger's arms bulged with muscles and rushed towards Xia Tian. Lafitte and Du Q also used their own methods. Are you annoying? Xia Tian frowned, and with a casual slap, the bullet shot by Fan Oka flew away. This kind of bullet that was not even covered by domineering was really despised. Then, he punched Badgers, who was charging first with full momentum. It was a plain and simple punch. Absolute armed color domineering would form an invisible armor on the surface of the body when it was not covered. Badgers raised his fist high and hammered at Xia Tian until his fists collided. The whole person flew back like a cannonball and hit the deck. His arm was twisted. At this time, other attacks also arrived. Xia Tian didn't even look at it, and punched Lafitte, who was holding the hypnosis tool. He kicked Poison Q away. The two of them, like badgers, felt an overwhelming force approaching them. Their eyeballs almost popped out, and then their bodies flew backwards uncontrollably, spitting out blood as their chi and blood surged. After Fan Aoka fired the gun, he witnessed this scene and was completely stunned. Is this a humanoid monster? At this time, Xia Tian had already arrived in front of Fan Ayaka, and her little hand had already grabbed the barrel of Fan Ayaka's gun, and directly broke it. Another plain punch. There was no sound, no explosion, and it hit Fan Ayaka's stomach in an instant. Immediately, Fan Ayaka fell to the ground, hunched over like a shrimp, his eyes full of pain and unable to speak. I don't even need to use 1/10 of my strength to fight you. Xia Tian yawned out of boredom. He didn't make any sound the whole time. This was a skill to control the domineering aura to offset the air resistance. But the sound of hitting the board still caught the attention of the Navy soldiers, and they all ran over with weapons in hand. What's going on? Dao Tu noticed the commotion and rushed over. It's okay, no problem. It was just a friendly exchange with the Blackbeard pirates who were about to become the 7 warlords of the sea. Xia Tian saw that everyone was ready to fight, so he waved his hand and said. The Navy soldiers also put away their weapons when they saw that nothing was wrong. Only Ace, who witnessed the whole process, looked at him in shock. Is this the Blackbeard group that defeated him? In front of Xia Tian, Blackbeard Teach couldn't even use the power of the dark fruit. On the contrary, Dao Tu looked at Blackbeard Teach with a strange face, who smiled and nodded and said that it was just an exchange even though he had lost a few teeth. What kind of exchange? One of them was still holding his stomach and groaning in pain, and the 3 couldn't get up after being knocked down. And the broken gun, there was indeed a gunshot just now. But Dao Tu didn't say anything, and immediately asked the Navy sailors to repair the board and carry him down for treatment. As for Blackbeard Teach, he was full of horror at this time. The power of the dark fruit was actually used. But after it came into contact with Xia Tian's fist, it was directly broken up. It was broken up when the body was about to come out. Shocking! At the age of 8, he already has top-notch armament haki. Under Xia Tian's gaze, Blackbeard Teach could only nod his head in acknowledgement, and silently handed over 1.5 billion. He is simply invincible, no wonder he can defeat Red Hair and fight against Whitebeard on equal terms. Xia Tian grinned. His body had long recovered to its peak after 2 days of rest. With the improvement of various upper limits, it would be easy to beat Blackbeard Teach even without armament haki. Of course, this was also due to Xia Tian's thunderous attack. They were fighting pirates, and Dao Tu was too lazy to ask Xia Tian why he wanted to beat them. Then he was honest. Xia Tian chatted with Ace for a few words, and went at full speed all the way, riding the wind and waves to Dressrosa. On the other side, the port of Dressrosa was already a sea of fire. Magma was everywhere. The seaside had already been beaten to pieces. Drought Jack's elephant head ship and several other ships were already ablaze. On the coast, Jack, who was charred, stood with Doflamingo, Diamante, Origi, Derringer, Peak, and others, watching the battle in the sky with shock. With a red sound, the magma incarnation of Akainu Sakaski and a huge blue dragon were fighting fiercely in the sky. Domineering, the collision between the heat breath and the magma doghead, each time the surging magma fell, forming black cooled crystals on the sea surface. Akainu Sakaski was about to fall into a disadvantage, but he still attacked fiercely. Boom! Another fierce collision between the canine-tooth red lotus and the heat breath. The sky was full of flames, and the magma fell, rolling down. This! Doflamingo's veins popped up as he watched Dressrosa being destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, but he could do nothing about it. Akainu had already burned down all the factories underground. And now he was facing Kaido, and Doflamingo couldn't stop the fight, so he could only watch. No matter Akainu, who represented the navy, or Kaido, the 4 emperors, he couldn't afford to offend them. Akainu! You destroyed my devil fruit, don't think you can run away so easily. Kaido's huge eyes like copper bells were full of anger. At first, he didn't care much until Doflamingo notified him, and Kaido was furious. When he heard that most of the Navy's forces were not in the New World, he couldn't help but turn into a dragon and chased after him. He just stopped Akainu Sakazuki, who was about to leave. According to Akainu Sakazuki's temper, how could he be timid in the face of pirates? So, a big battle started. Akainu was like a hot and rolling magma ball, flexibly attacking Kaido in the sky with explosive power. Big Fire, Magma Giant Fist, Hades. Various moves kept greeting Kaido's blue dragon form. Every blow brought a grand magma rain, so that there was already a sea of magma below. Kaido, the beast, was even more terrifying. Although Akainu Sakazuki's bursting flames could make him feel burning pain, he was not afraid at all with his strong body. Bad wind, heat breath, tornado, all kinds of moves, attacking Akainu Sakazuki fiercely. For a while, no one could do anything to the other, but if the battle continued like this, Akainu would consume more energy, and coupled with the power gap with Kaido, he gradually fell behind. Today, even if I die here, I will not retreat. Obviously, Sakazuki was really angry, his eyes were extremely fierce, and he attacked without regard for consumption. Magma fell into the sea from time to time, and Kaido's hot breath also sprayed on the sea from time to time, and the sound of explosions continued. Governor Kaido. I'm here to help you. Jack, who had recovered from the drought for a long time, finally felt that he had enough physical strength, and immediately began to transform into a half-beast, wanting to go up and help Kaido take down Akainu. However, the Navy at the scene had no time to stop him, and Jack had already jumped up and pounced on Akainu. Get out! Akainu, who had been fighting mad for a long time, saw that Jack dared to come forward, and he punched him with a big fire. The huge lava kept growing and collided with Jack. Jack was completely incapable of fighting in the air. After just a few seconds, he was directly knocked away by Akainu and flew towards the island. But the next second, Kaido's dragon tail roared in front of Akainu. Damn it! Akainu Sakazuki's elementalized body was covered with armed color domineering in time. With a bang, the magma exploded, and Akainu Sakazuki flew to the hill of the island and crashed into it. Kaido did not stop attacking at all, and a hot breath gushed out instantly. With a loud bang, the hill exploded completely. The rubble flew to the town. Admiral Sakazuki. The navy that was fighting the beast's pirates was shocked, but they had to deal with the pirates brought by Jack. Everyone has been evacuated, right? Doflamingo's eyelids twitched as he watched the scene in front of him. He didn't want to be left alone on an island after today. Although Dressrosa was very vast. Master, everyone has escaped. But are we just going to watch this? Olaji, Diamante, and others behind him couldn't help but say. I can only watch them fight, no one can help. This was the first time Doflamingo had encountered such a situation in all these years. He was helpless. If he touched Akainu, the news would definitely not be suppressed, and he would lose his status as a Shishibukai that he had worked so hard to maintain. The price was too high. And if he helped Akainu, he might not be able to withstand the wrath of the four emperors Kaido. Master, Akainu is actually okay. At this time, in the bursting flames, Akainu's figure reappeared, and his feet quickly turned into magma. A punch was thrown, just like a volcanic eruption. Akainu himself is magma, and with all his strength, Kaido's two attacks were actually dodged. Suddenly, another ball of fire descended from the sky. It was a pterosaur with a bird's beak. Flame disaster, cinder. It fell from the sky, whistling straight down, and its speed was incredibly fast. With his unique toothless pterosaur flame, it pecked at Akainu. Flame disaster. Akainu Sakazuki's face became even uglier. He attacked directly with the dog-tooth red lotus, and a magma dog head pounced over. The flame disaster has arrived, which means that the other members of the beast's pirates are not far away. This made Akainu a little anxious. In theory, the Navy headquarters will also have support, but Akainu also understood that all the admirals went out to perform missions, and the support would not be so fast. Bang! At this time, the flame disaster passed through the dog-tooth Red Lotus, paused its offensive, and then rushed towards Sakazuki again. Ha 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 ha! Kaido laughed loudly when he saw his subordinates coming, and launched a gust of bad wind to sweep over. Maybe he can keep Akainu Sakazuki today. Of course, Kaido was angry, but he also knew that the admiral could not be killed for the time being. Otherwise, the Navy would target him desperately. Although Kaido was not afraid, it would undoubtedly shelve his plan to form a legion of artificial devil fruit users. Humph! Akainu groaned. The situation was very bad. The magma fist and the peck of the flame collided with each other. Suddenly the ground beneath his feet cracked. Jin was also burned by Akainu's high temperature and flew away. It was not a wise choice to continue to fight against the magma ability. Then, the bad wind came. Akainu didn't even have the slightest pause time, and immediately burst out his ability to block Kaido's attack. Flames burned. Amid the flying gravel, facing Kaido and flame disaster, Akainu's pressure increased dramatically. And on this island, the short fight turned into a ruin, the mountain disappeared, the ground cracked, and the magma flowed around with flames. You can't hold on for too long. Kaido was no longer anxious, he was not in a hurry, and he didn't even use his strongest dragon form. With Jin's cooperation, it was not difficult to defeat Akainu in a short time. Akainu was fighting against two people, and after a battle, he began to feel powerless. His physical strength seemed to have been depleted to a certain extent. So what? Akainu was furious, his eyes were red. Seeing that Akainu was about to hit him but he had no time to dodge, he was so ruthless that he actually planned not to defend himself and directly exchanged the dark dog with the flame disaster. Even if I die, I will bring down the three calamities. This was what Akainu Sakazuki thought. Flame Calamity also saw Akainu's purpose, but did not change his attack at all. With Governor Kaido in front and himself behind, Akainu was finished. Suddenly, at this critical moment, an ice spear even bigger than Flame Calamity broke through the air and shot at Flame Calamity. Freeze! Flame Disaster Jin had to dodge at this time. The pterosaur turned its wings and its entire body strangely turned in the direction. When Akainu saw that Flame Disaster had dodged, the dark dog also controlled the direction of his attack and hit Kaido's hot breath from the front. Boom! A violent explosion spread directly in the sky. The ice spear lost its target and directly pierced into the sea water in the harbor. The sea surface instantly froze and spread out. Finally, I made it in time. With a chill on his body, Aokiji strode forward and appeared in the other direction of the island. Kyuzen! Akainu Sakazuki finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the pressure suddenly eased. On the warship, the Navy soldiers who were fighting the Beast's pirates at the harbor had their eyes lit up and shouted for Admiral Aokiji. It was really thrilling just now, and Admiral Akainu was almost injured. Aokiji! Kaido's eyes condensed, and he felt a little unwilling. Then, he transformed into a dragon man and fell down with a mace in his hand. Yanzei also fell behind Kaido, with a solemn face. Undoubtedly, the arrival of Aokiji changed the situation of their original capture of Akainu Sakazuki. With Aokiji, Akainu Sakazuki and these Navy can definitely retreat unscathed. The power of freezing is too annoying. Kaido, that's enough for today. Aokiji said to Kaido with a solemn look and a warning. That's it. Akainu stole my things, hand them over and I'll let you go today. Kaido dragged his mace and walked slowly forward, his eyes revealing a dangerous aura that even Aokiji felt. There is no doubt that Kaido wants those artificial devil fruits. Dream on! Akainu immediately replied with a sneer. We won't hand it over, and there's nothing you can do about it. Aokiji Kyuzen's body was chilled even more, and even the air was filled with falling stars. Let's go, Sakazuki, Seeing Kaido and Jin's ugly faces, Aokiji quickly looked at Akainu. He felt that he should leave. If he joined Xiaotian, he might be able to fight the Beast's pirates earlier. But if he didn't leave, the other members of the Beast's pirates would definitely come to support them first. By then, they would be in trouble, and it would be difficult for the Navy to break through the encirclement. The risk is too great. No. Keep fighting. Somewhat crazy Akainu obviously didn't want to leave like this, staring at Kaido and Flame Disaster. He almost died here, and Akainu couldn't stand being yelled at by pirates. But Akainu didn't completely lose his mind. Facing the Beast's pirates, the support from the headquarters couldn't be just Aokiji. As long as they hold on and wait for the support to arrive, there is still a chance. You. Aokiji frowned helplessly. Unexpectedly, Akainu Sakazuki was not willing to leave like this. Although leaving would cause the outside world to talk nonsense and lose face, the situation was stronger than the person. Want to leave? Why do you think I changed into this form? Kaido glared and swung the mace in his hand. King Kong. Dysprosium. The powerful domineering aura flowed in Kaido's hands, and he swung a stick, which actually produced a stick energy similar to the light of a knife. The dust and gravel flew towards Akainu through the air, and even the ground was pushed into the gully. Akainu's eyes were extremely solemn, and he directly blocked the magma all over the ground. The strongest half-beast form of the animal system, Kaido was going to fight with all his strength. At this time, Flame Disaster Jin found the right opportunity and wanted to sneak attack Akainu again, but before he could fly up, the ice that was separated from the magma on the ground had already covered him. Don't forget. I'm here too. Aokiji exhaled a large breath of cold air, and the icy air instantly covered the area. Ice immediately began to spread out from under Yanzei's feet. Aokiji. The flames suddenly ignited, the ice on the flame was offset, and the mist was lingering. Since the battle has started, Aokiji is also merciless, and the cold air all over his body is scattered. As one of the big bosses of the Beast's pirates, although the strength of the Flame Disaster Jin is also very strong, it is obviously at a disadvantage against the admiral with the highest combat power in the navy. Aokiji Kyuzen's body is like a walking ice field, ice spears, ice birds, etc. are beckoning. Jin can't even attack him at close range. As long as it touches slightly, it will be eroded by the power of ice. And Akainu Sakazuki fought hard against Kaido's dragon form. Obviously, Kaido, who has turned on the half-beast, held a mace and completely demonstrated the power of the strongest creature. As the fight continued to spread, although Aokiji helped Akainu attack Kaido from time to time, he still couldn't suppress it, and the two sides entered a white-hot stage. The impact of the aftermath of the battle became more and more widespread, and magma, ice, and even Kaido's stick energy all hit the empty town. Suddenly, the Navy soldiers who were still fighting the pirates in the harbor, as well as Doflamingo and others, turned their heads and looked at the sea in the distance. A skull flag appeared. The Beast's pirates' ship. Treble recognized the flag and shouted. There were 3 large ships in total. As the ships approached, one could even see densely packed figures standing on the ships. Without exception, they were all wearing the animal skin clothes of the Beast's pirates, and each of them held a weapon or gun. The leader was none other than Plague Queen. Behind him was the main combat force of the Beast's pirates, the Flying Six. All the members of the Beast pirates are here. The navy subordinates brought by Akainu were all horrified and looked back at the battlefield of the admiral. Aokiji was limiting the Flame Disaster with one hand and fighting Kaido with Akainu with the other hand. There was no hope for him to split himself. It's over, what should we do? All of a sudden, all the navy members were panicked. Only Admiral Aokiji came over, and no navy support has come yet. In the center of the fierce battle, Aokiji Kyuzen also discovered the 3 ships of the Beast's pirates that were coming quickly. Akainu's face became even uglier. This time, he had to face the entire four Emperor's pirates. Kaido laughed while waving his mace, and Jin, as well as Jack who had just climbed up, showed surprised expressions. Chirp! At this time, Aokiji flew directly to Jin with an ice bird, and then the whole person turned into ice and jumped up. Ice Age! The power of the ice fruit burst out. Aokiji extended an icicle from the air and froze the sea surface directly. The terrifying ice directly froze the three approaching pirate ships on the sea surface, making it impossible for them to sail over directly and quickly. This was just a way to temporarily delay the reinforcements of the beast's pirates. Aokiji, wasting so much energy will only delay for a few more minutes. Quinn can still run over from the ice. Kaido laughed wantonly, and with a mace with domineering aura, he pushed Akainu back a long way. There's no need to fight any further, let's retreat. Aokiji Kyuzen couldn't help but feel anxious. If he retreated now, there might still be a chance. Can't leave. Akainu Sakazuki shook his head, his eyes full of unwillingness. It can be seen that the reinforcements of the beast's pirates, led by Quinn and the Flying Six, have jumped off the ship and rushed over. Although not as fast as the previous ship, it is not slow at all. Aokiji sighed, knowing in his heart that it was too late. Quinn and the Flying Six were the first to rush to Kaido's side, and all of a sudden, the two admirals of the navy faced the main combat power of the entire four Emperor's pirate group. The three big bosses, the Flying Six and Kaido. And by the warship, the minions of the beast's pirates surrounded the navy soldiers densely. Even several boxes of confiscated artificial devil fruits were snatched back by the beast's pirates. The navy's support is delayed, it seems that Aokiji and Akainu will suffer a great loss. At worst, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the headquarters in one piece. Doflamingo calmed down after seeing this and laughed. No matter which side gained the upper hand, it would not be bad for him. With his identity, he could get away with everything in the factory as long as he did not participate in their fight. Young master. The admiral of the navy is going to be besieged and killed. Sugar, Pika, and others were shocked. This was the first time they saw the navy suffer such a big loss. It seemed that everything started with Akainu Sakazuki's stubborn determination to deal with the pirates. No, the admiral cannot die, and do you think the admiral of the navy is so easy to kill? Aokiji and Akainu are worried about the group of subordinates on the shore, otherwise they can still leave, but without the support of the navy, they must return with less body parts. In the Battle of Dressrosa, two admirals of the navy were seriously injured. Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh crazily. And it was just as Doflamingo thought. How could the admirals of the navy, the highest combat power of the navy headquarters, be dealt with so easily? Trapped in the encirclement, Aokiji Kyuzen and Akainu Sakazuki no longer reserved their own terrifying natural destructive power. They began to exert their full strength. In an instant, half of the island entered the extreme area of half hot and half cold. Go up! Kaido sneered and waved his hand. Behind him, the three calamities, the Flying Six, and 9 other figures moved at the sound. The 9 people's armed color domineering burst out, and the sword light, impact cannon, and other moves were launched. Ice Age! With a loud bang, the water vapor in the air instantly condensed into ice, becoming extremely dry. Aokiji made a move, and the 9 people standing on the ground suddenly turned into 9 ice sculptures. And all the attacks he launched were interrupted. Thunder! Bagua! Kaido ignored Aokiji and rushed towards Sakazuki again. The lightning and thunder, with powerful domineering power, streaked through the air, and the power was extremely fierce. Sakazuki's pupil shrank, and the magma on his body rolled with black smoke. A punch of magma exploded and collided with Kaido's mace. There was a huge bang. This fist with volcanic explosive power was actually shattered by Kaido's thunder bagua, and magma splashed everywhere. Akainu Sakazuki couldn't stand it and retreated again and again. His physical strength and ability were consumed too much. Now he is simply unable to deal with Kaido. At this time, a thick ice wall stood directly across, directly isolating Kaido's figure. No matter, and his tone was even more anxious. The ice couldn't freeze these people for long, and the ice wall could be broken by Kaido at any time. Akainu Sakazuki gritted his teeth tightly, very unwilling, but he also knew that the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. It was useless for two people to face the entire Four Emperors pirate group even if they risked their lives. They had to retreat temporarily. The two took this opportunity to fly quickly to the warship. They even ignored the minions of the beast's pirates and asked the Navy soldiers to retreat. At this time, the ice on the frozen three disasters broke into cracks, and then the whole thing exploded. The three forms of Pteranodon, Brachiosaurus, and Mammoth appeared. The same was true for the Flying Six, who broke the ice right after the three disasters. Kaido directly used a diamond arrow to smash the ice wall erected by Aokiji. Akainu, you can't run away. There is a price to pay for pissing me off. Kaido saw Aokiji Kyuzen and Akainu Sakazuki running away, roared, and chased after them with a cloud of flames floating on his body. The three calamities and the Flying Six all activated their own animal-type abilities and followed closely behind. Kaido was relentless and was determined to make Akainu Sakazuki pay the price. It's bad. Aokiji and Akainu looked back, their faces even more gloomy. A large wave of attacks had already caught up with them. The shock waves spit out by Queen Brachiosaurus, the flames of the Flame Disaster, the long-range attacks of the Flying Six and others, and Kaido's stick energy. The power of magma and the power of freezing were activated again. The huge ice bird and the magma dog head blocked behind them, and in an instant, the violent impact force suddenly spread. The magma and the ice bird were offset by those attacks in mid-air. But because of this, the distance between Kaido and others and Akainu Aokiji was directly shortened a lot when they turned around to attack and resist. Quinn was even more delighted when he saw this, and the big mouth of the Brachiosaurus opened wide, and another shock flame was sprayed out. The same was true for the others, and even the Flying Six couldn't help but smile grimly on their beastly faces. If it happens again, they won't be able to escape, and they will definitely be caught up. They will become the first pirate group to capture the Admiral of the Navy in the Great Pirate Era. You are looking for death. Even though Aokiji has a restrained temper, he couldn't hold it back any longer. He turned around with a chill on his body, and pointed his hands at Kaido, the three calamities and others. The powerful freezing power directly acted on the water vapor in the air, and now it was not far from the sea surface, so there was plenty of water. Silently, with a crackling sound, the freezing power spread over. The three calamities, the Flying Six and others were startled, and were instantly frozen in the ice. Only Kaido, who was covered in purple lightning, resisted it, and rushed over without slowing down. Big fire! Akainu Sakazuki also turned around fiercely, and attacked with a fierce look in his eyes. The magma punched out, constantly changing. With the infinite power of the volcanic eruption, it turned into a huge fist and rushed over. Thunderous Bagua! Kaido's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he roared, swinging the mace with dense lightning directly to break Akainu's big fire. He continued to hammer at the nearest Aokiji. Kaido's attack was full of violent power, and Aokiji's eyes obviously changed. He couldn't dodge. At this moment, suddenly, a small fist hit Kaido's mace at the critical moment. Kaido smashed the shattered fire-breathing fist into pieces, and finally landed on the ice condensed by the three calamities and the Flying Six. It did not cause any damage, but instead gave the 9 people the opportunity to break the ice. However, they did not continue to attack at all, but looked up in astonishment. Even Kaido looked at his Thunder Bagua in astonishment. A small fist covered in black with armament haki blocked the mace. Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaotian's small body blocking him. He had no time to defend himself just now. If he was attacked by this kind of domineering and armed haki, he would definitely be injured. fortunately. Xiao Tian is here. Akainu was also surprised. No one noticed Xiao Tian's appearance. The speed was too fast. The powerful impact of the mace and fist collided and spread, and the airflow surged. Kaido took back the mace in surprise, and both sides fell back to the ground. Looking at the uninvited guest in front of him, Kaido suddenly realized. This boyish figure, wearing a coat of justice, isn't he the newly appointed 4th general? Child Emperor. Kaido pointed his mace directly at Xiao Tian and said with a look of disapproval. That's right. Xiao Tian grinned. At this time, the warships behind him slowly appeared. Dao Tuziwen and many navy officers appeared. Gain the power of the king. Gain armament haki. Gain a stamina boost. Get a strength boost. Obtain Kaido's Taijutsu template. Gain rapid wound healing ability. System prompts sounded one after another, and Xiao Tian obtained Kaido's battle template in a brief confrontation. He is indeed one of the 4 emperors, and is no worse than Red Hair. Xiao Tian thought to himself, and looked at Kaido. He had dragon horns on his head, hair like flaming clouds, his upper body was covered with dragon scales, and his feet were transformed into 3-clawed dragon claws. This was the strongest form of the half-beast dragon man. A few days ago, I heard that you beat back Red Hair and injured that old fellow Whitebeard. Tell me, how much of this is true, or are they just letting you, a little brat, down? Kaido laughed as he spoke, obviously not taking Xiao Tian's actions seriously. Whether the news is reliable or not, you will know it soon. Xiao Tian twisted his wrist and said indifferently. Child Emperor. We just heard the news of Child Emperor's battle with red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard Newgate not long ago, and now he appeared in Dressrosa, which surprised Doflamingo and his group. They didn't expect that in addition to Aokiji, there was also this 8-year-old general to save the situation. However, Doflamingo was cautious. Just now, Xiao Tian blocked Kaido's signature move Thunder Bagua with one punch, and his face was extremely relaxed. This is not simple. So, the news is exaggerated. The 4th general is not weak. Don Quixote's people watched from afar. However, the group of navy soldiers who were originally besieged cheered excitedly. They were saved. The support of the navy headquarters has arrived. The 2 warships and the navy soldiers, plus themselves, even if they don't have as many people as the beast's pirates, they are not afraid at all with the warships. And with the presence of the 3 admirals, even if the 3 disasters and the 6 brothers are there is still a chance to counterattack. Is this the legendary 4th admiral, Child Emperor? Ha 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 ha, children should not get involved in such dangerous places, or they will die. We are big dinosaurs, be careful not to pee your pants in fright. Is it really okay for you to say that? After all, he is a cute child. That is, if they say he defeated Red Hair and Whitebeard, I wouldn't believe it even if I were stupid. Humph, the 4th admiral? The Navy put a child in office, it seems really corrupt. Maybe he is a celestial dragon. The Flying Six and Quinn laughed at each other, and Jack was the most arrogant among them, not taking Xiao Tian, who came to help, seriously at all. Kaido carried a mace and looked disapproving. Then Child Emperor, Aokiji, Akainu, you 3 admirals are all here, what can you do to my beasts? You can't run away even if you come. Kaido sneered and said with some disdain. Even if he broke into the marine headquarters alone, Sengoku, the 3 admirals and the entire marine headquarters could not do anything to him. Unkillable. He alone is enough to hold back 2 admirals. Now that there is an 8-year-old child emperor present, can he run away as he wishes? The people of the Beast's pirates said sarcastic words, and Akainu Sakazuki and Aokiji could not help but get angry. Run! Xiao Tian laughed even more, with a face full of innocent and brilliant smile. I didn't have time to find you myself, and now I'm facing the strongest dragon form directly, how can I bear to leave? This made Kaido feel a bad premonition. What's going on? The observation Haki actually had this feeling? However, the next second, Kaido was shocked. A black shadow passed Kaido directly and went towards the most fierce drought disaster Jack, who was shouting behind him. It was not until the black shadow passed that a huge sonic boom reached Kaido's ears. The speed of sound? Xiaotian's sudden rise also shocked Akainu and Aokiji. He didn't even say hello, but he went straight up. But thinking of Xiaotian's previous record, Aokiji and Akainu looked at each other and prepared for battle. On the other side, seeing Xiaotian's figure disappear from the spot, Dao Tu jumped over. Dao Tu, the substitute admiral, she is not a vase. Her strength is infinitely close to the admiral level, and she is not weaker than the three disasters. And at this time no one noticed. Especially Jack, Quinn, Jin, the Flying Six and the others. They just saw a black shadow, then clenched its fist, with its arms wrapped in Ryuakako-like armed color domineering, and attacked Jack directly. You are the most arrogant, right? Xiaotian's voice rang out, and Jack couldn't help shrinking his eyes. The mammoth form expanded directly, and the trunk was covered with black under the domineering aura, attacking as defense. Unfortunately, under Xiaotian's absolutely powerful armed color domineering aura, this punch was even if Jack realized that something was wrong and swung the trunk with all his strength. But at the moment of contact, the huge force and the armed color domineering that penetrated the body made him scream. Xiaotian's small fist pressed down from the nose and hit the forelimbs directly. Bang! The air wave exploded in a ring. The huge mammoth sounded completely unable to withstand it and flew backwards. Boom boom boom! Drought Jack flew directly into Dressrosa like a cannonball, smashing through buildings one after another. Dust billowed up, and everyone could only see the collapsed buildings, not knowing how far Drought Jack flew backwards or what a tragic scene it was. Gain the power of the king. Gain armament Haki. Gain a stamina boost. Get a strength boost. Obtain Jack's combat taijutsu template. A series of prompts sounded. Xiaotian still kept his right fist in the posture of punching, and turned his head to look at the shocked Flying Six, Quinn and Jin. Jack was punched away. Looking at the dusty town, Doflamingo's heart tightened. The others were also shocked. A child who was not even as tall as the first joint of a mammoth's leg, knocked the mammoth away? The visual effect was incredible. Even Akainu and Aokiji looked surprised. Kaido turned around and looked over in disbelief. Just now, I couldn't keep up with his speed at all. Thinking of the sonic boom that erupted just after the black shadow passed by, Kaido's heart gradually became solemn. Jin and Quinn roared and rushed towards Xiaotian together. This fourth general is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Quinn shouted, completely forgetting that they were the ones who looked down on Xiaotian and mocked him. Xiaotian just told them all to shut up. At this time, the giant claws of the Yin Pteranodon were emitting flames, and the black head of the Quinn Brachiosaurus hit. The bodies of the two people were extremely huge for Xiaotian. But Xiaotian, who looked indifferent, made everyone feel the weirdness of this picture. Facing the attack of the big billboard, Xiaotian seemed to be stunned there. A fierce claw in a head could even feel the fierce power before it reached Xiaotian. With a bang, the attacks of Quinn and Yin fell completely. Dust flew up and covered Xiaotian's small body, and the ground instantly cracked a big crack under the force of the two people's attack. Xiaotian, Akainu and Aokiji were both shocked. They didn't expect Xiaotian to not even try to hide. Is he okay? Hit. Fuzaifu of the Flying Six was overjoyed. Even if the 8-year-old general was strong, his body could not withstand such an attack. However, when the dust slowly dispersed and fell, the Flying Six and Kaido could not help but be shocked. Xiaotian raised his two little arms, one hand grasped Jin's claws, and the other hand held up Quinn's head hammer. The domineering red flowing cherry flowed in his palm. Xia Tian didn't even move his steps, and caught it so easily. Qin and Jin both had cold sweat on their beast faces, and their eyes were full of horror. They couldn't even move forward? Gain the power of the king. Gain armament haki. Gain a stamina boost. Get a strength boost. Obtain Qin's combat skills template. Get the Yin combat physical skills template. Congratulations to the host. Armament haki has broken through the bottleneck and reached the ultimate stage. After a series of prompts, Xia Tian felt that his body was constantly improving, especially the rapid improvement of armament haki, which made Xia Tian couldn't help but grin. That's it. The improvement in battle is really refreshing. But the situation began to change. Seeing Xia Tian so easily catch the joint attack of Qin and Jin, Kaido's eyes became dangerous. At this time, Kaido took action directly. And it was not a simple move, but one of his most powerful moves. Descend the third world. Induce Naraku. Kaido, the Dragon Man, leaped high. The mace was spinning on his palm, and the domineering aura was completely integrated into this attack. From top to bottom, he dragged the black domineering lightning towards Xia Tian's head, and pressed it down fiercely. Before his mace fell completely, the shock wave generated made the earth tremble and fell on Xia Tian. Summer. Aokiji Kyuzen and Akainu Sakazuki were very anxious when Kaido moved, and wanted to go over to help. One turned into ice and jumped, and the other turned into magma and sprayed himself, striving for the fastest speed. But at the same time, 6 figures waving weapons blocked them. It was the Flying Six. Although they could not completely stop the 2 natural generals, they also delayed them for a full 2 seconds. Akainu and Aokiji. It was too late to support, and they could only watch. No. Even Mamatsuji-jun was shocked on the road. Aokiji and Akainu were blocked. In the howling wind, Kaido dragged a long black lightning and smashed it towards Xia Tian with infinite power. What if this blow fell completely? But Xia Tian was not panicked at all. He was looking forward to it. The palm that grabbed the claw of the flame disaster directly threw the flame disaster away, and the palm stretched out without stopping, hitting Kaido's stick that led to Naraku. The armed color domineering that had just been upgraded to the ultimate level broke out. The arm covered turned black, and the Ryuakaku form became more gorgeous red. Without using other abilities, Xia Tian only used the armed color domineering power. The next second, the mace collided with Xia Tian's small palm. Amidst the rumbling sound, the sizzling black lightning hit the ground, and spread out along with the powerful shock wave brought by Yin Naraku. The earth cracked instantly, and huge gullies appeared. Qin's brachiosaur body couldn't bear it, and was rushed out with a scream. The entire ground was broken, and the rubble and mud floated up under the impact of the huge force. At that time, Kaido's eyes widened. What was incredible was, Xia Tian was still grinning under this attack. The small arm didn't even tremble, and directly blocked the third world, Yin Naraku. Impossible! Kaido roared, and the power in his hand exploded even more heavily. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Everyone was terrified. Even Akainu Sakazuki and Aokiji did not expect that Kaido's attack would be so terrifying. But something even more shocking was yet to come. The dust slowly dissipated, and gravel and soil fell. That's all, Kaido. Xia Tian used one hand to greatly increase his armament haki to block Kaido's attack. His relaxed look stunned everyone. Xia Tian had not fully anticipated that after armament haki reached the ultimate stage, it would have such a strong defensive power. Kaido's falling third. Inviting Naraku can be said to be his ultimate move. Covered with armament haki and entangled with conqueror haki, it is extremely powerful. Luffy also suffered from this move when he went to war in his previous life. Even with such a powerful attack, Xia Tian only used armament haki to directly block the power of all attacks, and stood firmly in place. Like a spider web on the cracked ground, only the place where Xia Tian stood was intact. What a joke! The Flying Six looked at this scene, and cold sweats suddenly broke out, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Governor Kaido's Naraku had never been frustrated, let alone anyone who could directly block it without any damage. Could it be that news is true? Phosphor's eyes were full of disbelief, and he immediately thought of the news that was widely circulated a few days ago. The fourth Admiral of the Navy defeated red-haired Shanks and injured Whitebeard. Quinn and Jin were directly blown away just now. Under Xia Tian's absolute armed color domineering, they were even more shocked and felt a lot of pain in their bodies. When he got up, he saw the stunned Kaido holding the mace in his hand and holding Xia Tian with one hand, and he was stunned. Lord Kaido! Is this letting you win? Impossible! Unbelievable! But, this guy is only 8 years old. How can he be so strong at the age of 8? How is it possible? Quinn and Yin looked at each other, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. I almost underestimated it. The fourth Admiral is the strongest trump card released by the Navy. Doflamingo's eyes were wide open, and his hands were shaking. At the age of 8, he was not hurt at all by the powerful attack of the strongest creature, and his body did not even move. What does this mean? It means that his strength and domineering power are stronger than Kaido. He's only 8 years old. The most amazing thing is Xia Tian's age, and most importantly, he is still an incompetent guy. Master! This is incredible. How did the Navy headquarters discover this monster and recruit him to join the Navy? No, have you forgotten the news about him, Whitebeard and red hair a few days ago? Maybe it's true. Doflamingo's subordinates, Diamante, Treble, and others were all shocked and confused. This scene was really too unbelievable. It seems that we have been worrying for nothing. This kid seems to be even stronger. Akainu Sakazuki's eyes widened involuntarily, and he was shocked. When he fought with Xia Tian, he obviously didn't have such a strong armament haki at that time. How long has it been? It's obvious that he has reached a new level. Is this the strength that can fight against that old guy Whitebeard Newgate on equal terms? It's really scary. Aokiji Kyuzan had heard about Xia Tian's battle, but when he saw Xia Tian with one hand holding off Kaido's ultimate move, he couldn't help but sigh with trembling eyes. Momosegi. Jun also saw that Xia Tian was fine, and his expression relaxed. This scene was a little worse than the battle with red hair and Whitebeard. So Momosegi became the only person who didn't lose his composure in the whole scene. The Navy, the pirates of the Beast's pirates, and the group of Blackbeard Teach who were secretly watching on the warship were all shocked. WTF! That's the strongest creature Kaido. Blackbeard Teach had completely believed what Doubtous said at the time, that Xia Tian and Whitebeard were evenly matched in the fierce battle. 8 years old? You must be more than 8 years old. Kaido shouted in disbelief, and the mace in his hand squeaked. This is simply a big monster. If Xia Tian was not obviously a pure human, Kaido would suspect that Xia Tian was a Sea King in human form. And just when everyone was shocked, the whole scene fell into a weird atmosphere. Kaido's attack was ineffective, and he retreated to keep a distance. And at this time, suddenly, Quinn and Jin launched an attack again. And this time, they did not have any spare strength. The first is Quinn. As a cyborg, his beast form has also been deeply transformed. Brachiosaurus snake. Quinn directly launched his tail, and it was really like a snake, wrapping around Xia Tian. The powerful binding force instantly wrapped around Xia Tian. At this moment, a virus missile with green light was launched directly at Xia Tian from the broken end of Quinn's tail. Jin agreed to do the same, but he did not use the beast form to launch an attack. Instead, he directly pulled out his long sword that was at least 4 meters long. Guardian Fire Dragon. Emperor. Jin first covered the entire long sword with the flames from his own blood. Then, in mid-air, with the help of Quinn's missiles and the restraints of the Brachiosaur snake, he chopped it down with one sword. A huge dragon made of fire appeared. It roared, with the scalding temperature of magma, and fiercely pounced on Xia Tian. Xia Tian's small body was the size of a fire dragon's tooth. The three calamities, not simple. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot about the rare race yin. Xia Tian muttered to himself, and when the attack was completely rushed over, the ultimate level of armed color domineering quickly covered his whole body. Boom! The fire dragon exploded, causing a huge explosion. The ground that was originally cracked around was directly blown into a pit. Qian's biochemical virus exploded directly, covering Xia Tian. Even Kaido's Yin Naraku couldn't do anything to Xia Tian. Qian and Jin's idea was very simple. The main attack was to use the virus to poison Xia Tian. Everyone watched with trembling eyes, and even Kaido didn't attack directly for a while. Qian's poison is very strong. However, a huge airflow burst out from Xia Tian's wave, and all the poisonous gas. There was a flow of flowing cherry blossoms on the outer layer. It was not affected by the attacks of the two people at all, and the poisonous gas had no effect at all. Their attacks fell on Xia Tian, and they were not even 1/5 as powerful as Kaido's one-stick Yin Naraku. This. Before Qian could react, Black Summer disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he punched Qian away with one punch, and like Jack, he smashed countless buildings. At this time, the sonic boom of the air that exceeded the speed of sound suddenly exploded. Yin, Lunaria, very valuable. Xia Tian turned his head and looked at Yin. He remembered Yin's mysterious ethnic identity and said excitedly. Jin's race originally lived on the Red Earth continent. The Lunaria tribe, known as the Gods, was exterminated by the celestial dragons. This race is worth 100 million berries just based on the information. Xia Tian, who is very sensitive about money, has already made up his mind. How much would it be worth if he was captured alive? Kaido heard what Xia Tian said and immediately rushed over with a mace. How did he know? Jin was even more shocked. Kaido was willing to support, but how could he be as fast as Xia Tian? And he was only a little distance away from Jin. Bang! There was a sound of breaking through the air. Xia Tian was like a black god descending, and Jin didn't even have time to react. A black fist kept getting bigger in front of Jin's eyes. There was no way to avoid it. With a bang, the ground shattered directly, and the dense cracks split. The black fist covered with Xia Tian's terrifying armed color ignored all of Jin's defenses and was directly smashed into a big hole. The mask on his head was directly cracked, revealing his true face with white hair. He fell to the ground with blood all over his head and was unconscious. Almost beaten to death. Xia Tian took a look and ignored it. The members of the Beast's pirates are all animal type and very resistant to attack. They can't die. At this time, behind him, Kaido was already surrounded by purple lightning, holding a mace, and rushed over angrily. The surging breath was like a hurricane, with the might of thunder. It's time to try this trick. Xia Tian suddenly turned around, his eyes flashed with a red glow. This was a sign of using the Conqueror's Haki. In his body, the templates obtained from red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, Jack, Qian, Jin, and Kaido instantly merged, extracting the best moves and techniques. Adding the Conqueror's Haki and the ultimate level armament Haki. A terrifying force burst out directly. Turning around, raising his fist. At this time, Kaido's mace had dragged a long black lightning, roaring, and knocked it down with a domineering stick. The powerful force of the swing made the people around him scalp numb. Fifth style. Open heaven. Xia Tian's fist drove a white airflow and blasted at the falling mace. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the small fist collided with Kaido's mace in the air. The red and black colors appeared at the origin and broke out at the center of the conflict between the two. The domineering lightning shot out in all directions. All the land within a radius of hundreds of meters broke into cubes and floated up. The terrifying air wave instantly formed a shock wave at a high speed and spread, and even the flying six were overturned and rolled on the ground. Conqueror's Haki. Akainu and Aokiji couldn't help but screamed when they saw this terrifying scene. Doflamingo and his gang, Blackbeard Teach and his gang, the Navy, the Beasts Pirates, all of them were like this. The sky, the clouds have completely cracked. What's even more terrifying is that after just a few seconds, Xia Tian's fist force is like compressing the thick air. Under the huge force, Kaido's haki actually collapsed. It's like this piece of space is dominated by Xia Tian's fist force, and a long accumulated power is shaking and erupting in a ring. Kaido's eyes revealed a strong disbelief, and the mace in his hand can't be held at all. Fear. The terrifying fist force was completely irresistible and flew out of his hand. The vented fist force fell on Kaido's Dragon Man, causing Kaido to spit out blood as if his internal organs were hit by a meteor when the weapon fell out of his hand. His whole body flew backwards uncontrollably towards the town of Dressrosa. With a loud bang, the red and black colors had no obstacles and rushed over completely. The other half of the sky, even the clouds were broken. The ocean, set off a huge wave, rolling back and surging into the distance. Everyone's pupils were shocked and stunned. Open the sky. The sky really seemed to be opened halfway. Whitebeard is on par with him. This time, Ace completely believed the news he had heard before, looking at Xia Tian's small body. At this moment, he also completely understood that this was not a child at all. He was a humanoid monster. Even Whitebeard couldn't knock Kaido's weapon out of his hand with one punch, and make him spit blood and fly backwards. Fortunately, at that time, seeing such a shocking scene, Blackbeard Teach, Bugles and others were frightened. If Xia Tian had really not held back and taught them a lesson, wouldn't it be that they would have died directly with one punch? Even Kaido, the strongest creature, vomited blood and flew backwards, unable to control his body, crashing into the mountain of Dressrosa Palace and sinking deeply into it. It's your turn. The Flying Six. Xia Tian had no intention of letting anyone from the Beasts Pirates go. He turned around again and looked at the Flying Six who had just stood up after being knocked over with a shocked look on their faces. Not good. Feeling Xia Tian's gaze, the Flying Six wanted to escape, but they knew that no one could escape with Xia Tian's speed. At this time, Kaido coughed up blood and climbed out of the mountain. The Flying Six finally came to their senses. Kill. They could only fight to the death. The six animals turned into half-beasts, each drew their own weapons, and attacked Xia Tian fiercely. Your courage is commendable. Xia Tian knew from their expressions that the might just now was enough to scare many people, and the Flying Six could take the initiative to attack him. It seems that they are all fearless and ruthless. So, Xia Tian, the human-shaped black disaster, did not dodge or avoid their attacks, and approached them step by step. Various powerful attacks fell on Xia Tian, sparks flew, but he was not damaged at all. The ultimate level of armed color domineering was not something they could break. When the distance was enough, the Flying Six drew their swords to attack, and directly reached out to grab the blades. The more they fought, the more desperate they felt. Those whose weapons were grabbed by Xia Tian pulled them directly. The fist smashed through the air. After the punch, a hole appeared on the ground, and there must be a Flying Six lying in it, bleeding from the mouth, with white eyes and fainted. Aokiji, Akainu, Momosaki and others were completely stunned. Xia Tian, who had the body of a child, was covered with armed color domineering, and he could knock out several people with one punch. Defense, attack, and even retreat were useless. The punch would knock them down. This visual impact was too fierce. You know, although the Flying Six are not top characters, a few of them can show their strength, and at least their strength is the elite of the Four Emperors pirate group. The six of them together are no match for Xia Tian. Doflamingo, Treble, Diamante and Sucrose all looked at Xia Tian as if she were a monster. Who is he? Doflamingo was even more shocked than the others. At the age of 8, he was an admiral of the navy, but he could defeat the entire Beasts Pirates alone? Was this evil and terrifying guy trained by the 5 elders, or discovered by the navy on the sea? With him standing in front of all the pirates, what is the pirate king in this world? For a moment, Doflamingo was trembling all over, and he didn't dare to think about it. Blackbeard Teach even slumped on the deck of the warship. Like Doflamingo, he was full of despair for the future, and even his own plan had the biggest variable. Too strong. Xia Tian is so strong that it's suffocating. Child Emperor. With an angry roar, Kaido found his throne mace, his eyes full of anger and in disgrace, with blood still on the corner of his mouth, and walked back step by step. As one of the 4 emperors, his powerful domineering color covered a large area like ripples on the water. Behind Kaido, Jin, the flame disaster, had woken up, holding a long sword, and followed with gritted teeth despite the severe pain in his head. Jack, the drought disaster, and Quinn, the plague disaster, also rushed back from where they fell, with injuries of varying sizes on their bodies caused by Xia Tian. Roar! The Pteranodon form appeared. The Brachiosaurus form appeared. The Mammoth form appeared. The 3 ancient rare forms were revealed again. Jin and the other 2 knew that Xia Tian was very powerful, ridiculously powerful. Whether they were in half-beast form or normal form, they would not be the opponent of Child Emperor, the human-shaped disaster. Only by transforming into a beast state can one have enough strength and size. And Kaido did not change. In the Dragon Man form, he completely released all the strength in his body. And with Kaido's powerful recovery ability and physique, in just this period of time, the breath that was just injured by Xia Tian was half recovered. I don't believe it. Even if an 8-year-old child can exert his ultimate strength, what can he do to me? Kaido was not convinced, but he was also thinking in his heart that if he continued to fight, this Child Emperor would definitely reveal a flaw. What's more, he has absolute confidence in his own defense. Come on. Let's have some fun. Xia Tian looked at the scene of the 3 behemoths and Kaido's Dragon Man, and his blood began to boil. He planned to have a good hand-to-hand fight. After all, the one in front of him was a pirate group that was famous for its strong physical body in the world of pirates. In terms of physical strength, Kaido and the 3 calamities can be said to be the ceiling level of pirates. It's just right to hone myself. The improvement of the system has already been a series of ability improvements on the panel in my mind. From the domineering color domineering to physical strength, it has increased a lot, but Xia Tian still needs more. Step by step, clenched his fists. With a height of less than 1.4 meters, he faced Kaido and others who were at least 10 meters tall. This picture was deeply imprinted in the minds of all the spectators. Bang! Xia Tian and Kaido punched directly at close range. The fist hit out at a high speed, and a sound of breaking through the air rang out. The red-wrapped armed color domineering and domineering color domineering surged. Kaido's pupils also shrank, and his eyes widened. With a roar, the dragon claws were covered in black, and they were also wrapped in the domineering color and the armed color. The 2 sides collided. The violent airflow was lifted, the earth was broken, and the fierce domineering aura radiated. Kaido was completely unable to withstand Xia Tian's power and domineering aura, and was directly repelled, his arms were numb. The whole person slid back on the ground and dragged out of the ravine. At the same time, the elephant roared, the dragon roared, and the pterosaur roared. The 3 disasters attacked at the same time. Jin's pterosaur beak with a long and sharp beak extended backwards like rubber, and then stabbed at Xia Tian fiercely. There were also laser-like rays shooting out of the sharp beak. Quinn's whole body of transformation and domineering were concentrated in his head, and he fell from the sky. Mammoth Jack raised his 4 limbs high, pointed his trunk to the sky, and accumulated power in this way. The armed color domineering aura was also concentrated on the trunk. With the sound of breaking through the air, it swept over like a huge whip. Get out! The childish voice was full of domineering. Xia Tian directly ignored Jin's move Diao Zizun Huang, and still let out the sharp beak and laser-like shock waves. He punched Qin above his head. He grabbed Jack's trunk with one hand. The crowd watching the battle didn't see the specific movements clearly. After Jin's shock wave exploded, Qin flew out with his head down. The huge figure of the mammoth Jack was even lifted up, rolling in the air and falling not far away. After the dust after the explosion, Xia Tian's back was full of flowing domineering, withstanding Jin's pecking, and the shock wave had no effect at all. Yan Zheijin was even more shocked. He never thought that his move could not break Xia Tian's armed color domineering. The next moment, Xia Tian turned around, and a fist hit Jin's head again. With a bang, the same picture appeared, and Jin was lying in the big pit blasted by Xia Tian again. Animal type, really tough. Is this awakening? Xia Tian looked coldly and found that although blood was flowing from Jin's head, his vitality was extremely strong and recovering. Although his own armament haki could cause more serious damage. Child Emperor. Kaido's eyes widened and bloodshot. In such a short time, his three most proud subordinates were knocked down again. The eight-faced mace in his hand dragged on the ground, and the angry Kaido sprinted and attacked again. Your recovery ability is stronger, so the Navy headquarters can't kill you. Xia Tian also witnessed the terrifying recovery ability of the strongest creature, and couldn't help but admire it. Then the domineering aura around him surged again, and his fist hit the mace firmly. The power of the sky-opening fist burst out again. This time, Kaido's weapon was thrown directly to the coast. The whole person retreated again and again. He stepped on the ground step by step to release the force, and exploded a large area of the ground step by step, while resisting the fishy and sweet breath in his throat. I don't believe it. Come again. Kaido of the Beasts completely went berserk. He gave up his weapons and relied on his terrifying recovery ability to fight Xia Tian fist to fist. The whole Dressrosa trembled. Whether it was Xia Tian's huge strength or Kaido's Dragon Man body, they all had terrifying power. During the fight, cracks visible to the naked eye spread out of the earth. Everyone was stunned. Get a power boost. Gain a stamina boost. Gain armament haki. Gain the power of the king. Gain rapid self-healing ability. The prompts from the system made Xia Tian extremely excited. The fist-to-flesh fight with Kaido was even more exciting. You know, Xia Tian is already stronger than when he fought with Whitebeard. Ordinary strong men can't fight Xia Tian to this extent like Kaido. Even the strong men at the level of the four emperors can't do it. Only Kaido, who is generally immortal, can fight Xia Tian with such high intensity. Doflamingo was already dumbfounded, and his whole body was trembling. Dressrosa still couldn't escape the result of being destroyed. It was even more destructive than the battle between Akainu Sakazuki and Kaido just now. Xia Tian punched out, whether Kaido caught it or not. The terrifying fist force was like an irresistible shock wave, bursting out in a fan shape. Not to mention its width, the length is full of destructive power, and it directly bombarded the bottom of the royal city. The building complex was in a mess, and when Kaido attacked from behind, the whole island was shaken. My Dressrosa! My city of passion! Doflamingo cried out helplessly in his heart, mourning for the country he had managed for 10 years. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Xia Tian was so powerful that it was completely beyond their cognition. Even Akainu Sakazuki and Aokiji Kyuzan were stunned, and so was Momotosaurus. Xia Tian was like a human-shaped natural disaster. His whole body was filled with destructive power, and the surging power was simply unimaginable. Kaido was able to withstand Xia Tian's impact at the beginning, but now he spurted blood every time he was punched. The three disasters were even more miserable. They finally recovered and wanted to help. As a result, they were knocked down by Xia Tian again. In this way, the three disasters have been knocked unconscious for the third time. Daotou, what kind of monster did you bring back? Aokiji couldn't help but exclaimed. There is no doubt that Xia Tian is already the strongest admiral. Aokiji even estimated that apart from Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, no one in the navy seemed to be able to fight against Xia Tian. No matter what, he is a navy, 8 years old, he will be the backbone of the navy in the future. Akainu Sakazuki also said with conviction. 10 years later, no, even 8 years, 6 years, Xia Tian may be qualified to go one step further. Because Xia Tian, who is already so powerful now, is destined to be invincible on the sea. This melee lasted for several hours, until almost dusk. The members of the Beast's pirates had already stopped fighting, and they all trembled as they watched the horrific battle on the island. The big bosses were finished, and Lord Kaido seemed to be unable to hold on. The shattered clouds in the sky looked even more brilliant under the rendering of dusk. Below, the setting sun shone on the island. Half of Dressrosa had been completely shattered. The setting sun shone from the sea behind Xia Tian, making him look even more gorgeous. Kaido panted, and the dragon scales in front of him were already full of blood. He looked at Xia Tian in front of him, and a trace of fear emerged. How long has it been since this feeling of fear appeared? Kaido didn't know, he only knew that from Rocks, to Whitebeard, to Kojiki Oden back then. Now there is another person who makes him extremely wary and even afraid. The 3 disasters had already been unable to bear it, and fell to the ground, wailing. The chest and limbs were unusually sunken and twisted. This was caused by Xia Tian's fist. Recovery ability also has a limit, especially under Xia Tian's absolute armed color domineering, the damage caused is even more terrible. Kaido was angry from the beginning, and his heart was filled with resentment. He tried to use his own advantages to kill Xia Tian. But he miscalculated. Xia Tian was like a monster that would not get tired. He kept hitting and hitting. And the more he fought, the braver he became. The power of his punches would increase by 1 point. Kaido's physical strength was drastically consumed, and he was almost unable to hold on. It seems to be almost done. Xia Tian said to himself that the improvement gained from the battle had almost reached the point where it was inaudible. From a random fight, there was an improvement, but now there was only a slight improvement after 5 or 6 fights. So, Xia Tian planned to end the battle directly. After getting close to Kaido, he grabbed Kaido's arm with one hand, clenched his other hand into a fist, and hit Kaido in the face. Fall. Bang. Under the huge force, the air became as terrible as a cannonball. Kaido really couldn't hold on any longer. His whole body loosened and he was smashed directly into the ground, forming a pit. The gravel flew everywhere and there was dust. It seemed that Kaido was no longer able to fight, but Xia Tian did not stop. Hey, who knows how strong your recovery ability is? Xia Tian stepped on Kaido's body, bent over and punched down. The whole island trembled. The sea was in turmoil. Just after one punch, the other hand hit it again. Boom! Kaido sank even more, his eyes were about to pop out, and he looked panicked. Child Emperor didn't stop? Does he want to kill me? He seems able to kill me. This terrifying armed color domineering can definitely break his immortal body. Kaido was completely panicked. But he didn't have any way at all. He didn't have the strength to fight back or escape, and he couldn't even use his fruit ability. So, a scene that shocked everyone again appeared. Xia Tian stepped on Kaido's body and kept punching him. Kaido couldn't even make a wailing sound, and his breath gradually became weaker and weaker. Everyone was amazed and shocked. From now on, no matter what, don't mess with him. Doflamingo's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but explain to the cotters behind him. That's the king of beasts. The strongest creature Kaido was actually pinned to the ground and beaten. Treble and others nodded stupidly, and they were trembling with fear, and they had a huge fear of Xia Tian. With such a terrible guy in the navy, I'm afraid that the pirate forces on the sea will have to restrain themselves and dare not challenge the majesty of the navy again. The balance between the three major forces of the four emperors, the seven warlords of the sea, and the navy headquarters will be completely broken because of the emergence of this ceiling of combat power. As everyone was amazed, the navy was ecstatic, and the tremor that affected the entire Dressrosa gradually stopped. Xia Tian finally felt satisfied after a random hammering and stopped. The various improvements that Kaido had obtained were almost gone, and we can only wait until the next battle with Kaido to know whether they will be there again. Allah la la. If this battle gets out, the world will probably be in an uproar. Aokiji Kyuzen smiled and shook his head, sighing. Akainu Sakazuki and Mamoto Jun also nodded silently. Yes, except for Big Mom, Xia Tian has already fought against all the four emperors. Dao Tu never thought that Xia Tian would encounter three emperors in one trip, and defeated them one by one. The prestige of the fourth admiral of the navy was fully revealed. With him here, many things that we cannot do can now be started. Akainu Sakazuki thought of a lot more. The navy can even launch a major operation to eliminate pirates. No need to worry about the four emperors and the seven warlords of the sea. On the other side, the navy soldiers surrounded the larger members of the Beast's pirates. After a series of shocks, these pirates completely lost the will to fight and lowered their heads in disgrace. The Flying Six were hammered to the ground and couldn't get up. The three disasters are still wailing in pain on the broken ground. What makes them even more desperate is that even the invincible Lord Kaido was defeated. After being hammered by Admiral Child Emperor, there was no movement. Their Beast's pirates were completely defeated. Mission accomplished, and a pirate group defeated. Xia Tian stretched lazily, wearing a tattered suit, and jumped from the uneven and broken ground to Mamoto Sashai's side. Akainu. Peach Rabbit. The battle here just ended not long ago. In the Marine headquarters in Marineford, in the Navy Operations Conference Room. Sengoku frowned tightly, and his serious face showed an anxious look, staring at the Den Mushi on the table. On both sides of him, Kizaru Borsellino and Vice Admiral Garp were sitting beside him. Their expressions were full of anxiety. Garp was stunned for a long time after hearing that Blackbeard Teach traded with Ace. Now he was even more worried after hearing that the warship followed Aokiji to Dressrosa. Kaido, that guy, is crazy. Similarly, Kizaru also knew that Xia Tian had gone there, and he was also a little worried. After all, Xia Tian was still young, even if he was strong. It was Kaido and the entire Beast's pirates, a group of insidious and vicious pirates who would do anything to achieve their goals. Sengoku, however, had many plans in mind. Plans that must be responded to in case of possible situations. After all, Aokiji or Xia Tian may not be able to rush over to support Akainu. If one of the admirals of the navy got into trouble, it would be a time of chaos on the sea. With this idea, Sengoku himself also thought that Akainu Sakazuki might not be able to withstand the siege of the Beast's pirates. Kaido is one of the four emperors, and he has been captured many times but still cannot be killed, which shows how powerful he is. Just when the three of them were anxious to know the atmosphere of the front line. Finally, Den Mushi rang Bulu. I am Sengoku. Sengoku answered the phone immediately. His eyes became serious. Kizaru and Garp also came over immediately. Marshal Sengoku. I am Momosegi. The Dressrosa incident is over. On the other side of the Den Mushi, Momosegi stood beside Xia Tian, Akainu, and Aokiji holding a Den Mushi. On the shattered land in front, the navy soldiers were holding the members of the Beast's pirates with sea stone shackles. Kaido, the three calamities, and the Flying Six were all tied up. It's over? What happened? Zhang Guo asked hurriedly when he heard Dao Tu's strange voice. General Sakazuki is fine. Generals Kyuzen and Xia Tian provided timely support. Xia Tian, oh no, Child Emperor will take action. First. Marshal Sengoku, Garp, and Kizaru were all stunned by Dao Tu's report. A punch knocked Drought away, a kick made Flame unable to get up, Kaido vomited blood after the first punch. The Flying Six were seriously injured and fell to the ground after 3 punches and 2 kicks. Afterwards, Kaido joined forces with the 3 disasters and started a hand-to-hand fight with Xia Tian, which lasted nearly 3 hours. The 3 disasters were seriously injured, Kaido was exhausted, and was beaten. The remaining members of the Beast's Pirates all lost their will to fight and surrendered. So, the Beast's Pirates are all defeated. After a long pause, Sengoku said in a somewhat dry voice. Kizaru Borsalino and Vice Admiral Garp looked at each other in shock. Momosegi would not joke about this. In other words, Xia Tian single-handedly challenged the Beast's Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, without even giving Akainu and Aokiji a chance to fight back. Yes. Doubta was also a little confused by Zhangguo's unbelievable voice. I can't be dreaming, and I'm still on the boat, right? You ask Akainu and Aokiji to come over and talk. Marshal Sengoku was really confused. This was too unbelievable. It was simply the most incredible thing since the Great Pirate era. But he was the admiral of the navy after all, so this kind of thing couldn't be false. This meant that Xia Tian was no longer a problem of potential. He had already grown up at the age of 8. Hello, Mr. Sengoku, I'm Xia Tian. Mission accomplished. But this is an extra mission, right? I've tied up the Beast's Pirates for you, so I'll give you some more. Xia Tian rushed over and said with a smile. At the same time, there were the helpless voices of Akainu Sakazuki and Aokiji Kyuzan. Marshal Sengoku was completely relieved and his expression relaxed. Garp and Kizaru grinned. This kid has done something shocking again. If there weren't so many witnesses, I'm afraid no one would believe it if he told others about it. Of course. I will personally report to the 5 elders and help you get at least 5 billion. Marshal Sengoku was in a good mood. He agreed to Xia Tian's request for more money. The entire Beast's Pirates, even if the 3 calamities plus the Flying Six, would be worth more than 5 billion. That's a deal then. Xia Tian was very happy to hear Marshal Zhangguo speak so straightforwardly. But it's not just the money here. When Xia Tian thought of the bounty of Jin's race, his eyes narrowed into crescents. This trip was really fruitful. Not only did he gain a significant improvement in his strength, but his armament haki and domineering haki broke through a level one after another. At the same time, there was so much money. After getting it, he could start the 3rd main template of the system soon. Doflamingo looked at Dressrosa and felt like crying but had no tears. Starting from the port, there were already a lot of black vitrified lava and ice floating on the sea surface near the coast. Except for the pirate ships and warships in the distance, almost no ship was in good condition. The port, the road, the seashore, and even the bottom of the royal city were already a ruin. A 3-meter-long crack was like a dividing line, dividing Dressrosa in half. There were countless collapsed and broken buildings, and all kinds of pits were smashed out, as if they were hit by a meteor. Even the side of the palace mountain was concave, and a large piece was missing. Dressrosa was mostly destroyed. Master, us. Treble swallowed his saliva and said hesitantly to Doflamingo, whose veins were bulging but he was helpless. Maybe, this should allow the navy to claim some compensation, right? After all, Dressrosa is also one of the 20 kingdoms. Let's go back. Doflamingo, who was almost gritting his teeth until they bled, spat out 3 words after a long time. Go up and negotiate with the navy? Dare not. Who dares to go? The 3 admirals are there. If they bring up the matter of artificial devil fruits, they will get into trouble. Now the navy is busy handcuffing the people of the Beast's Pirates, and they have no time to deal with them. So, Doflamingo and his group, who had watched a battle of the century, turned directly and headed towards the palace. Momotsune-jun and the major generals on the ship noticed. Are we not going to care about Tian Yasha anymore? Doubta frowned as she looked at Doflamingo who was walking away, and said. There is no need for that. The main thing now is the beast's pirates. And Doflamingo cannot be convicted unless the whole country knows about it. Aokiji Kyuzan shook his head and said helplessly. If possible, what Doflamingo did would have been enough to imprison him and impel down. But this guy's identity is too extraordinary. He is a former celestial dragon, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the king of Dressrosa. Even if he is brought back, he will be released by the world government. After all, even Granny Tsuru has been chasing him for several years and couldn't catch him. This is why Akainu Sakazuki directly destroyed the factory and stole the artificial devil fruit. Xiaotian was drinking the orange juice brought by someone, really enjoying the post-war time. Of course, Doflamingo was also noticed. A group of people stood there blinking. Xiaotian just glanced at him from a distance and didn't intend to go up and fleece him. Doflamingo is more valuable to keep than to kill him. Hey, tie up that gin tightly for me, it's very valuable. Xiaotian looked at the 3 disasters and was obviously more concerned about this. Why are you so greedy for money when you are only 8 years old? Mamoto Jijun also asked speechlessly. 8 years old, in another 10 years I will be 18. How can I not save money to marry a wife? Xiaotian answered with a serious look. Momosegi, Akainu, and Aokiji were speechless and turned their heads to look the other way. Even the navy soldiers around wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. At this time, Kaido and the 3 disasters had been tied up and were ready to be escorted to the warship. Jin, Quinn, and Jack were all dejected and were pulled forward by the navy soldiers. But no one dared to step forward to Kaido, who was as tall as an ox and nearly 7 or 8 meters tall. Although Kaido was beaten with all kinds of injuries at the beginning, even his skin was cracked and his chest and skull were sunken. But with his strong recovery ability, except for the uncomfortable blood and scars all over his body, most of it has recovered. It was okay when he was handcuffed, he just gritted his teeth and handcuffed and stayed away. Ordinary navy soldiers, even those at the level of major generals, did not dare to go up and pull Kaido away. Even if you close your eyes, the breath with anger will make people weak in the legs. The strongest creature Kaido. I'll go. Aokiji Kyuzan saw this. He sighed and took the initiative to escort forward. His ability just happened to restrain these guys, so he just froze them. And it was at this moment. Kaido suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils instantly turned into cross-shaped pupils. This is the prelude to transforming into a blue dragon. The powerful domineering aura burst out instantly, shocking the surrounding navy. At the same time, the interval of the domineering aura also gave Kaido enough time to transform. A dragon roar resounded. The huge blue dragon body appeared, breaking the chains on his body. Kaido is already very familiar with this escape process. As soon as he got free, he immediately soared into the sky without looking back, and flew towards the distance at full speed. No one expected that such a sudden change would happen. Kaido actually recovered a lot and fled directly into the sky. Looking at the sudden domineering and the blue dragon flying into the sky after the ground exploded. The 3 generals of Xiaotian and Tao Tu all changed their expressions. Akainu Sakazuki rushed out directly and turned into magma to chase. Aokiji just stood up, and he didn't expect Kaido to escape, so he immediately chased after him. Only Xiaotian rolled his eyes and didn't continue to chase after him. Kaido. Mamoto was anxious to chase him, but she stopped. She couldn't fly. She turned her head helplessly and looked at Xiaotian, who was sitting next to her again. I can't fly, otherwise he wouldn't have escaped. Xiaotian said, holding orange juice in both hands and shrugging his shoulders. This is the truth. If he was on the ground, he would have caught up in the blink of an eye. But Kaido turned into a blue dragon and flew, so there was nothing he could do. As for punching the sky open, Xiaotian didn't want to do that. Let Kaido run away, he can fight again next time to improve his strength and make some money. As for Akainu Sakazuki and Aokiji Kyuzan, they obviously don't have an advantage over Kaido in the air. The thrust of Sakasuke's magma explosion is not as light as Kaido's flying on the flame cloud. Not long after, Akainu looked gloomy, and Aokiji came back with a helpless sigh. Kaido ran away. The Navy soldiers were not surprised by this result. They were all a little embarrassed. Surrounded by so many people and tortured by Sea Stone, this kind of thing could happen. However, the three disasters of the Beast's pirates and the Flying Six were excited. Governor Kaido ran away. Ha ha ha. Navy, you can't stop Lord Kaido. Wait for the king to return. As long as Lord Kaido is okay, we still have a chance to be rescued. Jin, Quinn, and Jack couldn't help but brighten their eyes. The other pirates shouted even though they were tied up. For them, Kaido's escape was their chance. Doflamingo and his group also discovered the sound of the dragon's roar and the scene of Kaido soaring into the sky. As expected of the strongest creature, he can even run away. Now things get interesting. What do you think Kaido will do after he runs away, given his personality? Doflamingo said with a sigh, and suddenly laughed out loud because of something he thought of. Humph, Kaido is indeed so strong that even Sea Stone can't hold him. He ran away. I guess Kaido would not accept it with his character. Apart from saving his own pirate group, he must hate Xiaotian completely. Blackbeard Teach, Badges, Van Oka and others were all amazed at this scene. He ran away under the noses of the three admirals. He really deserves to be the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, Kaido, who has been captured by the Navy headquarters more than 10 times. Ace was the same. He looked down at the shackles on his body involuntarily. In Marineford, in the marshal's office, Sengoku and Granny Crane were staying in the office to discuss things. As for Doflamingo, what do you think we should do, Granny Tsuru? Now that Kaido's business is over, Sengoku naturally wants to deal with Doflamingo. He has been getting more and more arrogant recently. Other weapons and slave trades are fine, but even artificial devil fruits have been created. The most important thing is the scientist who developed the fruit for him. If one Tianyaksha is caught here, there will still be the next Tianyaksha. Besides, Doflamingo's identity is now triple protected, so forget it. Granny Crane sighed and shook her head. The evidence collected about Doflamingo is not enough. Another one is about Fire Fist Ace. Marshal Sengoku nodded. He thought so too. Since they all agreed, that was fine. Just as he was about to say something else, the Den Mushi started to ring. Mr. Sengoku, Kaido broke free of his shackles and ran away. On the other side of Den Mushi, Mamoto Sashijun reported with regret. Sengoku and Granny Crane were stunned for a moment. Then they shook their heads. There is no other way. Just run away, it's not your fault. Even under the conditions of the headquarters, Kaido can escape. You don't have to worry about it. Keep an eye on the people of the Beast's pirates first. The supporting fleet will pick you up and escort you. Marshal Sengoku didn't blame anything. It was normal for Kaido to escape. He really couldn't be stopped. Besides, Momosaka's report just now also said that only Aokiji Kyuzen and Akainu could fly. She and Xiaotian couldn't fly. Yes. Momotoji also understood that it was nothing to lose Kaido, it was just a pity, after all, he was one of the 4 emperors. But the other members of the Beast's pirates had to be looked after. Without these people, Kaido alone would be just a toothless dragon. After hanging up, Sengoku didn't need to continue talking to Granny Crane. Instead, he called the Holy Land Marijoa directly. Zhangguo, is there something important? The 5 elders had not received the news yet, so they asked. Yes, Wolao, I have something to report. We captured everyone in the Beast's pirates except Kaido. Listening to Sengoku's voice, the 5 elders, who were originally looking at their own things, suddenly raised their heads. You captured the Beast's pirates. Tell me in detail. The 5 elders immediately became alert and asked one after another. So Sengoku began to report from the time Xia Tian finished his mission. To rescue Akainu from the siege of the beasts pirates, Aokiji Kyuzan and Child Emperor Xia Tian rushed over. Originally, the two generals were supposed to support and take away Akainu's Sakazuki and the stolen artificial devil fruit. Unexpectedly, Xia Tian fought the entire beasts pirates alone. The famous Flying Six of the New World and the Three Disasters were not Xia Tian's enemies. Even Kaido, who was known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, was beaten to vomit blood, and his strength was exhausted and he was arrested. But in the end, Kaido recovered a lot of strength and escaped. For a moment, the powers were silent. Even the 5 elders standing at the top couldn't help but look at each other. Incomparable surprise. Good. Very good. The elders seemed very surprised. This is the 4 Emperors pirate group. The Navy. No, it is one of the biggest enemies of the entire world government. This time, Xia Tian and others directly pulled out the power that Kaido had been operating for many years and broke Kaido's arrogant momentum in the cholera world. This is undoubtedly a great achievement. The other 4 were also the same, with a look of surprise and joy on their faces. It's okay for Kaido to escape. This guy has done this more than once. There is no way to restrain him. The 5 elders have no objection to this. If the big ones escape, there are still small ones. If the whole pirate group is publicized, it can also deter other pirates. This is the same effect as catching Kaido. Arrange the escort of those people. Yes, the 5 elders, by the way, Xia Tian requested. Before hanging up, Marshal Zhang Guo repeated Xia Tian's demands. In addition, he only gave 5 billion. Of course there is no problem. Tell him that he did a good job this time. If you want money, just ask. The 5 elders were in a good mood and responded happily. Other rare things might be difficult to get. But if you want money, there is absolutely no problem. The world government is not short of money, and the Holy Land of Mary Joa is not short of money either. After hanging up the phone, the 5 elders did not continue their previous work, but all 5 of them sat down. In addition to the things on the sea, Xia Tian's strength was enough to give them a strong shock. Let CP0 investigate again, thoroughly investigate, and dig out the bloodline of Kizaru and Xia Tian's family. He is only 8 years old. This is unbelievable. Is there really such a thing as reincarnation? It's not surprising if there is one, but who can be so powerful in reincarnation? Fight against Whitebeard, Red Hair, and defeat Kaido at the age of 8. At such a young age, he may be able to absorb the Holy Land, and the Navy can also be handed over to him in the future. This matter, do you want to report it to the adults? As the highest leaders, the 5 elders are of course open and generous to the outside world, but at the same time, they will not let go of these unreasonable places. Xia Tian has the strength of a top strong man at the age of 8. This matter is enough to attract their attention. Xia Tian seems to value money very much. Greed is a good thing, and it is still under control so far, so there is no need to report it to the adults for the time being. The elder pondered and finally said quietly. The Navy would not know what the 5 elders were thinking. Even if Xia Tian knew what the 5 elders were thinking, he would not care. His purpose, whether he joined the pirates, the Navy, or the Revolutionary Army, was just to become stronger in this world. Dressrosa. Doflamingo stood in the garden on top of the palace and looked down. The public opinion had begun to slowly return from the other side of the island, and the buildings on the island had also begun to be repaired. The only cotter behind him was Treble, who was standing there with a snotty nose and a plum blossom cane. Master, if we don't let the Navy pay some this time, we will suffer a huge loss during the rest period. Toribel said with some distress that the expenditure was completely overspent at once, and he even spent all the wealth he had accumulated over the years. No destruction, no construction. At this time, Doflamingo laughed crazily, pointing at the Dressrosa land below, looking at Treble. Here, we can build more factories. As long as Caesar is still there, we can turn things around soon. Most importantly, our artificial devil fruit business has completely gotten rid of Kaido's control. At this point, Doflamingo laughed even more wantonly. This industry is the most important to him. At the beginning, he relied on Kaido's power, and now he naturally doesn't want to be controlled anymore. There are so many pirates in the kingdom on the sea. Without Kaido's restrictions, the Don Quixote family will definitely become more powerful. In that case, Master, our road is now open. Toribel obviously figured it out, and his eyes lit up. What we need to pay most attention to is the movements of the navy. Child Emperor Xia Tian is a scary character. With him, the navy will be different. Doflamingo frowned and talked about the navy. The overlord of the sea has always been the navy. Now there is a real little monster, stronger than the 4 emperors. This makes Doflamingo have to be cautious. What if he comes alone? Who can stop him? Soon, the reconstruction of Dressrosa was in full swing. And the shocking events that happened here spread quickly. The 3 admirals of the navy had a fierce conflict with the Beasts pirates. Admiral Child Emperor defeated Kaido, the Beasts, alone, the 3 disasters. All members of the Beast pirates were captured by the navy, and Kaido fled in panic. This is a major news that happened in the New World. Like a hurricane, it has shaken the sea from kingdoms to all the big and small forces. On the Sabayati Islands. In Shaki's blackmail bar. After Rayleigh heard it from Shaki, his expression froze. Kaido the king of beasts? That guy was actually defeated by an 8-year-old general. Rayleigh was very surprised and stunned. He didn't expect that such an incident would suddenly happen when everything was calm. Well, this is a really amazing little guy, who can reach this level at the age of 8. The Beasts pirates are finished. They are said to be being escorted to Impel Down. Pirates along the way dare not stay there for fear of being targeted by the 4th Admiral. Xiaoqi took a puff of cigarette slowly, and then said with a smile. It seems that Sengoku has really found a little monster. I didn't quite believe him when he said he had repelled Benidaru before. Raleigh shook his head after a long while, picked up the wine bottle and continued to drink. Each of the 4 emperors' pirate group is very powerful. Even Rayleigh has to admit that the 4 emperors' pirate group is qualified to challenge the Pirate King. It is precisely because of this that it has brought enough shock to Rayleigh. Similarly, among the 7 warlords of the sea, Pirate Empress Hancock, Hawkeye Mihawk, Gecko Mariah, Tyrant Bear, Sea Knight Jinpei and others have received the news one by one, with shock in their eyes. Many of the 7 warlords of the sea have also fought against the Beasts pirates. Mihawk and Jinpei know the powerful strength of the 3 disasters of the Beasts pirates, not to mention Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature on land, sea and air. I want to fight you more and more. Child Emperor. Hawkeye Mihawk had a blank expression on his face, carrying the black knife on his back, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Kaido was defeated. Good. That's great. You have come to this day too. Moonlight Moria laughed even louder and louder. His hatred for Kaido is very deep. Now that his power has been destroyed by the navy, Moria feels happy from the bottom of his heart. Big Mom on Cake Island is also extremely surprised, and even doubts the reliability of this news. Kaido was defeated. All members of the Beasts pirates were arrested. Katakuri, are you sure? Big Mom stood up suddenly and said with an ugly face. Although Kaido and her seemed to be fighting frequently and were at odds with each other, in fact, the 2 of them were like siblings before. Even Kaido's fish fruit, the blue dragon form, was given by Big Mom. Big Mom knew Kaido's strength very well. The news came from many sources, including the Navy, Joker, and Dressrosa, which confirmed that half of the island had been reduced to ruins in the war. and someone witnessed the 3 disasters escorted on the warship. Katakuri was extremely shocked. He confirmed all these things personally. The 8-year-old 4th general, is he really that scary? Big Mom stood there for a long time, and said in surprise. Unbelievable. The strength of the 4 emperors is the strength that stands at the top of the ocean. The incident between Whitebeard and Red Hair must be true. One person defeated the beast pirates, which is even more terrifying. Watch the Navy's movements. Big Mom pondered for a while, and suddenly said. The Navy has been making big moves recently. From the meeting between Red Hair and Whitebeard to Kaido. It has been a long time since there has been such a big clash between the 3 major forces. It seems that the Navy is going to make trouble. New World. On the Moby Dick. Whitebeard Newgate now has more tubes in his body and looks a little listless. He has been receiving treatment like this for a whole day. Dad. Suddenly, a pirate on the ship ran out of the cabin quickly, with a look of shock on his face. This made Whitebeard, Marco, and others look over. Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Whitebeard asked. Yes, something terrible has happened in Dressrosa. Kaido. No, the entire Beast's pirates have been captured by the Navy. At this moment, the captains of the squads on the deck and Whitebeard were all stunned. Something happened to the Beast's pirates? It was the Navy Admiral, Child Emperor. He defeated all the Beast's pirates led by Kaido all by himself. Although Kaido escaped, the 3 disasters were all sent to Impel Down and imprisoned. What? Marco, Vista, and the others looked at each other in astonishment. One person overthrew the Beast's pirates? Isn't this news too sensational? It was from Dressrosa. I ran out right after I received the Den Den Mushi message. The members of this communication simply couldn't calm down. At this time, Marco went into the cabin with a serious face and made a phone call, as if to confirm more information. Kaido. When it comes to the Beast's pirates, the people on the Whitebeard ship are all gritting their teeth. The revenge for killing Kojiki Oden will not be forgotten. If it weren't for the high cost of attacking the natural barrier of Wano country where Kaido is entrenched, the Whitebeard pirates would have killed him long ago. If it's Child Emperor, then it's not surprising. It's just right that Kaido escaped. I want to avenge my brother Oden with my own hands. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes revealed murderous intent, and he was silent for a long time before speaking. Thinking of his strength with Child Emperor, Whitebeard did not think that this news was false. He was fully capable of this. At this time, Marco walked out with a gloomy face. Dad, the news is true, and Ace has also been found. Teach and Ace were both on Child Emperor's warship. Moreover, Ace was tied up, but Teach was not. Everyone was shocked when they heard Marco's words. On Child Emperor's warship? Tied. In fact, many people witnessed the warship returning. Blackbeard, Teach and Ace were both on the deck, so it was not surprising to be seen. Everyone in the Whitebeard Newgate pirates became worried and nervous at this time. Why were they on Child Emperor's warship? Moreover, why was Teach not tied up? Everyone's minds turned quickly and they became anxious. Even Whitebeard Newgate's expression changed. Dad! Let's go rescue Ace and kill the traitor Teach! Someone shouted angrily. This shout even inspired the captains like Jaws. They all volunteered to rescue Ace and kill the traitor. You all should calm down. Don't forget, that's Child Emperor's ship. Whitebeard Newgate sighed, stopped everyone and said. You all know the strength of Child Emperor. We may not be able to solve the problem even if we go over here and kill him. Whitebeard said, looking at the needles and tubes on his body, and shook his head helplessly. If he was not sick, then it would not be a problem, but with his physical condition, he could not fully exert his strength. His sons were full of enthusiasm to save Ace, but they would all be killed. This matter is not that simple. What happened between Teach and Ace? Ace must be saved, and the traitor must not be let go, but not immediately. Marco, you all have to get ready and order the Whitebeard pirates to assemble. I'm afraid the war is coming. Whitebeard Newgate was full of worries and said to everyone earnestly. Marco, Vista, and others were stunned. Looking at the old man in front of them who had aged so much and looked tired, they couldn't help but feel a pain in their hearts. Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, has never shown such an expression in all these years. At the same time, red-haired Shanks also received this news. From the defeat of the Beast's pirates in the summer, the detention of many pirates, to Kaido's escape, the attention of the warships sailing along the way, the news about Ace, Blackbeard, and others on the warships, etc. All the news was summarized and presented to red-haired Shanks and his group. Child Emperor is really incredibly strong. Lakuru couldn't help but said in shock. The others were all in great astonishment and solemnity. One person took on the entire Beast's pirates. This record is really too terrifying. Kaido still escaped, and Child Emperor was unable to trap him. Regarding this point, the Red Hair pirates were not too surprised. Kaido was captured more than once or twice, and he managed to escape every time. His body was extremely powerful. But the Red Hair pirates knew how terrible the entire Beast's pirates were, and Red Hair Shanks and Kaido were truly enemies, and they would fight as soon as they met. Therefore, the Red Hair pirates were very clear about their strength, and had a new understanding of Xia Tian's strength. Child Emperor has this strength. Red-haired Shanks said with a sigh. He had already experienced the strength of the 8-year-old admiral, but he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. However, his attention was not on Kaido and his group. Instead, it was the news witnessed along the way. Blackbeard, Teach and Ace were on Child Emperor's ship. This is not a good situation. It is very likely that Blackbeard Teach captured Ace and gave him to the navy. What does he want to do? Beckman thought for a long time and finally said worriedly. Starting a war. Kaido's incident might just be an accident. Shanks shook his head, and the ominous feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Boss, what do we need to do now? Jesus Bulletin and others discussed for a while, and then asked Red Hair Shanks. Gather your strength. The sea is going to be in chaos. Shanks and Beckman looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. With the addition of a Navy admiral who is at the top of the strength, the situation has become more subtle. If the war really breaks out, it will be a catastrophe. These news shocked many forces. The reputation of the 4th Admiral of the Navy spread across the sea. With just one voyage, the 4th Admiral, Child Emperor, created a terrible record. 3 of the 4 emperors fought against each other and defeated the Red Emperor, injured Whitebeard and almost captured Kaido alive. How incredible! Child Emperor Xia Tian is only 8 years old. Of course. It is far more than a force on the sea. As Xia Tian and his party returned to Marineford with the captives of the Beast's pirates, the entire Navy headquarters was boiling. Xia Tian suddenly became a hero in the eyes of the Navy soldiers. As soon as he showed his head on the warship, Xia Tian was startled by the dense crowd of Navy soldiers on the square. Then there was a wave of cheers. The 4 Emperor's Beast's pirates, one of the 3 major forces, were all captured by Admiral Child Emperor, and even Kaido had to abandon his companions and flee in panic. General Child Emperor. Welcome back. Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, T-Pig, and other lieutenant generals stood in the front row and saluted solemnly to welcome him. You're welcome. You're welcome. Seeing this scene, Xia Tian couldn't bear it and blushed. Facing the cheers in Oaks Square, Xia Tian smiled shyly, looking surprised and spoiled. In fact, he was enjoying it and laughing secretly in his heart. Originally, Akainu Sakazuki and Xia Tian's brief fight in the square could not tell anything. If one can become an admiral just by having strength, it would be too much of a joke. This is also the reason why the Navy has some complaints about Xia Tian's sudden appointment as the 4th Admiral. Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, when the three took over as admirals, they were all full of meritorious service in the navy and had decades of experience. What's more, there are also alternate admirals such as Dao Tu and Chiton who have been given titles. Xia Tian, an 8-year-old child, how can he be directly appointed as the 4th admiral? What's the use of having some strength? Until now, when Xia Tian returned from his first sea mission, these people were completely convinced. Child Emperor, just relied on his strength, relied on his ability to suppress red hair Shanks, white beard, and pressed Kaido to the ground and hammered him to conquer the entire navy. This level of strength is beyond the reach of ordinary strong men. The decision of the 5 elders and the recommendation of Marshal Sengoku are not without reason. The 4th admiral is well deserved. So, knowing that Xia Tian, Aokiji, and Akainu were escorting the Beast's pirates back together, these navy officers had already been waiting in the square to welcome Xia Tian. General Child Emperor is so handsome, so handsome. Yeah, this is even cuter than in the picture. I want to eat tender grass. In addition to the cheers of the male soldiers, the bold shouts of the female soldiers were even more enthusiastic and bold. Xia Tian was so scared that he had to hug Dao to his thighs. This kid is still very popular. Zengakuo, Garp, Tsuru, Kizaru, Zephyr, and others stood in the attic and watched. Zhang Yu seemed extremely happy. His original decision was really wise. The navy was completely stronger than the other 2 among the 3 major forces. But compared to Zhang Yu's happiness, Garp sighed in his heart. He had seen Ace walking down the ship with shackles behind Xia Tian. Zhang Yu and Tsuru could only feel helpless. Even if it was Garp's grandson, it was not something they could control. They stood in the position of justice. They will be here soon, let's go to the meeting room. Sengoku took the lead and walked into the meeting room. In the square, the 3 disasters, the Flying Six, and the remaining thousands of elite members of the Beast Pirates were detained in the square. They were all grey-faced, looking down and dejected, still expecting Kaido to come and rescue them. A group of Navy soldiers and more than 10 vice-admirals of the headquarters stayed there and kept a close watch. Akainu Sakazuki, Aokiji Kyuzan, as well as Child Emperor Zaishin, Peach Rabbit Jun, and Chiton all entered the fortress and went directly to the meeting room. At the same time, Blackbeard Teach was also brought in, and the others, including Ace, stayed in the square. Welcome back. Marshal Zhangguo smiled as he looked at the 3 returning generals and Dao Tu, and said with a smile, putting aside his serious expression. Allah la la, this is the first time I've received such treatment. Aokiji couldn't help but feel flattered. He had never seen Marshal Sengoku like this since he took office as marshal. You can imagine how happy Sengoku was. Xia Tian, Akainu, and others greeted him and took their seats one after another. My mighty brother, this is incredible, he has done something great. The yellow monkey Borsellino, who was sitting next to Xia Tian, gave a thumbs up and joked. Of course, I can't let my brother, General Kizaru, down. Xia Tian blinked, which made Kizaru laugh. At this time, seeing that everyone was seated, there was still an outsider who stood there. That is, Blackbeard Teach. In addition to the transaction, he said he had important news to trade with Mr. Zhangguo. The request is 2 billion Baileys. Aokiji paused and spoke. Everyone looked up when they saw that they had started talking. Even though Blackbeard Teach was brave, sweat was dripping down his forehead. The deal was not easy. As a child pirate who had been on Whitebeard's ship for decades, it was too stressful to face the aura here for the first time. Blackbeard Teach was facing the strongest group of people in the navy. All 4 admirals were present, not to mention how terrifying Child Emperor was. There was also the Marshal, the hero of the navy, and the former Admiral Zephyr. Yes, he really has important information, but he won't tell me no matter how I ask. He must make a deal. Xia Tian was originally talking to Kizaru in a low voice, but when he saw Blackbeard coming and saw that Blackbeard Teach was a little embarrassed, he immediately agreed. Oh? Teach, what information is worth 2 billion? Although Sengoku knew about this a long time ago, he was also curious about the information that Blackbeard Teach was willing to stand here in person to trade. 2 billion is not a small amount. Only the real big pirates, or even the emperor-level pirates, are qualified to be rewarded with more than 2 billion. He asked for so much for a piece of information, which shows that Blackbeard Teach is very confident that it is worth it. Yes, Marshal Zhangguo. If you agree to this deal, I can tell you now. But I suggest that there shouldn't be so many people here. Blackbeard Teach swallowed his throat and spoke with a brave face, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Garp. I agree. 2 billion is no problem. As long as it's worth it, I'll give it to you later. It's okay to say it directly. Marshal Zhangguo naturally didn't mind. The people present were all high-level officials, and there was no news that could not be shared. Xia Tian agreed when he heard it, and naturally knew that Marshal Zhangguo would not lie, and he couldn't help but smile. 1.5 billion is here. Blackbeard Teach didn't force it, he smiled and spoke directly. This information is really amazing. Regarding the origin of Fire Fist AI Ace, he is the person that your navy has been searching for more than 10 years without giving up. The biological son of Pirate King, Gold Roger. Listening to Blackbeard Teach's words, the expressions of Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru and others changed instantly. Solemn. Extremely solemn. Garp even raised his head sharply, staring at Blackbeard Teach. This made Teach retreat half a step in fear, his heart pounding. Only Xia Tian did not show any surprise on his face, still sitting upright and watching the changes in the expressions of the people present. Garp's murderous look scared Blackbeard Teach. Hehe, it seems that other people also attach great importance to Roger's bloodline. It seems that the bloodline of the pirate world has a great inheritance significance. Xia Tian thought secretly in his heart. Of course, an 8-year-old child didn't have any expression on this, and everyone didn't think there was anything wrong. Welcome to Fanfiction Uploads, your ultimate destination for immersive anime audiobooks. Are you a fan of anime and love diving deep into captivating stories? You've come to the right place. Here on Fanfics. Whether you're commuting, relaxing at home, or just need a break to heartfelt romances. With new episodes and stories uploaded frequently, there's always something fresh to enjoy. Join our community. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss an update. Connect with fellow anime enthusiasts in the comments section, share your thoughts, and let us know which stories you want to hear next. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey. Sit back, relax, and let the stories unfold. Welcome to Fanfiction Uploads, where anime comes to life.